Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the Megojuku is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the Megojuku is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the Megojuku is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right and moving faster. Yeah, for freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the Megojuku is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the Megojuku is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the Megojuku is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is, one name. Oh, and there it is, one name. Why am I? It's a good evening, by the way, everybody. Good, welcome. So hopefully this is that moment in time that we shall go through the spreadsheet much advertised. So that is to come. That is already prepped on the screen. So we wait for the place to populate a little bit before we get to that space. But hopefully that will constitute the bulk of this session. Almost certainly it will be. And we're also waiting for the man of the moment to make an appearance so that we can pull it together. So there it is. But whilst we are building up to that spreadsheet, which is, I suspect, the main reason, well, you are here anyway, but so the topical issue for today. So let's build up slowly to that with a few preambles. Southeast restores Akpabio as Ebonyi APC senatorial candidate. So we thought we had seen the back of this guy, but alas, apparently not. So apparently not. And if the Supreme Court, in Nigeria, they say after the Supreme Court the Supreme Court, rather, say the Supreme Court, that's a Freudian slip. In Nigeria, they say after the Supreme Court makes a pronouncement that what is left is the judgment of God. So if the Supreme Court have now reinstated this guy as the senatorial candidate for whichever locality he comes from, that is fait accompli. So we thought we had seen the back of some of these stalwarts of that space, but it looks as though one of them have managed to sneak back in. So he snuck back in. Supreme Court restores Akpabio as Ebonyi APC senatorial candidate. So there it is right there. Everything changes but remains the same. Tinubu attends National Peace Committee meeting with presidential candidates. So they've been signing. I think this is an initiative. This is an initiative started off by the last military guy. What is his? Abdul Salam. Yes, it's an initiative started off by Abdul Salam, and it looks as though it has gained some currency because in every electoral cycle they all go to sign that peace accord. But what impact is that peace accord actually having on the Nigerian political landscape? So some people will argue that we have seen a petering down of political violence. Some will argue that it's not really made any difference, but they continue to sign that accord as they continue to arm their political thugs. So there it is right there. Much ado about nothing, perhaps. Tinubu attends National Peace Committee meeting with presidential candidates. And apparently at that meeting, Showore kicked off as well about the sitting arrangement. So everything does change but remains the same. Everything changes but remains the same. So everything changes but remains the same, and that equally applies to this next headline as well. South Africa cuts power to Nigeria consulate, sparks row. So there it is. It's a sense of deja vu you may feel, and you are right to feel that sense of deja vu, of course, because this headline came out of Ghana not quite a few months ago due to non-payment of bills. But what's the circumstances in this instance? South Africa cuts power to Nigeria consulate, sparks row. So what's going on within that space, we find out shortly. PDP suspends ex-governor Nnamani Fayoshe's son for alleged anti-party activities. So anti-party activities, there is no stretch really to land on what may well constitute that anti-party activity. I suspect is everything wrapped around the Peter Obi narrative, because from all of the indications we're hearing from the Fayoshe space, especially his brother, he's very much within that Obi camp. So you can't be PDP and be campaigning for another party. So I think that's fair dues, if that is the case, because I'm preempting the content of that piece because I have not actually read it. So if that is the case, then you say fair dues. So fair dues or not, we'll find out what exactly is going on here. So this is something now that is going viral, and is not so much a readout but a video clip of article making promises. Of article making promises or rather not so much a promise but not so much a promise, but pardon me, there's so many things blipping around me. My Instagram, my phone, everything just blipping. So not so much a promise, but a negotiation, or is it even a bribe? So in this instance, and you hear in his own words, that anybody that does not deliver votes to him in this election, they will not get contracts and they will not get positions. So is that a bribe? You would suggest that it is, but it's not even a readout. We've got him caught on video saying this. So all of that's in the mix. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. the usual protocol, click on like as you're coming in, click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come join us on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. That brings you into a studio space. Soon as we finish discussing, as soon as I finish reading out the body of the story, I'll let you onto the screen. And of course, the invitation to buy the platform Cups of Coffee, that remains. Click on that link to buy the platform Cups of Coffee as well. So do all that. And as we proceed to all that, the super chats are already coming in. Let me start to acknowledge them because you wait in anticipation and hope that they do pile up. So as they are coming in, this one first from Desmond. It says, please no fake statistics today. I have my Google on site. So have your Google on site because we're hopeful that we will interrogate this spreadsheet thoroughly and at the end we'll agree on a position. So we're hopeful we'll interrogate the spreadsheet thoroughly. And Alexander Gomez comes in with the super chat. He traditionally communicates via that form. This is going to be a riveting session full of intrigues. Let's keep it civil and mature, please. Some of us are grandfathers. Let's go, folks. So let's go, folks. And then Alexander Gomez, some of your watches are inherited, aren't they? So yes, of course. I try to keep the end up. So thank you, Alexander Gomez, for that. So all of that. So that's the headline. And the topic of the day, of course, already lined up. So let me flash it up on your screen as a teaser. Let me flash it up on your screen as a teaser, because, of course, it's already locked and loaded. And this is going to be, what you're seeing on your screen now is the Nigerian presidential election 2023. Within this spreadsheet, a winner through the course of this conversation will hopefully emerge. A winner will hopefully emerge in the course of this conversation, where we have some consensus, if not universality, around. So there's the spreadsheet right there. So we'll look to interrogate that at some depth in the course of the session. So we look to interrogate that at some depth in the course of the session. So relax, surrender yourself to the space. Let's take you on this ride and see where it lands us all. So let's take you on this ride and see where it lands us all. But before we do anything, let's take a micro musical pit stop. And then when we come back, we dive straight into the throes of it. But this time, let's stay in the East and ask Osondi Owendi.
Okay.
Oh, there it is. You caught me in my bad habits. Oh, so there it is. That's the Sunday Wendy song from the southeast. So let's go to this. Let's go to this talking points first, just to build up the anticipation. Supreme Court restores Akpabio as a Ebonyi APC senatorial candidate. The Supreme Court on Friday restored former Akwa Ibom State Governor Godswill Akpabio as the senatorial candidate of the All Progressive Congress for Akwa Ibom North Senatorial District in an unanimous judgment delivered by Justice Ibrahim Salawa. The Apex Court upheld the judgment of the Federal High Court in Abuja, which in September last year granted verdict in favor of the immediate past Minister of Niger Delta Affairs. Salawa, after reviewing the argument canvassed by Akpabio, said his appeal was meritorious and therefore allowed it. The judgment was on an appeal filed by Akpabio challenging the judgment of the Court of Appeal Abuja, which set his victory aside at the Federal High Court in Abuja. Arriving at the decision, the Supreme Court, in an unanimous decision, said each of the 10 issues formulated by the appellant was resolved in his favor and against the defendant. It held that the court below lacked jurisdiction to entertain the case, adding that whatever decision arrived at by the court amounts to nullity. It will be recalled that the Abuja division of the Court of Appeal had on November the 14th, 2022, set aside the judgment of the Federal High Court Abuja, removing Akpabio as the APC candidate for Akwa Ibom Northwest Senatorial District. A three-member panel of justices led by Justice Danlami Senchi held that Akpabio failed to file a proof of argument within the time provided by the rules. The panel further ruled that Akpabio, having contested presidential primaries of the APC, could not participate in the valid primary of the party held on May the 27th and monitored by the Independent National Electoral Commission, which produced Udom Ekwodom as a candidate. But Justice Emeka Nwite of Federal High Court Abuja had on September the 22nd, 2022, ordered INEC to reinstate Akpabio as APC's candidate, being the candidate nominated by the party in the second primary of June the 9th. The trial court had directed INEC to accept the former minister of the Niger Delta as the APC flag bearer. Nwite also ordered INEC to publish Akpabio's name as APC senatorial candidate for Akwa Ibom Northwest Senatorial District in 2023, stating that the commission acted illegally by refusing to accept and publish the former governor's name when it was submitted by the APC as its candidate. He added that Akpabio was validly nominated as the APC Northwest Senatorial District candidate of the APC from the primary conducted by the party's National Working Committee on June the 9th, 2022. The trial judge faulted INEC for electing to monitor the May 27th primary conducted by an illegal faction of the party led by Augustine Ekenem, as against the June 9 primary authorized and conducted by the APC NWC. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. And Akpabio sneaks in yet again via the back door. So Akpabio sneaks in yet again via the back door, but that is the tradition, of course, with God's will Akpabio. So he sneaks in via the back door. This is a guy that contested the presidential primaries. And of course, you can't double book. I think that is what the rules say. You cannot double book in that space. But he has double booked. But nevertheless, INEC, not INEC, but the Supreme Court lets him get away with it. So everything changes but remains the same. Everything changes but remains the same. Tinubu attends National Peace Committee meeting with presidential candidates. For the first time, the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, Bola Tinubu, attended a meeting between the National Peace Committee and presidential candidates and other stakeholders. Correspondents gathered that the meeting was to discuss breaches to the peace accord signed in September 2022 ahead of the forthcoming general elections. In attendance at the meeting were Tinubu, presidential candidate of in attendance at the meeting were Tinubu, presidential candidate of the African Action Congress, Omoyele Sowore, as well as the vice presidential candidates of the PDP, Ifeanyi Okowa, and New Nigeria People's Party, Bishop Isaac Idahosa. Also present are the chairman of the MPC, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, retired, Secretary Bishop of Sokoto Diocese, Matthew Kukar, Sultan of Sokoto, and Chairman of Channels Television, John Momo. So there it is right there. There it is right there. So Atiku couldn't even deem to make an appearance. Atiku could not deem to make an appearance, and neither could deem to make appearance Kwakwanso. But there it is. But of what purpose is actually this peace accord is the question. What purpose does it actually serve, this peace accord? So that's the question. South Africa cuts power to Nigeria consulate sparks row. The Nigerian consulate in Johannesburg has complained to the South African government after city authorities disconnected the consulate's electricity supply. Guess why? Over unpaid bills, a government official said on Friday. City officials on Wednesday went to the consulate in an upmarket northern suburb to cut off supplies City officials on Wednesday went to the consulate in an upmarket northern suburb to cut off supplies over 400,000 rand in outstanding charges, according to city officials. The consulate denied the officials access, describing them in a statement as an invasion squad. Supplies were remotely switched off. South Africa's foreign ministry spokesperson, Clayson Monyela, told correspondents that the consulate has dispatched a diplomatic note to us. The matter is being handled through diplomatic channels. We'll engage all parties involved in order to find an amicable solution. So to engage all parties involved in order to find an amicable solution, essentially just pay the bill, and the amicable solution is already found. This is it, though, the embarrassment. They would have double billed the Nigerian state, of course, for that electricity bill. But even after double billing the Nigerian state, the looting in Nigeria is endemic, is almost pandemic. PDP suspends ex-governor Namani Fayoche's son over alleged anti-party activities. So I'm suspecting a bit of sort of a narrative here. The National Working Committee of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, suspended the former governor of Enugu State, Chimaroke Namani, and 8 others for alleged anti-party activities. The PDP National Publicity Secretary, Debo Ologunagba, who confirmed the development in a statement on Friday in Abuja, said the NWC also suspended a party member in Imo State, Chief Chris Ogbu, and 7 others from Ekiti State. Those suspended from Ekiti were Ayeni Funsho, Ajijola Latif, Ola Dimeji, Emiola, Jennifer, etc., etc. So it goes on to give us a list of names. So it doesn't actually tell us what the anti-party activity is, but I suspect, of course, the name Peter Obi would not be far from that, because a lot of our sympathy, even if somewhat empathy towards Peter Obi, especially from the Fayose space, and more so from the Nnamani space. So those are the talking points. We await the man of the moment to join us. Hopefully, we'll do at some point, but otherwise, things may go awry. So we bring on the panelists as they turn up. So there they are. So there they are. So King Emeka, we see you. Man of Prestige, we see you. Desmond, we see you. Thomas, we see you. Ife, we see you. Enigmatic Honde joins us, and Solomon joins us. So as we await the man of the moment, let me play you this clip. I'll play you this clip, and then we'll have conversations around it. And if the man of the moment still has not turned up, then we'll attempt at his spreadsheet. But let's play this clip first. Let's play this clip first.
Well, let's begin what's trending. The All Progressives Congress Presidential Campaign Council have responded to comments made by the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, who, during a town hall meeting with stakeholders and members of the party in Abeokuta, the Ogun State capital on Wednesday, said that members who wish to get appointments and contracts in his administration must ensure that the party wins their polling units. The former vice president also said joining in the campaign train of candidates is not enough reason for them to get appointments and contracts.
The fact that you are following the gubernatorial candidate or the senatorial candidate or the House of Reps candidate or the presidential candidate on campaigns is no qualification that you will get an appointment. It is no qualification that you will get a contract, whether at the local government level, state, or the federal level. The only way, as far as I'm concerned, if I'm president, if you come, you want a job, or you want a contract, I will ask you, let me have the result of your polling day. And that is what I'm going to direct to everybody. Yes. Because unless we do that, we will not win the elections. You cannot be following the governor all over the place, or the senator all over the place, and then you don't win your polling booth, you come, you say you want to be minister, or you want to get this contract, X contract, Y contract, and so on and so forth. So please, as members of our party, let's make sure that we go back to our constituencies, we go back and make sure that we deliver our polling units.
Well, reacting to the comments, the spokesperson of the APC Presidential Campaign Council, Festus Keyamo, in a tweet, said the former vice president has forgotten that the Public Procurement Act stipulates how contracts are awarded. His tweet reads, #AtikuGate. A leopard cannot change its skin. He is already promising contracts to political allies, forgetting that there is a law called the Public Procurement Act, Mr. SPV. Well, another Twitter there goes, no matter how hard you try to paint lies, the truth will always stand. All of you in APC, LP, NNPP, supporting various candidates, isn't it for the games? If your candidates wins, then you will be part of the government. Let's say politics the way it is and stop painting lies. Well, Nurse wrote, Peter Obi at the London dinner said that working on his PCC list doesn't automatically mean you will get appointments when he wins. Tinubu's people said, it's chop, I chop. Don't chop alone. Well, Atiku and PDP says, only those who win their polling units for PDP will get contract appointments. Well, Emek wrote, Festus Keyamo, and your own candidate was promising pieces of the national cake to the Igbos at the Enugu rally. Both of them, APC and PDP, are renting crowds on the campaign grounds. Well, let's take a quick look at that video of Tinubu in Enugu State before we come back for a discussion.
The Deputy National Chairman for the South, Well, you have represented well the chairman of our party, national chairman. But nobody will give all of you any credit. You are working hard, you are sweating now. We want you to sweat well for this party until you deliver victory. Until Bola Tinubu became the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Yes, sir. We will not give you but a slight clap or a soaked slice of bread.
All right, Rufai, we did take this story, I believe, last week. Yeah. But you can't doubt that political patronage is estranged in our system at this point. It is what it is. There's no way that you cannot say that, promise your members positions or whatever. But like Festus Keyamo raised that point, I don't know if you can help out with that, Dr. Abati, with the law of the act. They're saying you cannot promise positions.
Yeah, come and lock down your spot, because I mean the whole thing collapses if you're not there.
Political patronage himself. So why are we deceiving ourselves?
All right. Sorry about that. I've started. I'm just trying to pad it out, waiting for you to come in.
It's because there's so much political patronage. They share for people.
Yeah.
National cake, chop by chop, like Atiku was saying, it doesn't make it right. Because you see, what happens is that most of these contracts are sold. You want to know more about the contracts, can read Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's book, Reform the Irreformable. You will see how people collect contracts from government. They don't execute them, no accountability because of political patronage. They're sold. And nothing happens. The people continue to suffer. But we must...
All right. So we will get to the spreadsheet in a moment, but we're waiting for our star boy to turn up. So we're waiting for our star boy to turn up. When he does turn up, we have to make room for him because he has to talk us through the spreadsheet. But as we wait for our hold on, I think he may well be trying to log in now. What do we do? Sorry, Solomon. I'm going to set you to the comment section for or who wants to
speak. Let me come out. I will join later.
All right, brilliant. So let's make state room for our star boy, so that he can talk us through the figures. So let's just do that. Let's send the link. So that link there is for Kulata. So no one else can click on it. Let Kulata have that slot so that he can talk us through the figures. And there is brilliant. So now we have a session. Yeah, go on.
Sorry, woman.
Yeah.
Before Kulata speaks, I just want to give my opinion, and I hope it will be very good for the section today. So that we have more or less an even spread. I feel we should have more or less maybe two representatives from the leading parties. I want to believe Emeka and Life is Good is more of a pro APC. I can step down for maybe two PDP, and we should also have two Labour parties. What do you think?
Well, I don't know the political affiliations of everybody, of course, but
you can quickly take an opinion, so that it will not be as if somebody's voice is overwhelming another.
Well, I know that Solomon is PDP, and I know that a lot of APCs, Desmond is APC, Uptown is APC. I think Enigmatic is Ashwaju, a man of prestige, Labour Party. So we have more or less an even spread. But it's up to you. If you want to step down.
Yeah, I can step down if we have another party apart from APC, Yeah.
All right, brilliant.
Yeah, if we have another, anybody on the comment section, if you know you want to represent another party apart from APC, you can come in so that I can step down for you.
All right, brilliant. So yes, whilst we're still doing administrative stuff, we want this session to be as seamless and as smooth as possible. Of course, interjections welcome, as you know, but we don't want it to be a rowdy session. So please, let it not be rowdy. Let it just be seamless and smooth. And even though we have Kulata in here in body, we don't have him in spirit yet because he's attending to matters first. So so he'll signal to us when we have his full attention. But we do have him on board, but we don't have him quite fully yet. So only he can talk us through that spreadsheet space. So we'll deal with the other talking points, and when he indicates that he's ready to go, then we just go straight into the spreadsheet. But as we wait to go into the spreadsheet, let's kick off conversations with Enigmatic Hundi. So Enigmatic, you saw that clip with Atiku Abubakar. Politics at its ugliest, but typically Nigerian. So promising then that if you don't deliver your polling booths, you don't get contracts and free money. What are you making of that, Enigmatic?
Good afternoon, one man.
Good afternoon.
Yes. Let me just start with this first. I had time today to take a sneak peek of yesterday's session, and I have a little conclusion that I know we have a new guy on the platform, and then the purpose of this platform is for intellectual conversation, irrespective of political leanings or our political ideals. We should understand the fact that ganging up or having a coordinated, attack on personalities, this vicious attack on ad hominem vicious attack on personalities instead of the messages shouldn't be the way, right? I was watching watching this like with 4 other friends, and then it was a more or less like a conclusion that why are they going after this guy Emeka, both on the comment section and even those people going viciously after him. But the fact remains they were not going after the fact. This is always the problem, right? They were not actually going after the fact. They should keep it at that level. At least it's not enigmatic now. And I think they have a new person in their hand that they can deal with, right? So at least they can say you can't be trying to tag everybody here and there because of political analysis or because of their sense of punditry. It becomes so cheap, it becomes so pedestrian almost every time that people want to have their opinions. Kulata was at a point being the target. Fatai of recent, a couple of people like that. This is politics, and people will flesh out their opinions. So attack them on the basis of fact.
All right, thank you. Emeka is a big boy. Yeah, I'm sure he can take the bruises, but thank you for that. Gentleman's code is what is
yeah,
what
one man, can I interject, please?
No, we don't want. Like I said, I don't want a rowdy session.
No, I just want to make an opening statement.
Yeah,
that's it.
I just don't want them to run people away from this platform.
Emeka can roll with the punches, and I'm here to make sure he doesn't go overboard. But yeah, go on.
One man, just an opening statement.
Okay, go on.
1 minute.
Yeah, hold on, Enigmatic.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, we are all here. We are all one Nigeria, regardless of your political affiliation or whatever. There's nothing wrong with discussing politics. That's why we are here. We're all brothers and sisters. In the final round, we're still going to be on the same destiny. So it doesn't really matter who becomes the president. But, I mean, there's some sentiment involved and everything. But let's be civil. There's nothing like you people, other people. That's very insinuating. We understand what that word means. So let's be civil. Let's concentrate on the candidate. No insult on the candidate. Eventually, one of them is going to be our president. Please don't
It
insult
doesn't.
any of
It doesn't
any of
matter.
the candidates here.
All right. Oh no. Let's move away from that space. So we take on board what you said. Enigmatic. That gentleman's code, and it looks as though a man of prestige reaffirms your stance. So we take that as the working template for the session and for the platform. So to it then, Article and his commentaries.
Yes, Atiku hasn't done anything wrong. It's politics. If it was to share, so you are not going to be running all over the place, and then you are not working. It's like baboon. The way they say it, baboon, they walk. I mean, how do they say it?
Monkey they walk, baboon they jump.
Yeah, monkey they walk, baboon they shop, right? And it embodies political divisiveness within even political party. That is what actually almost killed APC. This APC that you see now, this reward policy of Buhari, very, very poor, very shambolic. So until some people actually came around to reassure a couple of people, and that's why you see Atiku and then Ashiwaju and Kwakwanso, those top political brains. That's why you see they keep emphasizing on that. You cannot just try to be pretending to be on the train while you are not actually putting in the work. What are you doing in your local government? What are you doing in your local councils? Don't just say you are going on the train of certain politician. Are you delivering your polling unit? Because that's where the numbers count. Atiku is talking to them like a real core politician because, like I told you, one man is getting home stretch now. It's about the numbers. It's not about obfuscation anymore. It's not about pretending anymore. It's not about going to media spaces where you are not connecting to the people on the ground. You see what Kwakwanso is doing in the north, right? They are going to where the numbers are, where it actually matters. It's not people on the social media who probably you're already speaking to the convert. You are supposed to be punching the numbers for new people that you are trying to convert to your to your fold, to your political fold, to your expand the frontiers, expand the horizon, your political horizon with new folks, with numbers. Atiku is saying the core political language, like every other politician will say it. I am the presidential candidate. I want to be the president. So in each of these states, the structure is in the hands and the folds of the governor. So do not run around the governor. The governor is not going to be the only one who is holding the structure. It is called structure because it stretches, right? It stretches to the grassroots. The grassroots means to each senatorial district, to the federal houses district, to the House of Assembly district, to the councillorship district. So it means on the day that we are looking at the numbers, you want to be a minister, show me your number in your local government, bro. Show me the numbers in your polling unit, in your ward. The polling unit, how many numbers are you able to convince me with? So if I'm supposed to use one man versus Ajale Koko, I'm considering you for a political appointment in the same local government. Ajale Koko is giving me more numbers than you. I'll probably choose Ajale Koko before you because
why is it not the other way around? That was how come everybody it's always Ajale Koko that wins all the time? Why?
Because you are like the obedient, you don't know anything about politics, so you are just on the media space and then speaking English. So basically, and politics in Nigeria is about the illiterate. The illiterate give you the vote, they give you the numbers, right? You see what these guys are doing now. Why some are meeting the certain groups, the student union, government, the trade union, the market women, the Miyetti Alas. You can imagine the numbers Miyetti Alas is given to a certain candidate. You can see where the numbers are. Then you say but by virtue of probably the limitation of your campaign, you can say, okay, you are holding on to certain things. But it goes down to everything, not even the presidential, even at the gubernatorial level, even at the senatorial level, right? You get appointment by virtue of the efforts you put in it. And Atiku is saying it. It's not, if you look at his countenance, it's not playing with them. He was serious. Give me the number when you are coming for your appointment. I've told you, actually, they've said it in APC too. Because what happened in Buhari's time will not happen now. a lot of people that were never even supposed to be close to government did not work for Buhari, that went against Buhari, that were actually openly campaigning for Kwakwanso. They all got appointments. So it almost wrecked APC until some people stepped up to actually steady the ship. So he hasn't said anything wrong. It's just politics, right? It's only people.
So if you don't deliver your polling units, you won't get contracts. That's the language of politics for you.
Well, you can disagree with that, one man, right?
Do you not find it disagreeable?
Is Atiku coming to London to pick you up now and give you a contract? Where does he know you from? What have you done for his campaign?
No, it's threatening to govern my country with this template that he was fleshing out in
Ibadan. He's saying it frontally, different than the language somebody like.
Is this the war against corruption that we're all after? That language.
But they are all corrupt anyway. So they are just. It's just.
So we're submitted to it. We're submitted to it. Is that what we?
If Nigerians are not, if Nigerians are not campaigning to corrupt politicians, then they should have gone with somebody like Shore. They have a chance in Shore and Adewale, who are not the traditional politicians. So as long as you subscribe to go with these traditional politicians, right? No matter, irrespective of the piety they are playing or the sanctimonious campaign they are trying to run, right? They just say the different. They just say the languages. They use different languages to convey their messages. At the end of the day, they are all corrupt. They are all criminals. We've said it, right? It's a default. It's a default capital for all of them. The four horses running, the four major contenders now, right? From Atiku, Asiwaju, Peter Obi, and Kwakwanso, they are corrupt. They are criminals. So they will say the languages that we attract their bases. If Obi will say something that this same language now, if Obi is throwing that red meat to his obedience, he will probably change the language. He will find a way to give them the language they will understand, right? His own will be, we have to take Nigeria back. Nigeria is tired. He's always talking about painting the gloomy picture of Nigeria everywhere. So something like that. Atiku will say his own differently. Kwakwanso will say differently. Ashwaju will say his own differently. But at the end of the day, they are speaking political languages to their people. So if we actually subscribe to the fact that we are holding on to these four folks without considering the outsiders, the non-establishment campaigners, right? Non-oligarch campaigners like Omoyele Sowore, Dumebika Shiku, and Adewale Adebayo. So the four of them, whatever they give, we have to take it. It's almost 30 days to the election. So we have no choice now. So it's one of the thieves will eventually be the president. So the better thief who knows how to gravitate the political capital, who know how to peddle to influence more, will probably be the president among the thieves. So it's as bad as that, one man.
All right, and sorry, what is your anticipation for this for these numbers, this data that we're about to run? What are you anticipating to see when we start to go through the numbers?
Well, I'm anticipating that a section of the platform will be crying tonight, as they all.
Oh no, we don't want that.
So regardless of how you play it, as long as their candidate is not on top, they will cry. They will go after Kulata. They will go after everyone that. But the fact remains that we know for a fact, right? I'm speaking for myself now.
Not in terms of the emotional response, but what outcome you are hoping to see when we start to go through the numbers. Where are you anticipating that it will land? And are you hopeful for a compelling argument from this spreadsheet?
Well, we've had this before. This is just more or less like a consolidation of, what Kulata brought the other time, and some people are still actually bickering and talking about even that now, even as more as we call it projection, and there's a reason why it is called projection. It means it's hypothetical for now. So whatever Kulata will be doing tonight, it will be engaging. Again, it's just more or less probably going to be a plus or minus, right? Plus or minus, and then probably more or less like a prognosis of ideas here and there, shifting of numbers here and there. It won't change anything, right? And I've said it. The two people that will still come maybe first to second will still be the two legacy political parties of APC and PDP in the name of Asiwaju and Atiku. So Peter Obi has run his race. There's a ceiling he can never cross. He has reached a certain crescendo. He has given it a try. He's done the best. He can't win. They know he will not win. People who knows politics knows he won't win. We are not talking to delusional conversations now. We are talking to real mathematical expression of political votes now. One man. So, like I say again, right? The conversation will be here and there, those for and those against. But those against will be probably nobody should be surprised, the conversation that will be coming from there. And this will actually play up to the day of the election. When the result will be announced, or probably the trickling in, they'll probably be crying that there are rigging here, there are some riggings here or here and there, but you can't really get the best out of people who lacks the common sense of believing in
no. Settle down, the enigmatic. This role now,
basically.
So thank you, enigmatic. So our star man, even though he's present, but he is quite busy, and really a lot of appreciation because of course he runs a life outside of this space, but he's dedicating his time. But it's about half an hour, 40 minutes away. So as soon as it's wrapped up whatever it is that he is doing, then the floor becomes his. So as we await the star man, let's move the conversations around, and let's move it in the direction of Uptown. So Uptown, are you ready, or do you want me to skip it for a moment? Uptown. Uptown Funk. So no Uptown.
One
So
month.
oh yeah, there you are. Oh, so brilliant. There you are. So this narrative now let me just make sure I've got the names right. The suspensions from the APC, from the PDP rather. So Chimaroke Nnamani and Fayoshe's son, they've been suspended from PDP for anti-party activities. Is that loose and ambiguous term? But then, of course, they are leaning towards Peter Obi. It was never disguised, especially Chimaroke Nnamani. Would you say this is fair dues, that somebody cannot be in one party but favor another?
Chimaroke is leaning towards Asomaju.
Oh, is he? Not to be okay. Well, still.
Yes. So he's leaning towards who is the next person? The other person.
Fayoshe's son, they said. So quite
the governor.
The ex-governor, his son, not him though, his son.
Oh, the son. Okay. But why are they shielding the dad? The dad is doing anti-party too.
Yes, the dad was one of the first to come out for Tinubu. He said Yoruba Lokan and his PDP. So what does that even mean? And their flag bearer is a Fulani man. Have we lost you, or have you lost me? Hello, can anyone hear me?
They are taking some decisions that portray them as poor decision makers, because Wike and the G5 group have dared you publicly and privately to suspend them, and you have not suspended them, and you've gone ahead to suspend the people that have not even done as much anti-party activity as they have. So you are shedding more light.
Is that not a warning shot, though? Is that not a warning shot across the bowels of Wike and his rascals?
No. It's just a way of, they are solidifying Wike's position that they cannot suspend him. Because if they have already started suspending and they leave the real threats and are suspending floor members, that means that, so you guys actually have the power to suspend. So why haven't you wielded it on the Wikes of this world? So that means there must be something. You know what I'm saying? But and one man, really, I really don't care about what PDP they are doing. Atiku is a failed candidate, as everybody in this platform knows my position on that. He's a failed candidate.
Uptown, if
Yeah.
excuse me, sorry to interject. One
Yeah.
of Percy just made what they call it. He just said something while as opening speech that nobody should
Yes, man of procedure. He just
insult
signed
any candidates. Yeah, if people have started, if they start insulting Obi now, people will be crying here. And you look at what you're just saying. Does it make sense at all?
Okay. Let me retract that, Solomon, if you don't mind.
Yes,
So
we have signed a peace accord according to
in the spirit of peace accord.
in the
I love
spirit
it.
of peace accord.
I love it. I love it.
Yes.
So let me retract that. So yeah, the suspension. I think they should extend it to the G5 and the likes. But again, also to play the devil's advocate, you might also argue that people like Namani, they have publicly declared for Aswaju. You get what I'm saying? But the Wike is they have not publicly declared for different candidates in another party. So that means that people like Namani is more eligible for suspension than Wike. You get what I'm saying? So until Wike declares for another candidate in another party that is not PDP, and then they keep mute, maybe then I can criticize them. But for now, yeah, I mean, Namani has declared for Aswaju and it's even listed in the PCC of APC, and he's running for Senate under PDP. So I would like to know what is, and he's been very vocal online attacking the obedience. Of course, the obedience are everywhere on Twitter laughing at him right now. But I really want to know what he will make out of his senatorial ambition now that he's been suspended from the party that he will be flying his ambition on. You get what I'm saying? So I don't know what's going to happen in that space, but I mean, for him to declare for Tinubu while he's running for Senate under PDP, I mean, he's probably struck a deal with Tinubu already. So I guess that's his problem.
All right, talk to us a little bit about Peter Obi's performance in Anambra, not in Anambra, but in Plateau State. How impressive was it? What level of crowd did he draw? And is this even more reasons for people to be confident?
Oh man, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Did you hear me?
Okay, what did you say? I didn't hear what you said.
No, I was inviting that you talk to us a little bit about Peter Obi's performance in Plateau State. How impressive was the crowd, and is it even more reasons to be confident in Peter Obi?
Of course, it's more reasons. One man. Plateau was a festival today. Every nook and cranny of the state. One man, I sent some videos, but I didn't even send up to 10%. Every nook and cranny, apart from the rally grounds, different places, cultural groups coming out, dancing on the streets. The student town hall was looking like a rally. One man, I sent you the video. The student town hall was looking like a rally. Yeah, the number of people that turned up for it. I think Jos is the contrary to the popular opinion that Edo is the headquarters of obedience. I actually think Jos is Plateau State and that is where the DG Asuwaju's DG comes from. That is the state. He's a governor in Plateau State. And as at November last year, one month, we saw the video that went viral where he was visiting a local government, and then everybody came out and was shouting Obi, 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 attacking his convoy. And that's the sitting governor of the state, and he's the DG of the campaign of the APC. And I think it would be a shame for a DG of a campaign to lose the state to a fringe party. I hope that doesn't happen.
Please check again. I think his DG is from Taraba, the governor of Taraba. Please check again. Check again.
Is it not Simon Lalong? He's from Simon Lalong is the governor of Plateau.
That's
Lalong.
Yeah,
it's from Plateau. Yeah, that's Simon Lalong.
Yeah,
that's the DG of APC. So Plateau was very impressive. One man. Obi started off his northern campaign 3 days ago in Kaduna. Very impressive turnout. way more turnout than he even got in the south. And
Very impressive turnout. Way more turnout.
So sorry, who's that? Who's that?
I
Who's
think there's
bouncing back?
someone has to mute.
Can you keep yourself muted if you're not in play? Yeah. Carry on.
Okay. So he started his northern campaign 3 days ago in Kaduna, the heartland of the North Central. Very impressive turnout, one man. You know, the naysayers, the PDP boys and the APC boys on Twitter that was waiting for flops in northern Nigeria. I guess they are still comfortably sitting in their couch and still waiting. I hope they don't get disappointed because 3 days, 4 days down the line, they've been disappointed back to back. They were disappointed in Kaduna. They were disappointed in Niger State yesterday, day before yesterday, and they were disappointed in Plateau yesterday. You know, and for the PhD holder that said that is running a mono state party, not just regional party, but accused someone else of running a regional party. I'm sure he saw the turnout in Jos today for the quote unquote regional party. And I hope he does the same thing I hope Kwankwaso does the same thing when he gets to Imo State or Ebonyi or Enugu. Maybe we'll start conversation when he does that. But one man is impressive. Is really far more confidence to show that this guy is accepted. You cannot take it away from him. The youths are concerned. The youths have adopted him from south to the north. More in the south.
Sorry, one moment, Uptown. Sorry, Emeka, can you resend your spreadsheet? I seem to have misplaced it. If you resend your spreadsheet, we can start with you, and then as we await Kulata, can you resend your spreadsheet? Carry on. Yeah.
Okay. So the youths have accepted him across board, one man. More in the south, and a lot of youths in the north as well. You get what I'm saying? The only people that's not going to vote for Obi in the north are core Muslims. You know? But apart from the core Muslims, north is not a monolithic north. Apart from the core Muslims, which is literally the only space that both PDP, APC, and NMPP is banking on. That's one demography of core Muslim. The three of them is banking on that one demography. You get what I'm saying? So when people are making these calculations, I need them to be good mathematics students infuse mathematics, not just mathematics, but further maths into the calculations, so that they won't just be waving their hand and say north belongs to this. North is not a monolithic north. They have hundreds of tribes in the north. One man today in Jos, I saw different cultural groups, different dances, different cultures, different languages that turned up there in different parts of Jos celebrating Obi. I didn't even know they have so many tribes there. I
One more,
thought
can I
Hausa
interject,
is
please?
Hausa.
Yeah, come in.
Oh, thank you very much. I think this is very funny. See, not Plateau is in the north central. So see how quickly our people jump on the acceptance of Obi in Plateau, and they forgot that Kwara and Kogi is also part of North Central. But I did not yet see the same energy when they had the rally in Kogi and Kwara recently. So I want you to understand that that is one of the states in the North Central, and Kogi and Kwara are also part of the North Central as well. So I want you to keep the same energy both ways.
We are keeping the same energy. We are keeping the same energy. But you know, this is let me tell you, the psychology of this is that this is an election of numbers. And then numbers, we are talking about two things. We are talking about the spread, and then we're talking about popular votes. And when you're talking about popular votes, you're also considering the fact that it's a 4-horse race. When you go to check Goodluck Jonathan's pathway in 2011, where he lost Castina, he lost Kaduna, he lost Kano, and yet he won the elections. And that is a two-horse race, which I have studied that pattern so much, very
Sorry, can
well.
I interject? What can I interject? Sorry, can I interject?
My chain of thought, though, but come on. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. You can't compare Jonathan's movement and Obi's movement because one, and even that 2011, Jonathan
Did Jonathan have a
was.
movement?
I'm not. Sorry, I used the word
His
movement like
election.
the
Yeah.
election and Obi's and this election because Jonathan was even he even got into the office when this guy died, Yaradua died, and many supports were around Jonathan. Like they had support. He had support that agreed for him to be the next president. So you will not compare it to this thing saying that he lost Katsina and all that. No, you don't have to compare the both.
No,
The two
when you interjected, I
elections.
was expecting you to say that he didn't lose Katsina and Kano and Kaduna. Because
No,
those are
I am
just the
trying
assertions
to
you made.
let
I
you
didn't say
understand
Jonathan didn't
something.
have
You should
support.
not. You don't need to compare the two. This election that is about to take place and the previous one and Jonathan's one. You don't need to compare it because some agreements were reached in that election. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Solomon. So yeah, the North is not a monolithic North, and people need to start understanding this. And there are a lot of things playing out there. There is tension between the Muslims and the Christian that has worsened over the last 8 years. El Rufai has worsened it in Kaduna. There is a sharp divide in Kaduna State between the Christians and the Muslims. Very sharp, the sharpest in the history of Kaduna as a state. Across the north is sweeping through. What Fulani herdsmen have dealt massively with the Benue and the Tiv communities in the north. A lot of protest votes will be coming out there too. You understand what I'm saying? So this election has a lot of protest votes. That is one of the unique things about this election. Protest Muslim ticket is there. The generational protest vote is there. The NSAS young people versus old people protest vote is there. The bad governance protest vote is there thanks to Buhari. The agitation space, ethnic protest votes, people that feel marginalized under Buhari's government. The Fulani, the people that feels the thieves and some of the other ethnic groups in the north that feel that Fulani is trying to grab their land and dominate. There's a lot of things in play. Buhari's administration of 7 to 8 years has pressed the on button on a lot of factors that were not in play in the last elections. And
Mama,
those
can I interject,
factors
if you mind?
Yeah, come in.
am I on or
You're still
someone
on, but
interjecting?
yeah, someone is interjecting.
Okay.
Have that interjection, and then you round up that space, and then I want to go to okay, have that interjection. You round off, and then I want to go to a spreadsheet. We'll kick it off with the spreadsheet. There's been
Okay.
several spreadsheets that have been sent in, but have that interjection, and then we start off with the spreadsheets.
Yeah, I appreciate his explanation, but all these intangibles and then stuff they are proud because everything is that they are trying to bank on negatives to actually bring up the numbers. So in Plateau State now, is it in conclusion very fast? Is it saying that Labour Party is going to win Plateau State as a game? Because I'm trying to tilt towards PDP. There's every possibility that PDP is probably going to be winning Plateau State, because I don't want to talk too much about all these numbers. But in Plateau State, I want to believe PDP is either PDP or APC. So is this saying Labour Party will not come third, or they are coming first or second? What is the game plan for all these stories?
Okay. Since I came back last year, I've been to almost 15 states. Just is part of them. But then to have that discussion in that space, I would like it. I think I would rather have it when we start discussing the spreadsheets one man. That's
all
when I
right.
would like to have that. So let me just round off on what I'm saying in maybe a minute. One man, I'll round off by just maybe let me just comment on the article's comments about the contracts to winners of polling units. I think you brought it up, right?
Yeah.
Okay. One man, that thing article said in that rally.
Have we lost you?
Can you hear
Sorry,
me?
can anyone? Yeah, we can now.
Okay, you can now. Okay.
Yeah, carry on.
All right. So when you know when we're talking about choosing leadership, and one man I told you something about somebody having an edge, two people being my favorite, but somebody having an edge. There are there are key factors when you talk about where we are as a country right now and where we need to be and what have to happen, what the shift that has to happen for we to even move out of where we are. Else we'll keep circling around where we are. It has to happen. That decision has to go. It's just like saying that fuel subsidy has to go. And we are, if you like, extend it to the 100 years, you are going to be in that problem till you summon the courage to take it off. So one man, this thing the article said is one of the biggest problem we have in Nigeria. And I think when Ovie was in this platform, we had that conversation a bit about the politics of cronyism, where we're talking about when he was talking about the only thing that that excites him about Obi and Labour Party is that at least politics of cronyism is probably not going to play out because we'll now see fresh faces in Aso Rock and what have you. But then, apart from that, one man, cronyism kills development anywhere in the world. Why? One man, if you owe me, we call it transactional politics, yeah, which is what we practice right now. If you owe me 100K, yeah, and then you give me 100K to invest to make 2 million, and then I carry the 100K and go and blow it at Quellos Club. Do you know you can't do anything to me? Because I'll tell you that, yes, I know I blew it instead of investing it to make 2 million, but then remember you owe me 100K, so you can't dictate to me even if I misuse the money. So now, if I have worked for you and I earn a position or a contract which is going to accelerate national development, and then you give me that contract, not necessarily because I bidded for that contract and I came tops, but because it was as a form of payment for something I did for you politically. One man, if I fail to execute that contract, you can't do anything to me because I feel entitled to it. It's not a favor you did to me. It's like a payment. So when people see something as their benefit, they can misuse it because they know you can't come for me. It's my benefit, it's my inheritance. If I misuse it, it's my choice. But when people receive something that they feel they're not entitled to, then that means the person that gave it to them retains the right, morally, legally, and otherwise, to call them to order when they misuse it. And that is why I say that this is some of the reasons I'm supporting Obi, because when one man, let me
take it on quickly so you can go to the spreadsheet.
Yeah. So you cannot, this kind of statements cannot be made in any sane country in the world. First of all, there is Procurement Act. There is a process of which contracts are being given. But this candidate is telling us that he will share contract like chocolates independently as a president. And he's not only telling you that he's going to share it as chocolate, he's already telling you the people that will get it. It is the people that deliver the polling. In fact, he said, if you line up, you show me, for when I'm sharing contract as president, you show me your polling unit, I say you delivered it, and I give you contracts. Like, this is, woman, let's end it. Let's just continue.
No, we'll revisit. We'll revisit
really
that.
sad.
we'll revisit that because a lot
Let's
of
just
what
continue.
yes, we'll revisit what you just said because a lot of what you said I concur with. But I'm quite keen to get straight into the spreadsheet. So the spreadsheet, a lot of people have been sending in spreadsheets. A lot of people have been sending in spreadsheets, and notably, no obedience sent in any spreadsheet. Do I have to say that? But a lot of other people have been sending in spreadsheets off the back of that excellent presentation a few days ago by Kulata, who condensed the Nigerian figures to land at a winner. So a lot of people have been sending in spreadsheets, but the spreadsheets that they have been sending in, it varies. Some of them, they've spruced up what Kulata did to make it more coherent, but some of them have regionalized a spreadsheet to permutate what will happen in a specific region. So one of those people that did send in spreadsheets is our own mighty King Emeka, of course, who in yesterday's session was arguing that Kulata's permutation for the Southeast was total rubbish. And we challenged them, of course. You know, we always challenge people here. And he rose up to the challenge to present a spreadsheet. So the spreadsheet that you are looking at on your screen is not for the nation's presidency, but is permutating what will happen in the Southeast. So I'll invite Emeka to take the floor now. So Emeka, you're up next. This is your sheet. Do you want to talk us through it?
Yeah, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone, and good morning or good afternoon, wherever you are. Thank you for the opportunity and the privilege to do a walkthrough on this spreadsheet. So if you look at the spreadsheet first, it's mainly on the Southeast. A lot of pundits, I've been hearing, even reputable pundits, reputable journalists, political analysts have said Obi is going to win the Southeast as well as the South-South. And I looked at it, I said, no, that's not true. The first and foremost, I think on Tuesday we were speaking about what is Obi's political value. What I did was to first calculate his political value, put a number on that, right, to show what his value is. And I can do a walkthrough. How do I get to this value, right? The first thing I did was I looked at the 2015 election, compared it with the 2019 election, because he ran in 2019, and he is from the Southeast. So the region.
All right, Emeka, you and I will do this we'll do this together because I suspect that the font might be faint on the screen. So we start off with the first column. So I'll read out the content of that, and then you talk us through it. So in the first section rather. So in the first column, you've talked about political parties. Obviously, and we're talking. You've talked about the political parties, and you've spoken about PDP and APC. So that's the first column. So in the second column, you've got the at the top row, you've got 2015, what happened, and then 2019, what happened.
Correct.
And in the last column, you have electoral value. So for the PDP in 2015, 2.5 million approximately.
Yeah, that's for Jonathan in the Southeast. Yes, correct.
Yeah, so this sheet, by the way, narrowed to the Southeast. So in 2015, 2.5 million approximately for PDP. For APC, 198,000 approximately. So that was yes, that was 2015, a slaughtering. And then in 2019, which is the last cycle we just had, 1.7 million approximately, and then 400. That's for the PDP, and then 400,000 approximate for the PDP. For the APC. So that's again another slaughtering. So now in 2015, you've written electoral value, a deficit of 771,000. So you talk us through then, was Peter Obi on the ballot in 2015?
No, he wasn't on the ballot in 2015. It was Jonathan completely. So in 2015, we could see that the Southeast went all out to vote for Jonathan. They loved Jonathan. They wanted Jonathan to return back to power. They saw Jonathan as someone who represents their interests, and they all went out, and you can see that value as roughly stated there in the sheet. 2 million, over 2 million people came out in the Southeast to vote for Jonathan, and then
nearly 2.5, nearly 2.5.
And also, you could see that APC, regardless of what they're saying, the story sold to the Southeast about Buhari really worked, and they didn't want Buhari. As a matter of fact, even if you go to Anambra State, the entire state of Anambra, only 17,000 people voted for Buhari, right? And I would say that's probably the party members in APC then. But again, when you look at 2019, you will see the shift. Rather than the APC, rather than the PDP, who came out during 2015 to vote very, very well for Jonathan, and despite the fact that they had a VP president in Peter Obi, you understand, they didn't buy it. Peter Obi was not a good market to them. You understand. The reason why Atiku brought in Peter Obi to join his train was because he needed the Southeast votes too. So he brought in someone from the Southeast so that he can win.
Hold on, stay with the figures. The figures are not telling us what you are saying.
Yeah.
Because hold on, in 2015, APC lost by a resounding 771,000 votes. But in 2019, when they had Obi on the ticket, he was able to bring in a respectable 205,000 votes. So that's
no, that's not it. When Obi was on the ticket, APC gained more grounds, right? APC gained 200 when Obi was on the ticket. And when Obi was on the ticket in 2019, PDP lost 700,000 people, right? Now, if you net off from that 700,000 guys that voted for Jonathan in 2015, 200 voted for APC, and the net off, which is 500,000, didn't vote at all. They're like, we don't give a damn about what this article and Obi is saying. Now, Obi, who is a son of the soil from Southeast, more specifically from Anambra State, what they were telling him was that we don't believe you. So now, what I looked at was like, okay, if PDP, as at 2015, there was no Southeast person on the race, and 2.5 million people voted for Jonathan. And in 2019, when a Southeast representative was on the ticket, 700,000 people did not vote, which means Obi's electoral value is a negative 700,000.
No, that's not what these figures read. Other people can interject as well. But if you are telling us that PDP scored 2.5 million votes in 2015, APC scored 198,000 votes. So that was in 2015 when Obi was not on the ticket. But in 2019, when Obi was on a ticket, PDP scored an approximate 1.7 million votes, and APC scored. Oh, all right, I see where you are. Okay, carry on. Yeah.
All right, good. Thank you. You're now in line with me. So now, when you do the difference, right? You see that rather than them gaining strength in the Southeast, rather than PDP gaining strength in the Southeast as a result of them saying they don't want Buhari, you know, that at that point, the height of 2019 was that we will never vote for Buhari. We won't get Buhari into power anymore. We prefer PDP. And Atiku, on that sentiment, went all out because I knew the noise was so loud in the Southeast, and the Southeast didn't vote for APC in 2015. Atiku went all out and got in a Southeast representative into the ticket in the form of Peter Obi. Despite that, they lost 700,000 votes. 700,000 votes. And despite that, Buhari gained, or APC gained extra votes in comparison to what the settlement was all about. And I looked at it, the net off, which is 500,000 people said, hell no, regardless of who is on the ticket, we are not going to vote. But out of the 700,000 people that did not vote for PDP, 200,000 people looked at it and said, let's go with Buhari, regardless of who is on the ticket in PDP. So I said, then the electoral value for Obi is negative, and it's in the negative of 700,000. So currently now, Obi is negative 700,000. So whatever he's trying to gain in the Southeast should wipe off the 700,000.
No, hold on. Stay strictly with the figures. Don't give opinions. Stay with the figures.
Okay. All right.
But the figures as you have brought them now, hopefully you can see them sufficiently on your screen. We had because we can only go by the two succeeding elections. pre Obi and
So
Obi in play, and
exactly. So anybody can this this
hold
figure.
on.
Okay.
Can you hold on? This has to be conversational. So just bring the tempo down a bit. So what we are saying is that when Obi came on the ticket, the Southeast the more votes towards Buhari, and even after experiencing Buhari for 4 years and also having their son on the ticket, that's what the figures are showing, Emeka.
Yep. So when a son from the southeast was on the ticket in 2019, we should be seeing an appreciable movement or almost similar to what Jonathan, who is not even from the southeast, got, right? We should be seeing maybe a 2.5 or a 2.7 or even 3 million people coming out resounding to say we want to put in our person in power, you understand, from the southeast. That is what is expected. I hope anybody would come in to critique this. These are verifiable figures and objective figures that I did not manufacture it. Now, but regardless of that, I saw someone in the comments saying, but we should not forget that 2019 Buhari was the ruling, APC was a ruling party. I agree with that, but again, the sentiment at that time, the height, the crescendo in 2019 election, from 2015 to 2019, people have said Buhari has failed. And the Southeast was saying, we will not vote you. You have failed. We will not vote for you. I remember clearly then. But again, regardless of that, 700,000 people who voted Jonathan in 2015 refused to vote for Atiku/Obi in 2019. And that is a statement. Now, out of that 700,000 people that refused to vote for Atiku/Obi, Obi more specifically, because that's the reason why he was brought on the ticket, 200,000 of those people voted for Buhari. And then 500,000 people went about their business.
All right. Before we move to the next part, do people concede that argument?
One man, can I respond to him? One man, let me respond to him.
One man, let me speak, please.
No, let's hear from Uptown first, and then you come after.
Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead, Uptown.
My brother Emeka, welcome to the platform. I listened to you yesterday, so let's just get straight to it. So you raised 3 concerns in your submission now. 3 concerns was what I was able to deduce from your analysis. One is the reduction in PDP votes, the marginal reduction in PDP votes, 2015, 2019. That is one. 2, the increment in APC votes, 2019 versus 2015. That is 2. Then the third one being the general reduction in votes in terms of turnout from the Southeast, 2019, 2015. Those are the 3 things you raised.
No. And also he raised Peter Obi being the differential.
Yeah. So that's where he missed it. In these 3 things you raised now, Peter Obi is not in play in any of the 3, and I will tell you why. In none, not one of the 3, not one. Now let's take it one by one. The first one is the reduction in PDP votes. The reason for the reduction in PDP votes is, and I'm telling you this as an Anambra person, you cannot compare Jonathan's acceptability in the Southeast and Atiku's acceptability in the Southeast. Remember, Obi was Jonathan's DG in 2015 in Anambra, I think in the Southeast, election DG.
No. Hold on. Where the conversation is what value did Peter Obi bring to the Atiku ticket?
No. I'm coming.
Thank you, one man. I wanted to be respectful. Let him land. Let him shoot himself.
Let me land. Just allow me to land. So the
issue is get quickly to it so that our other voices can come in.
Obi did not play any part in these 3 things you raised, and that's why. So the first one you raised is reduction in PDP votes. PDP votes reduced simply because Jonathan was the one on the ticket in 2015. Atiku is on the ticket in 2019. Southeasterners like Jonathan more than they like Atiku. That is why PDP votes reduced. Now, APC vote did not increase because of Obi, because they didn't like Obi and then went to vote APC. No, it increased because APC gained 2 states in the southeast.
No.
They gained Ebonyi.
No, you are lying. No, Ebonyi State was still in PDP. Ebonyi won Umayu won his election with PDP.
You're lying.
And he moved after he has won the election. So you are lying.
Emeka,
Okay.
could you not use the word you are lying?
It's a lie. He just made the lie.
No, bring it down.
It's not an insult.
Hold on. Say something like that is untrue.
But one man, hold on a second, please. One man, sorry. Please. You don't need to over manage this platform. Somebody was calling this guy lies and they called him everything.
No, I don't want the session to degenerate. Okay. So let's
lie. I don't believe. I'm not supporting him, because what I was trying to say earlier is that I know and I can tell he knows politics, and we all know people who know politics on this platform. But I can say it categorically without wasting anybody's time. Right? Obi is going to take Southeast. Forget about that.
No. That we will conclude that at the end of Emeka's argument. But Emeka, you're still in play. But hold on. Uptown really condense. I want people to quickly to the point so that other voices can come in as well. Okay. But where Emeka is taking you to and where the conversation is what impact or not Peter Obi had on the Atiku ticket. So exactly. And these are raw numbers. So from the raw numbers, did Peter Obi have an impact on Atiku's ticket or not?
He did have an impact in Atiku's tickets, and I'll tell you why. So first of all, PDP's votes, there's 2 things that is in play in 2019. IPOB was in play. There was huge voter apathy in the Southeast in 2019 compared to 2015 because of IPOB. And that is what reduced the number of voters that voted generally across board in Southeast in 2019. Now, PDP, APC votes increased simply because they made huge inroads into the Southeast. They made inroads into the Southeast. You understand what I'm saying? That's why APC votes increased in Southeast, not because Southeast does not like Obi, so they now went to vote Buhari because they do not like Obi. No. APC made inroads. They got their 25% in like 2 states, if I'm not mistaken. So they made inroads.
Hold on.
Hold on, let me finish.
Hold on, because you are leading us up a garden path somewhat. All of those things are in play, but still, the APC made a marginal increase. In fact, a respectable increase in their voter. The figures are on the screen, so nobody's taking my word for anything. APC made a respectable increase in their voter numbers with all of those factors that you are saying are in play. I hope I haven't done something to So there's no equivocation there.
I mean, I just said it. They made inroads into the Southeast, and trust me, they made inroads into the Southeast. You get what I'm saying? From Imo and what have you. But that's why they have increased there.
Abia, that's Ojos Okalo Senatorial District, and just Imo and Abia. Where is again? Anambra, this guy, Obiano worked for Buhari. He gave Buhari some votes.
Even Umahi worked for Buhari. I don't know if you
worked for Buhari. Yes, in Ebonyi State, he worked for Buhari. So and that's the analysis I want to bring down. So then again, it still boils down to the fact that despite a Southeast representative being on the ticket, members of the Southeast said we are not buying what you are selling. Yes,
no.
Some invaluable input. Hold on, Chief. It is the logic. The logic is there. The logic is there. It's not Atiku Abubakar.
It's Atiku Abubakar, my friend.
You are the one who said. Hold on, sir. Please now, don't interject. Let me land.
Hold on. Can other people speak?
Let me land. Finish. Let me land now. I'm still flying.
Yeah, go on.
I'm still flying. Atiku Abubakar, you are the one who said Atiku Abubakar is telling people, I need your electoral value. What he's trying to say, what's your electoral value if you want a contract or you want a minister, or it's not about just following me around or following the governor. So politicians, and truly if you know and understand politics, they handpick people who will bring electoral value, positive electoral value to them. They just don't go around to say, oh, you're a fine man, you are fresh, or you are soft, you are nice, you speak. Somebody's mic is on. You speak eloquently. Let me bring you as my VP. They bring someone who will bring political value to them. They bring someone who will bring in vote for them. They bring someone who would add value to the campaign in terms of voting numbers. So that was why Atiku brought in Obi to join his ticket, with the viewpoint that the sentiment in the Southeast was against Buhari. And despite that, 700 Southeasterners said, man, we are not buying what you are selling.
All right. This is what I will do. I'll bring the progressives in to arbitrate that space. So Akim, so these figures then you've heard it. Peter Obi, it was brought in to bring in the Southeast votes, and quite the contrary. The APC votes improved from 2015 to 2019 by 205,190 people. So, given all of the factors that Playtown was just telling us, the Ipobians in play and all of that were still in play. But rather than improve the chances of the PDP, what we actually saw was an increase in the voting for the APC. So arbitrate that space. The progressives, and then I'll go on to the next section.
Thank you very much, one man. I just want to quickly say good evening to everybody in the house. Before I continue, I just want to say, look, I just want to quickly say, please, I know that sometimes there could be tension and flares and stuff like that. We don't have to use some certain language to address ourselves. It's not like when somebody make a wrong statement, sometimes it's not like intentional. It could be that these people are devoid of the right set of information. All you have to do is just say, look, that is not the correct figures. Those are not, or that was not right. To say somebody is a liar, I don't really want us to be going in that direction. Okay, I will clarify that, one man. I think there are a lot of things that we are not taking into consideration. 2015, Jonathan was the sitting president. He was fighting a headwind from the north, so they have to maximize whatever they are going to get from the southeast and the south-south. So the numbers did not just drop in the southeast; it drops in the south-south as well. 2015 to 2019, you can compare the figures. So Jonathan, knowing that there is a lot of problem coming from the north, they put a lot of resources in the southeast and in the south-south to make sure they garner as much vote as possible to see if they can counter whatever is coming out from the north. So that one is one part of it. 2019, PDP was no longer at the center of power. So you don't expect them to perform the same way they did, regardless whether Obi was on the ticket or not. On top of that, you have to look at the activities of IPOB as well. That will contribute to the figures.
Hold on. The activities of IPOB, they don't come into play because the activities of IPOB, they neither affect nor APC nor PDP, or they affect them equally. So that cancels out. So that cancels out. The activities of IPOB are not against Peter Obi for
those are general concerns.
One man,
those are general concerns for that impact all the political parties that would participate in the election in 2019, as well as the general concerns that will affect all political parties that will participate in the election in 2023.
I think where the analysis is not representing the actual what actually happened. So, okay, the question you need to ask yourself is, 2015, how many senators did the APC have in the Southeast compared to going into the 2019 election? So, people like Ojus Okalu, were they members of the APC going into that 2015
No,
elections?
I think sorry, I think that comes in the next section. So
exactly.
just abbreviate that. Are we holding these figures to be true? Is what I'm wanting to hear from you.
Yeah, they are the figures are what they are, because I don't think Emeka has not plugged the figure from thin air. Those are the figures from INEC, if I'm not mistaken. So there were reduction from 2015 to 2019, but I'm saying we did not take the incubate factor of Jonathan into consideration. You have to bring that into play, because the man was facing a lot of headwind in the north. So there were a lot of resources put into the southeast to make sure they maximize the numbers. So that is a different thing compared to 2019, when PDP was no longer in power. So they were not fighting against they were not like an opposition party.
Okay, so there are mitigating circumstances, but the figures do hold true. Just from the raw data, there was no OB bounce for Atiku in 2019. So let's go on to the.
Omar, you could argue that there was an OB bounce, because if OB was not on the ticket, maybe Atiku could have even performed worse. So
we don't know that, do we? We're going to
Uncharted. So we don't know that. So we cannot. At the other hand, we cannot say there was not an OB bounce just because they could not hit the 2015 figure. Because the 2015
figure, if OB had the popularity, it would have surmounted all of the intrinsics that you've just described to deliver something. Let's go on to a state-by-state breakdown. So you've gone to
we what the last guy just said. He's quite right. Without an OB,
the progressives.
Yeah, the progressives. Yeah, he's quite right. Without an OB, I think Atiku would have done poorly in comparison with Jonathan, and that was the reason why he brought OB. But again, I think many of the listeners lost my train of thoughts, or my logical train, what I'm driving as, that OB had a value. That was why it was put on that ticket. But that value was not sufficient enough in comparison with PDP as at 2015, to the point that rather than a party that had a huge grievance and sentiment against the current ruling party, they made headway. Now, we could say Orji Uzor Kalu, who left the PDP to come to APC and contested under the APC in his senatorial district and won, was a factor. But again, regardless of that, it is still the politics in it. He said no, regardless of what is going on, that I rather would leave the PDP, the traditional base for the Southeast, and move to the opposition. And contest in the opposition. So what I'm saying is, he broke rank and he helped. Now in Imo State, was the only state.
Don't use Orji Uzor Kalu's ones as an example. Don't forget, this man had a case with the EFCC, and he was even convicted in court of law. So the fact that Orji Uzor Kalu is housed as a free man as we speak, that tells you that all of this was a coon case. It was all planned from day one.
That is still the same thing again.
Exactly.
That to the point that he believes that Atiku will not win.
All right. He strongly believes that Atiku will not win. Can you settle down? Emeka, I would need you to settle down and be guided by me. So I don't want us to spend too much time on this because I think we have Kulata on now. So I want us to go to the national space, but I want to run through Emeka's figures. So Emeka, the figures present, but people are saying that there are mitigating circumstances. But so we'll hold that as contentious, but the figures tell their own story. For all that it says, it was a net loss or beyond that ticket. That's what the figures say. But there were mitigating circumstances, is what the counter argument is.
So the mitigating circumstances
yes, we consider that as well. So now run us through at pace now from Abia State. So take us to Abia State.
Okay, before I do this, I will just take 1 minute to just do a sum up so that everybody can be in line when I'm doing the states. Well, let me do a run up. Sir, you will hold the thoughts, please, sir. So now what people don't understand, I know those who are here are very intellectual politically. They understand what structure is. People who say the structure does not matter, I don't know why they say this. Maybe they are saying it probably just to cast aspersions, but they must realize that structure really matters. In an election, guys, the guy who wants to ask me a question, let me ask him a question. Sir, during February 25th, 2003, how many elections will take place that day?
Before I answer your own question, let me ask mine real quick. I just want to get something clear, very, very clear. I think I've not had the opportunity to ask you frontally. So I want you to tell me yes or no. Are you telling me that Peter Obi is going to lose the whole of Southeast? Is that the answer? Is it yes or no? That's my question.
Correct.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. So now
yes.
let him carry on to present the argument.
Then answer my question. No, I've asked this question, and let you answer mine.
Don't make me step you down. Be guided by me, for goodness sake. Sorry, Emeka, I'll need you on board with this one. So just be guided by me. So take us then to Abia State and talk us through the figures.
There will be two elections that will occur in every presidential election. The presidential election comes first before the others, right? There will be two elections: the presidential and the senatorial election. So now, what plays within that circle, like in all states, there are 3 senatorial districts, right? Why is broken down that factor? So it's part of the structure. Each presidential candidate or party, I would rather want to use party, would want their senators, so who are more influential, to be on the ticket, because as they go, they do the campaign, they will be the ones to be doing the groundwork, right down to the wards, right down to the councils, to convince people to come out to vote for them. It's a narrative first. Before I will now run down the factor. They can read through. Is the narrative, so they can get the picture. So the senators, you have to have a senator of huge, immense influence that would influence the voting pattern all through to the presidency. That's what really happens in all our election. Exactly. So if your senator is not strong enough, it will affect the senatorial candidate's chance of going into the Senate, as well as the voting count for the presidency. Because what they tell their people is sometimes, except with the exception of a few candidates, they will say, please vote PDP across all board, from Senate down to presidential. And you can hear that from Wike's statement when he says that, and say, but for presidential, I will tell you what to do. Now for Anambra, for Abia State, the first one, Oji Uzor-Kalu, right? He moved to APC. He got Buhari approximately 90,000 votes. For 2023, he's going to win his senatorial district. That base is very strong. And I will
No, you can't. Let him run through the figures.
I will refer you to his interview this week. He did an interview with TVC this week where he said it himself, not my word. He said it himself that he did not go for Senate after he finished his gubernatorial election because I've forgotten the Senate, but he's dead. He sent that one to Senate. He sent him to Senate and said, go there, don't worry. When you're done, I will come and take place. So his senatorial district, he controls that district. And that is evident in the fact that he moved from one party to another party and still won.
Emeka, can I say something?
Okay.
I would like you at speed to run us through these figures
because
I want to get quickly to the national space. Yeah.
All right, I agree. Yeah, so he's going to win his senatorial district. I can't really see the screen properly. Hold on, I'm using my phone. Can you move the guys away?
Yeah, we've got we've got Abia Central next. Sorry, let me remove that. Yeah, we've got Abia. Yes.
So the Abia Central is a strong PDP base. No contention in this. PDP is going to win that senatorial district, right? So, and that will reduce APC.
That's Theodore Orji.
No, Theodore Orji has retired. So
no, he's still in play. That is Abia Central. Where they have Vikwano, Umaya, this and that is Abia Central.
Orji has retired.
He's still playing. His son is even going for, I think, House of Rebel. House of Assembly. He still have big mouth in that place. And there's
one minute, please.
He has retired. He has
All right.
retired. But the person who is running
No, you
is his
can't.
nominee.
Let him just
He
go
has
to the
retired
report.
from the Senate.
Let
The
Kula,
person who is running is his nominee. Now, Abia North, Abia North is a PDP, power of incumbency. That's the governor who is now going for Senate. He's going to win that. Let's move over to Anambra.
No. Before we go to Anambra, let people interject. So let me represent the Abia State. So what Emeka presents is Abia North, Oji Uzokalu APC, and he's saying strong Oji base. So that's his reason. And then Abia Central, Theodore Oji, and that's what. So he's saying strong PDP base. So that's why he's giving it to Theodore Oji. And then
No,
Abia
Theodore
South.
Oji is not running anymore. He has retired, right? But his nominee is running. So, and that place is a strong PDP base.
Yeah. Can you pronounce the name for me?
Hold on, let me. That
It's
should be
Akobundu.
Okudili.
Yeah. So that's a strong PDP base. And then Abia South, Abaribe, Senator Abaribe, and you are saying power of incumbency.
Senator Abaribe was the senatorial candidate in 2015, but Ekwazu now, who is going for Senate, right? That's the senatorial district. He's the incumbent governor of the state. So he's going for Senate. Don't forget, he's part of the G5. So he's going in for Senate, right? And due to the power of incumbency, he's going to win that senatorial district.
Now, all right. So that's Abia State. Any feedbacks? Yeah, hold on. Let's take feedbacks. Yeah.
I'm not really trying to speak to this, but I just want to, like I said, I'm going back to what I'm saying, because I want to ask Emeka to say who is going to win Southwest. Emeka.
Asiwaju.
Okay, Asiwaju, you believe? Why would Asiwaju win Southwest?
He majorly controls the Southwest base.
Can we deal with that when we get into the national?
Okay, hold on. That's a good question, but I just want to know the rationale behind you telling me Obi is going to lose Southeast, because I'm not.
Obi does not control Southeast base. He doesn't. That's why I plotted out his political value. And when he left Anambra,
I believe. Hold on. I know he does not control it, and he does not have.
No. So I'm sorry, but I want it to be smooth. But man of prestige, can you respond to that Abia presentation by Emeka?
Yeah, thank you, one man. But Emeka, anyway, before I begin, thank you for presenting this estimate, which is based on the previous election disposition. I mean, everything you stated here is factual, so you did not manufacture anything. So I give you a kudos for that. But my grievances I have with this is, we are using the previous election, to predict what's going to happen in this election. What I'm saying is that Obi was the vice president by that time. So his political value or political capital is not as huge as it is right now. So I think you are making a mistake, but that's your own opinion. So there's nothing wrong, I mean, your projection, I don't buy it, even in Abia State, because you made it to the whole Southeast. I don't buy it. I mean, not even a minute. And I can put money on it if you want to bet, but you don't like to bet, like, we taken out yesterday. But anyway, it's not an insult. But thank you for presenting.
One man. I second the motion. I support what one man of Pechi just said now, because in that Abia Central, it is scattered. There was this guy, even in House of Rep, some guys in PDP left to APC, and even if they are going to work together, because I know that they will not work for Labour Party, they will not want Labour Party, but it's not like the way he said it will happen. And this guy is saying that he has retired. Yes, he has retired, but he still have relevance. He's even the head of Southeast campaign, wherever in PDP. This Theodore Oji, he was the former governor of Abia State, so he still have a very, very big relevance in the space. So you should not take him out of that.
Did you hear me when I said that it is his nominee that he nominated somebody who took over his senatorial district, and that person will win? Did you hear when I said it?
But the wider point that Emeka is making is that from the power brokers, from the power blocks in Abia State, none of it concedes to Peter Obi. So he's giving.
See, let me.
Yeah, go on.
Peter Obi done his structure. Wait. Sorry. Just wait, please. Sorry, Opta. P2B don't need a structure in these places because the people would vote for him. Obi is going to get
No. You are discountenancing the political power of this heavyweight. We're talking about Oji Uzo Kalu. We're talking about Senator Abaribe. And he's saying that these people are so weighty in that space that they will hold it.
Yeah, I'm not saying people are not going to vote for
Can I say something?
P2B. Sorry, sir. Let me just qualify his statement. I'm not saying Southeasterners won't vote for P2B. They would come out to vote. But what I'm saying is because pundits, journalists, political analysts are saying P2B will win the majority votes in the Southeast, I call that foul. Because they, like what woman has said, they are power brokers, they are incumbent governors who want to go to the Senate. They are strong senatorial candidates who are still running. I don't see, now you just also said Labour does not have structure. I don't see them kicking these people out. These are political gladiators.
Okay, let me ask Emeka something.
No. Hold on.
No, just one question.
No. Hold on. Let's hear from Ife. Ife, arbitrate that space. What Emeka is presenting is that these power brokers, they are so compelling that it'll be very difficult for anybody to really snatch their domain from them. So just give us a very short arbitration on that, and then we go on to Anambra.
Okay. I want to use my experience in Lagos State. If you remember when Ribadu was contesting, Tinubu worked for Jonathan.
Thank you.
Ribadu lost. Waiting now. Tinubu worked for Jonathan. Ribadu lost in Lagos State. But that did not mean that all APC candidates in Lagos State did not get their place in the federal seats, either rep or the Senate. Now, if I want to use that analogy in the Southeast, I want to believe that even though the Southeasterners have a Labour Party in form of their own child, who is Peter Obi, and the country we know has a tribal form of leaning or ethnic form of leaning, I see Obi winning in the Southeast, but obviously all the other candidates will still make their way to whatever positions they want to hold. So I'm not on the same page with Emeka, but I will be on the same page with Man of Prestige and the Obedient in the Southeastern space. They will vote for Obi, but
what you are saying technically, sir,
make their place.
What he's saying technically is that there would be anti-party in the Southeast. That's what he's trying to say, right?
There's already anti-party in the Southeast.
I know there's already anti-party in the Southeast, but again, that will only be visible if the Obi has made promises to them. But let's not forget, when Obi left Anambra, he left alone. Nobody moved with him because they did not believe his vision. So Obi is running solely on his own and the people he has created around him. These political gladiators, we continue to respect their party situation. And
one man, please, can I say something?
I want to be out of the Southeast in record time. So can you hold on? Emeka, just run us through the rest of the figures, and then we make a decision. And then when we get to the national space, then we can have a bit more.
I agree. Anambra is an interesting state. Anambra and Imo in the south is a very interesting state. We all know the tension that goes through there, but let me know. I wanted to paint the scenario so that people can understand what would actually happen. So APC is going to do very badly. So please let me run down this thing. APC is going to do very badly in Anambra State. It's going to be between PDP, ABGA, and Labour Party. Labour Party will come third. It come third. They will do poorly. Then the fight will be between PDP and ABGA. Now, let me take the interesting one, then I can move to the next state. Chris, Ifeanyi Ubah from YPP, we all know about the assassination attempts. Why do they want to kill him? Because he has influence, right? And I don't want to call names, but I think the attack might be coming from PDP. to take him out. But again, there's also a strong candidate in Abga. I'm seeing this place going to the courts, but at the moment, I will give it to Abga. But I'm seeing it going to the courts. The court might actually decide who becomes the senatorial district, right? Now, which other interesting one is here again? Anambra North. Stella Udwa, oh no, a very powerful candidate. Despite the fact she's a woman, oh, she's very, very powerful. I'm giving it to PDP. I'm giving it to her. She would fight vigorously, and I think she's contesting against the wife of the former governor. But I think she's going to win. She's very strong. And then the next one is Soludo's candidate, his nominee, right? So I'm giving it to Soludo's candidate on this one because Soludo is trying to build. If you looked at he did an interview yesterday in Channels. He's trying to build a regionalized power structure. So I will give it to his candidate. As a matter of fact, what we go on in Anambra we show the future of Soludo's political relevance, where he's going, the direction he's going. He might be able to win all the entire Abga for the senatorial district, right? To have more representation in the Senate, as well as he openly he's supporting Atiku. So he will deliver Atiku, he will deliver Anambra to Atiku and deliver Abga, in my view. Or those candidates who are running will show that they are more powerful enough than a governor, than a sitting governor, and return back to the Senate. That's why I say Anambra is an interesting state. Please put an eye on Anambra in the 2023 election. My eyes will be on Anambra specifically for this purpose.
So just to be clear, you are talking about in the senatorial spaces, you are suggesting that Soludo will deliver to Abga, but then deliver at the presidential space to
Soludo is supporting Atiku. He's supporting Atiku. So he's supporting Atiku. He will deliver Anambra State. Though yesterday he said Obi might win because he learned quickly from his previous interview and publication the attacks that he got. So when they asked him, they wanted to ask him, he laughed and he told Shehu, "Don't push me. If you push me, I'll push you hard." But Obi might win Anambra. But I saw that he was talking between his tongues. I know. And if you see what he said yesterday, you will know that this man is ambitious. When they even told him, would they be a president, Soludo, he was saying anything can happen. Let's consider the G factor. But I know with that his publication, that is the route he's going. So he wants full representation for Abga, a wider regional representation. Then they can now go and negotiate in the center. So I am seeing him campaigning, which he has declared that he will campaign rigorously for his candidates and ensure maybe to return the Senate, to return his candidacy, to send his candidacy to the Senate. And that would also affect the voting pattern, right? So if he's telling people to vote for Abga for Senate and to vote for PDP for presidency, that will affect the changing pattern. But again, that's why I say put an eye on Anambra. It's going to be a fight, a tough fight. There might be court battles coming in. But let's see how strong these senators who will be fighting for their life, let's see how strong they are if they are going to fight against and win against a sitting governor in a state.
One man, can I say something as a fact?
No, go on to Ebonyi State. I beg your pardon, but I want to get to...
Ebonyi is a very interesting state. Ebonyi is a very, very, very interesting state. As a matter of fact, Ebonyi, the governor has shown how powerful he is in Ebonyi by going around to remove PDP members from the INEC. He's a very powerful man. He has demonstrated it. His most recent interview, he has said Asiwaju will win in Ebonyi State. I am giving Asiwaju Ebonyi State. APC is going to win Ebonyi State. And again, PDP do not have representation in the senatorial district. The man has gone to remove them, even to the point in which of the Senate districts where there is a strong Labour Party candidate there, he removed it and replaced it with an unknown name. It's part of the reason column. He removed it and they include an unknown name. So the governor is going all out. He's a very powerful governor and has a huge control of that state. So APC is going to win that state.
All right, thank you. Take us to Enugu State.
Oh, Enugu, yeah, Enugu is quite interesting. APC will not do well in Enugu, but now just recently, in couple of hours ago, they've suspended Chimaroke, Senator Chimaroke. He was openly campaigning for Asiwaju for anti-party activities, but again, they cannot disqualify him. They've already submitted his name to INEC. So what may now happen is maybe when when he wins his Senate, they would come up with to litigate that result in the fact that they want to replace him with somebody else because of anti-party activities. But he's still going to run, and he's campaigning rigorously. Take it from me, from somebody who knows what is going on inside his senatorial district. So Asiwaju would do very well. I'm not giving his senatorial district to Asiwaju, but Asiwaju will do very well, more than Buhari in that district. Then, but I give it to PDP. PDP is going to win. The governor is also going for senatorial election. Umahi is going to use power of incumbency to come into the Senate, and then you are now left with one senatorial district to battle. So, which will be going to the PDP senatorial district, and that district is former Deputy Senate President district, but currently he's cooling off in the UK cell, 4 corners of the UK cell, and somebody else who has been anointed has taken over, and that person is going to win, in my opinion. So 2 districts will go to PDP. 3 districts will go to PDP. But what would happen is majority of the vote, maybe to win 25% of Asiwaju, would go to Asiwaju from Senator Chimaroko's Inamani's district.
All right, and round it off with Imo State, then we go on to the main event.
Another interesting state, another wonderful, interesting state. The Supreme Court governor, who is telling people how powerful he is. If there's one man, or there are 2 men in the country who know how the inner workings of the Supreme Court is, Senator or former His Excellency Godswill Akpabio, and the current governor of Imo State, Hope Uzodinma. Those 2 men, don't joke with them when they take cases to the Supreme Court. They know the inner workings of how the Supreme Court work. They know they have never lost a case even across board. So that state is going to be a very hot one, right? APC is going to win that state. The governor is going to fight tooth and nail, and is going round and ensuring that he's weakening his candidacy to the point that even those who are fighting against his ordained candidacy, he has used talk to kick them out, that they cannot even speak. Even when they go to court, the court threw away their cases. So that's why I say, if there's any governor who knows more about the inner workings of the court as well as the inner workings of the Supreme Court, I give it to Hope Uzodinma. Even in the face of clear evidence, the court will throw away your case and tell you have no case. So I think you removed the spreadsheet. I wanted to call the names of those who's going to win. I think there's an interesting man there, Alex. He's going to win that district. He's a nominee of the governor, and a few of that place is going to APC. Asiwaju is going to win that place.
All right, brilliant. So brilliant.
Sorry,
Yeah, hold on, everybody. Hold on, please. Can you hold that? Everybody means everybody. We're going to revisit Emeka's presentation, which is very controversial. And apologies that I did not let the interjections come in. I only want to document that space because Emeka made the effort. So Emeka presents a controversial, but is it even compelling argument as to why Peter Obi would not win a single state in Anambra, and not in Anambra, including Anambra, but in the Southeast. So he won't win a single state, is what Emeka has presented. And he's not just saying it by virtue of his opinion. He has gone to document figures based on data readily available and his understanding of the political space to arrive at that conclusion.
His data are wrong.
Well, yes, that's why we're going to revisit it. But I am keen, and you see people are even super chatting that move very quickly to the main event. So I am keen to get to that space. And at leisure, over the course of our other sessions, we'll revisit Emeka's spreadsheet, which I will save, and then we'll nail him down, because I think Emeka needs nailing down. So thank you for that effort, Emeka. And as you can see, a lot of pushback against what you have to say. But let's go on straight to the main event. So with this main event, we're going to do it very similarly, because it went so smoothly the last time we did it. So we're going to do it in that same fashion. We'll do it in that same fashion. I'll run through the figures as has been presented, and then Kulata gets to tackle the analysis. So Kulata has gone to really prune down all of the figures that I presented the last time, taking on board all the feedback that he got, that the space got, in order now to arrive at this now near definitive spreadsheet. So hopefully you can make it out somewhat on your screen. But I'll read them out to you just in the manner that I did last time. I'll rattle through it very quickly so that then you can push it.
But one thing,
Yeah.
if you scroll to the right, I justified what I'm doing on the right side of the spreadsheet, comparing to 2019. So before you start reading, here's the premise of this spreadsheet. Nobody's going to be happy. Batified will not be happy. Obedient will not be happy. Articulated will not be happy, because I just took it devoid of emotions and based on feedback, the reading. So here's the premise. The economy has been bad under Buhari. Tinubu is not going to inherit Buhari's 12 million votes. It's indeed a four-way race. A lot of times it's three-way race, depends on the region you're in. It's mostly three-way race. It's only a few regions that it becomes a four-way battle. So, and we will come back, as one man reads it, it will come back here to see why, whether Tinubu loses votes compared to 2019 or Atiku loses votes, the reason they're losing those votes. So if it's Atiku, if it's Kwakwanso sucking up Tinubu's votes, it's sucking up Tinubu's votes. And remember, APC is the ruling party, but APC has done poorly on the economy. And this assumes everybody is pissed off as APC. So as you compare APC, you need to compare APC versus PDP, and PDP is almost split into three. So if everybody understands that premise, it is PDP versus APP, but now PDP is now a triple-headed hydra versus one APC, and APC has lost a lot of votes based on the economy. So if we start with that premise, and you can go through the results.
All right, brilliant. I hope that's clear. So I hope that is clear. So here are the results now that hopefully will give us a good indication who the president will be. So in the same tabular manner that it was presented the last time, we kick it off with Kano State. So Kano State, so the amount of voters are 6 million thereabout. 2.3 or 2.4 million anticipated. Tinubu to score 33% of the votes, Atiku to score 20%, Peter Obi to score 4%, but Kwakwanso to score 42%. And then the others, which was a column that was missing the last time, they get 1%. So you can divide that amongst as you will. It really immaterial. So there it is. So Kwakwanso takes Kano State. Kaduna State, 4.3 million registered voters, 1.7 anticipated 40% turnout, 30% to Tinubu, 27% to Atiku, 10% to Peter Obi, 32% to Kwakwanso. Others get 1%. So Kwakwanso just squeaks through in Kano State. So Kwakwanso squeaks through just by a lot. In Kaduna. So Kwakwanso just squeaks through just by a contestable 2%. So there it is, just almost a 50-50 APC and NMPP. So then to Katsina
So,
State.
Woman, I think you can tell us how we can interject, guide us on how we can interject, because already I'm seeing something that is not looking good.
Go through. Pick three states that you pick 3 states that you contest the most. Just 3. And save it till we go through this.
And then when we get to the end of it. Yeah, so
that's good.
In Katsina State, 3.5 million are registered voters, and I'm summing it up to the nearest decimal, by the way. So in Katsina State, 3.5 million registered voters, 1.4 are anticipated to the 40%, 30% to Tinubu, 38% to Atiku, 1% to Peter Obi, 30% to Kwakwanso. So that Katsina, a lot of people might contend that being Buhari's home state, but the suggestion then that Buhari will lose his home state to Atiku. So to Jigawa State, 2.4 million to the nearest decimal, 940,000 the 40%, 28% to Tinubu, 29% to Atiku Abubakar, 0% to Peter Obi, and 42% to Kwakwanso. So Kwakwanso takes Jigawa State for reasons of tribe, I suspect. In Zamfara State, 1.9 million registered, 770,000, 40%, 38% to Tinubu, 32% to Atiku Abubakar, 1% to Peter Obi, and then Kwakwanso gets 28%. So Tinubu takes Zamfara State, but is that contentious? Sokoto State 2.2 to the nearest decimal, 802,000 to the nearest decimal, or 803 even. No, so sorry. Sokoto State, yes, 868,000, 27% to Tinubu, 41% to Atiku Abubakar, 1% to Peter Obi, and 30% to Kwakwanso. So Atiku takes Sokoto State, which might well be controversial, seeing that it's somewhat of a puritanical space, and Atiku a good time man. Kebbi State, 2,812,000, 40%, 36% to Tinubu, 29% to Atiku Abubakar, 0% to Peter Obi, and 34% to Kwakwanso. So Tinubu squeaks through in Kebbi State, as again, maybe contentions there.
Can you scroll to the right? Let me analyze the Northwest now.
All right, let me do that.
So if you scroll to the right, you will see in the Northwest, for those crying, oh, Tinubu can, we're assuming Tinubu has lost a significant chunk of the northern votes, because you can see Buhari numbers. You can see that Tinubu is losing those Buhari numbers by an average of 40%, and is mainly losing it to Kwakwanso, and in sometimes to Atiku. So we've assumed the worst case scenario for Tinubu, meaning structure is there, but Tinubu is no Buhari. People are dying, people are suffering, they're killing them, insecurity, they're pissed off. This goes against logic because it goes against demography, but we want to acknowledge a bad economy, bad insecurity, and that is why you see Tinubu losing those Buhari numbers. Let's move on.
All right. Before we move on, let's take one commentary on that space before we go on to Lagos. Who wants to feedback a little bit on that?
Yeah, I want to take. He said I should take 3 states. I take Kaduna.
No, take one, because we want to run through the numbers. Then at the end, you can comment more.
Kano, I disagree with the numbers, right? Because I think Ashwaju would win Kano, right? We discussed about this yesterday. We spoke about how Sheyi Tinubu has been to Kano, Iyaloja has gone to Kano, and we saw them distributing, Iyaloja distributing funds. They're showing appreciation. We saw the large crowd in Kano. Bola Ahmed Tinubu has gone to Kano 3 times. His closest friend, one of the first people who stood by him when the presidential cabal was fighting Ashwaju and didn't want to give him the ticket, was Ganduje, the governor of Kano. And Ganduje has said and declared, and when they were telling him, oh, the Kwankwasia movement, he said they were in PDP in 2019. What was the effect? Kwankwaso was in PDP in 2019 and they defeated them in 2019. Ganduje has defeated Kwankwaso twice. I see them delivering Kano to Ashwaju. You said I should take 1 state, I will take that. So I yield.
All right. Let me give a brief response.
Yeah.
In this analysis, we're taking away no G5, no G5, no one person went to one state, went to another state. We're basing it based on how people feel, the state of the economy, what things as close as factual as possible. What you said.
Can I interject, please?
No. We're going to the. Yeah, go
what you said may be possible, but you have to look at this spreadsheet as a directional accuracy, not spot check like Kano this, that. Directionally, this is where it's going. Woman, that's it.
All right. No. Let me just set the parameters. I'll do it section by section, and then I'll take one feedback per each section, so we can go through all the figures. And then when we arrive at our destination, then we open the floor for a conversation. So now we are going to the Southwest. So in Lagos, 7 million approximate voters, 2.9 million expected to turn out. Tinubu scores 53%. Atiku Abubakar scores 14. Let me make sure I've got the yes.
I'm sorry. One more quick one.
Yeah.
I'll drop for 2 Niger.
Oh, all right, brilliant.
Yeah.
All right. Yes. Tinubu scores 53% in Lagos. Atiku scores 14%. Obi scores 30% in Lagos, and Kwakwanso scores 2%. So Tinubu takes it by a controversial margin because the expectation, people were expecting him to overwhelm that space. In Oyo State, I'll just read out the permutations because I don't think the registered voters really matter. In Oyo State, Tinubu takes it 52%. Atiku Abubakar chases him hard with 38%. Peter Obi scores 8%, and Kwakwanso scores 1% from presumably the northerners there. In Ogun State, Tinubu takes it by 53%. Atiku comes in 30%. Peter Obi gets 15%. So I'm not quite sure how Peter Obi, given what has done so handsomely in Ogun State, but Peter Obi scores 15% and Kwakwanso scores 1%. In Osun State, Tinubu takes it by 52%. Atiku chases him hard with 37%. Peter Obi comes in at 9% and Kwakwanso 1%. In Ondo State, Tinubu takes it by 65%, which is the most handsome yet, even greater than Lagos, Ondo State. Tinubu takes it by 65%. Atiku Abubakar is not even a chase, but a crawl towards him with 24%. Peter Obi did not even turn up with 9%, and Kwakwanso sat at home with 1%. In Ekiti State, Tinubu takes it by an even greater margin, 68%. Atiku still on his seat, 20%. Peter Obi scores 10% in Ekiti State, and Kwakwanso makes a non-appearance with 1%. So that's the Southwest. So interjections there. I'll take one voice on that.
Go to the right first. Let me give the big picture.
Yes.
So big picture compared to 2019, Tinubu, this is very conservative for Tinubu. I mean, it's also intentional. Even though I boosted it, I was way meaner on Tinubu the last time. But this is very conservative because you can see in some states, like in Lagos State, is neutral, no net gain, 0 net gain. In Oyo State, barely 8% net gain. Ogun and Osun, like 3% net gain. It's only Ondo that I got a significant net gain because PDP has collapsed in both Ondo and Ekiti. There's literally no PDP anymore in those states. So that's why you see him gaining way more in Ondo, because Buhari lost Ondo the last time. So there's a lot of swing. There's a 22% swing from the last election. And Ekiti only has a 10% swing. So while this is Tinubu's home base, it's not a home run for him, even though he still wins that base. Because Tinubu is not an Awolowo. Let me put it that way.
All right, brilliant. I'll take a comment on that. So who wants to comment on that? Do you want to push on that? Who wants to push on that? Does anyone want to? Are you happy with those figures? All right, brilliant. Look at that, Kolata. You've done such an excellent job. People cannot push back anymore.
Fair enough, one man.
I genuinely.
Look at that. I was expecting.
One man. I don't think the figures are right, but I just don't want to. I think I will use mine in a different area, so I will leave it. I will leave that Southwest region. It's not like I think he got the right set of figures, right? But I just want to leave it till, because I only have one shot and I want to make sure I use it in the right place.
All right. So Oladipo disagrees with you with Osun and Ondo State, who he thinks Atiku will win.
It's fine. I agree with him because he gave his submission on how he got to the numbers and put in his parameters that we all understand and can relate to it. So I agree with him on the Southwest, and it clearly goes with my view that Tinubu is going to win the Southwest. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Of course, you would agree with that. And by the way, the comment section can super chat to agree or disagree, as Oladipo just did. So we go on next to the North Central, and we kick it off with Kwara State. So in Kwara State, Tinubu scores 48%, Atiku Abubakar scores 36%, Peter Obi scores an understandable 5%, and and Kwakwanso scores a mysterious 10%. In Kogi State, Tinubu scores 42%. Atiku Abubakar scores 37%, that's Yahaya Bello's state, by the way, and he is the youth leader of the Tinubu campaign. So maybe controversy there. So that's Kogi State, by the way. So in Kogi State, Tinubu scores 42%, Atiku Abubakar 37%, Peter Obi 8%, and Kwakwanso an understandable 12%. In Niger State, Tinubu scores 38%. Atiku chases him extremely hard, but Tinubu pips him at the post. Atiku 36%. Peter Obi turns up with a 5%, but just slightly behind, significantly behind Kwakwanso with a 20%. So that's Niger State. In Nasarawa State, Tinubu scores 35%, tied with Atiku at 35%, and then half and plus 5. Peter Obi score comes in at 15%, and really making it very tight. Kwakwanso with 14%. So quite how I think that might well be the religious element that comes into play there. That for Peter Obi in Nasarawa, maybe a Christian space. In Benue State, Samuel Otom's homestead, Tinubu scores 19%. Atiku Abubakar scores 30%. Peter Obi takes Benue State with 40%, and Kwakwanso shows an appearance with 10%. So the capital city, of course, in Formula One, you get extra points for winning the Monaco race. So the Monaco race now in Abuja, but who gets extra points? Tinubu gets 19%. Atiku Abubakar gets 30%. Peter Obi gets 40%, and Kwakwanso a respectable 10%. So Peter Obi takes Abuja for, I'm not sure if too many people will quibble that. We'll go to Plateau State. Tinubu scores 29%. Atiku Abubakar marginally, just a squeege, 30% above him. Peter Obi scores 28%, and Kwakwanso scores 12%. So that's Plateau State. So that sums up the North Central. So now let's now scroll for Kulata's explanation, and then we take one interjection there, and then we go on.
Okay, so North Central, this is the first region that it becomes a four-way race. I think this is the tightest of those regions because all of them are in play. Peter Obi is in play in Plateau, Abuja, and Benue. Kwakwanso is in play in Niger, to a little extent Kwara and Kogi. So all of them are really, really dragging the votes in the North Central, and that's why it's tight. It's tighter than any other region in this analysis. And Tinubu clearly loses some votes to both Kwakwanso and Obi. And same thing with Atiku. They all lost votes. If you scroll to the extreme right, you can see Atiku 2 is red for him. So this is where you see the impact of Obi in this election. Obi and Kwakwanso. You've seen Kwakwanso impact in the Northwest. Now you're starting to see Obi's impact if Obi pans out. This is just, like I said, this is a direction. Look at this as a directional accuracy. So any interjections on?
Who wants to push back on North Central?
Can I push back on that?
Come in, Man of Prestige.
Thank you, Kulata. Everything you stated here so far is based on what you think is going to happen. So I commend you for that. It's not like the previous one, which was based on emotion. But thank you for your own projection, regardless of what the outcome is. I'm going to commend you because I know you to be a man of. Hold on. Let me finish. I know you to be a man of intellect, and non-objective insight. Of course, you still have your sentiment. So that notwithstanding. In Plateau State, I vehemently disagree with you on that, but of course that's your own projection. Obi is going to win Plateau State, and I have my reason why. I'm not so much someone who is based on rally or whatever. Obi rally today in Plateau was unbelievable, but that notwithstanding, I disagree. Well, you and I go into this rally factor. You're obsessed with rally, but anyway. I think Obi is going to win Plateau State. FCC that you stated, Obi is definitely, my own opinion, is going to win it. But one thing I want you to find out, There's a guy that came on Channel TV today, and he stated, I don't know how factual that is. Maybe everybody here have seen it. And he said, you have to win 25% of Abuja state, of Abuja, I'm sorry, the EFC, in order to become the president. You have to win 25%, regardless of if you make 24 in any other place. If you don't make 25% in Abuja, you can't win. That's what he said. His name is Olisa Abakoba. Maybe people saw him.
You didn't listen to him.
He's a lawyer, isn't he?
What do you mean I didn't listen to him? Don't tell me what
It's
I did. But anyway, hold on.
25% in 2/3 of the states. That's what he said.
And no. He was very adamant on Abuja. Okay, that's what he said. I even quarreled with that. What he said. I'm not the only one that had it. So I listened to the channel TV. But that one, notwithstanding, that's not the bone of contention right now. Kulata, well done for so far for what you have done. Okay, I only have Plateau State is the only one I have that issue with you. That's my own opinion. Okay.
Ask Kulata one question.
Yeah, go on.
Kulata, it's your analysis also considerate of voter empathy, or it's not?
Well, I just averaged it out because I'm too lazy. I could have done voter turnout by region, but man, I have a day job, so you guys will have to bear.
Okay.
It's 40%.
And by the way, we factored in voter apathy. The traditional voter apathy is 35%. 35% turnout, which is 65% voter apathy in Nigeria. But for with the new energized space, we allowed a variance of 5% to the positive. So we took it from the 35% voter turnout to 40% to account for the new energized space. So we're not anticipating that the new energized space will offer more than 5 to 7%. So we averaged it down to about 5% and added it on to the traditional 35% turnout to arrive at a possible 40% turnout in this cycle. So that's what we've done. But let me acknowledge, I did say, if the comment section wants to join in the conversation, do exactly as Oladipo said is doing. It says, Ondo, Tinubu 43%, Atiku 30%, Obi 15%, and Kwakwaso 2%. So Oladipo somewhat disagrees with you there. So thank you, Oladipo. So anybody that wants to can carry on in that vein. So that was not central.
Can I comment the brilliance of the political analyst? Can I call him political analyst? Because
just call me Kulata.
Kulata, okay.
Is the man with the data.
His brilliance came out clear in North Central, right? While I think Plateau, Abuja, I might have some contention, but it might turn out to be true. But just want to congratulate and commend his brilliance.
All right, we'll take all the contentions in a moment. So please, chaps, if you have a pen and papers, please note down your contentions so that we can have a smooth conversation when we land at a point. So we go on to the south. So River State comes up first. Yep, so Wike, of course, as they paint them, it is sweet us. But who is it sweeting? Tinubu coming in at 23%. Atiku Abubakar 37%. Peter Obi takes the cake there with 39%. And Kwakwanso did not even leave Kano. He got 0%. So that's Kwara State, of course, with leans towards Peter Obi, but was Wike factored into that. This is just strictly numbers and figures. So devoid of emotion or any of the frippery.
And no G5 yet.
No G5 factor has been palmed in yet. So Akwa Ibom comes up next. Tinubu 28%. Atiku Abubakar a whopping 43%. P to B 29%, and Kwakwanso still drinking his burukutu in Kano with a 0%. Across River State, Tinubu 34%, putting up a fight against Atiku this time, but still losing out. So Tinubu 38. Is that Cross River? Where were we?
Yeah, I think we were Cross River.
Cross River, Tinubu 34%, Atiku Abubakar 40%, Peter Obi 26%, and Kwakwanso still eating that Tuwashin Cafe 0%. So from Cross River, we go on to Bayelsa. Tinubu 38%, still pushing, but not meeting Atiku with 40%, still holding that 40% still. Peter Obi 22%, and a non-appearance by Kwakwanso 0%. So we go on to Edo State, which is very controversial, especially on social media. A lot of people with a lot of noise, but that noise pointed in the wrong direction because Tinubu takes Edo State by 34%. So that bet then goes to Enigmatic Hondi by this permutation. Tinubu takes Edo State with 34%. Atiku Abubakar only gives him the smallest of margins. He comes in at 33%. P to B, that a lot of people anticipate will take that space, comes in at 30%, coming in third. And Peter B just, and Kwakwanso rather just putting on his slippers in Kano State, 2%. Delta State comes up next, Tinubu 20%, Atiku 46%, Peter Obi 33%, and Kwakwanso takes off his slippers again with 0%. So I suspect that is the Okowa thing for Delta State. So that sums up the South-South. So let's then Kulata tell us how we arrived at that, and then we take one. Go on.
So the South-South is a healthy three-way race, a very, very healthy one. So it's not, I mean, unlike the Southwest, there's no strong contenders here. I mean, super strong contenders, but Atiku is the power figure in the South-South. Atiku wins 4 of the 6 South-South states. And you can see that compared to last election, APC did not change. It's mostly neutral, apart from states where I expect them to make gains. They're making gains in Akwa Ibom. They should Cross River. I won't be shocked if Cross River comes higher for APC because APC now has a better footing in Cross River. But Atiku wins the South-South for sure. And for the people thinking, oh, Edo, blah, 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 do you guys realize that this is a case of APC versus PDP? If PDP was one body, PDP could have gotten 63%, while APC will have gotten 34%. But PDP is split now into 2 or to 3, depending on where you are. So even though APC is taking Edo State, if it was head-to-head, PDP will have trashed APC. But people just don't factor that. They think they're all different parties. No, PDP is split.
Kulata, 1 second, please.
Yeah, no, sorry. Before you come in, you come in next. But before you come in, let me acknowledge Dipos, because he's coming back at you via super chat. It says Bayelsa Tinubu 40%, Atiku 33%, and Peter Obi 27%. So well done, well done, Dipos. So yeah, back to you.
I need to interject on this one, I think.
Yes, I think the progressive wanted to come in first. So progressive come in, then you come in, and then we go back.
Kulata, I want to ask you. I want to say something. I know that you're just doing your thing, right? But did you look at the fact that since the contest between APC and PDP presidential election was in Edo State, have you ever looked at the gap, the difference in results, even considering the fact that twice that they've had an election in Edo State, it's been a Southerner versus a Northerner, which was a Goodluck Jonathan versus Buhari. Still, it's a 40-something, 50-something% difference. Where do you come about a stronger PDP would have touched APC?
They're two Southerners. Number one, they're two Southerners, and then Obi is kind of like a very weird candidate. He can perform well, and at the same time, he can just be poof. He may not perform anything. So what I did was
basically you just factored the unknown into it, right?
Yeah, Obi is a wild unknown. Let's be honest with ourselves. Obi is a wild unknown. We've not seen this. We've not seen the type of Obi because it may just be a total disappointment, and then it may just be a superstar. So this is kind of like almost midway, higher towards superstar than total disappointment. This is Obi almost outperforming. But this is AP. I'm very mean on APC. And the reason I'm mean on APC is to say that they ran a bad economy. So people are pissed off. But even with people being pissed off, APC votes are still intact. But you lose APC votes. But the rest is now PDP. PDP is divided. So the maths of a forward race is what people are observing. So even though if it was a 1-to-1 race, APC will be performing poorly. But because it's a four-way race, they can squeak out wins where you don't expect them to squeak out wins. So in actual fact, I'm suspecting the Edo numbers may be even higher than what I'm giving them now, because Obi may just be a disappointment.
All right. I don't even know where to start. Colata.
Your money is on Edo, so I can understand how you feel.
Just put a question to him, and then he respond, and then we go back to the data. Yeah.
At part of the analysis, I was just keeping calm till you got to, South. I don't know. Well, since you said you're not putting in voter apathy, I understand.
It's 40% average.
And also, we saw Tinubu's rally in Edo State. It was so scanty. So where you're getting the
wait, hold on there, hold on. If you call Tinubu's rally in Edo scanty, what do you call all the entire rallies Obi has run? Not without any exception. Every single rally.
We're talking about Edo State, right?
Any state, pick any state. I'm not talking about. Wait, Des. If you're on if you put 500 people on the streets, it will look massive. If you put 500 people in the stadium, it will look like a wedding ceremony. Okay. So the reason you may be conflating Edo is because people were on the streets.
Okay.
So few people on the streets.
That was not what happened. Look, listen. You see that Edo video that they are showing you, my guy. It was a misrepresentative video. I've seen that video. Come on, man. Is that Joel that's talking?
No, it's Des.
Come on, man. You know better than this one. I know where that video. I know where that video comes from. So I'm not going to comment on it.
Anyway, Colata, I agree with everything, but your South analysis, I think it was really off. No,
that's fine. That's okay.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So that was the South. So from the South, we go on to the Northeast. So in the Northeast, we kick it off with Borno State. 62% Tinubu, for reasons that you all know. So 62% Tinubu, 20% Atiku Abubakar, 2% Peter Obi, and 15% Kwakwanso. So of all of the readings so far, I suspect that is the one that will struggle to put up an argument against that, because of course the Kashim Shettima factor, he will deliver overwhelmingly in that space. I think we all are somewhat of that thought. So 62% are Tinubu, 20% Atiku, 2% Peter Obi, and 15% Kwakwanso. In Yobe State, 50% to Tinubu. That's Mia Malabone's state. So 50% to Tinubu, 32% to Atiku Abubakar, 2% to Peter Obi. I'm not quite sure why Peter Obi is getting that 2%. I think it's for fear of slaughtering by you know who. That's Kulata saving his skin there. So 2% to Peter Obi and 15% to Kwakwanso. So we go on to Bauchi State. I think that's Bala Mohammed. So 33% to Tinubu. Atiku takes this one with 38%, just a 2% margin. Peter Obi gets 5%, and Kwakwanso gets 23%. So we go on to Gombe. Tinubu 36%, he takes it. Atiku Abubakar 30%, so he comes keeps it respectable. Peter Obi's 5% drops to 3% in this instance, and Kwakwanso's 23% increases to 30%. So 36% Tinubu, 30% Atiku, 3% Peter Obi, and 30% Atiku Abubakar. So we go from Gombe to Adamawa. Tinubu gets 30%. Atiku Abubakar takes this, okay, say homeboy advantage. I was going to query. So Tinubu gets 30% in Adamawa. Atiku Abubakar gets 51%. Peter Obi, a mysterious 10%, and Kwakwanso a puzzling 8%. We go on to Taraba State. Tinubu gets 27% there. Atiku Abubakar takes it with 39%. Peter Obi are just Disney movies 25%. That can only be from Disney World. And then Akwapanso and even more fantasized 8%. So that's me running my commentary on that space. So that's the Northeast. So Kulata then gets to give us a condensation of how he arrives there, and then we take an interjection or two, and then we go to the last phase. Kulata, to you.
Yeah. So in the Northeast, compared to 2019, Tinubu is losing Buhari votes. I mean, we stick with that consistent pattern that Tinubu is not inheriting those 12 million votes. That those 12 million votes, they're now shared. So because in 2019, Buhari got 91% in Borno, 91%. And we dropped it to 62% because there's a Kanuri man on the ticket. And if you see, this explains why Tinubu went to pick a Kanuri man. Because in the Northwest, it's competitive enough that they can duke it out. In the Northeast, it could have left, if he hadn't protected the Northeast, Atiku had the possibility of going gangbusters, even though there's APC structure there. But to secure that space, you will see the reason why he picked a Kanuri man when we look at the analysis by region, down below. But trend continues. Tinubu keeps losing Buhari votes. Even he squeaks a win here, loses there, but he's lost the Buhari votes. So nobody is trying to make an argument. This is like the terrible case for a Tinubu. It's a terrible run for a Tinubu. It keeps losing all these Buhari votes. And then we continue.
And is that pessimism all the way through for the APC space?
It's pessimism because I did one Baptist that I'm going to be mean to Tinubu. And the reason I'm going to mean to APC is because they ran a bad economy. I mean, due to many reasons, but they ran a bad economy and insecurity, and people are pissed off at them. But we'll still see the direction of this election, even though I'm very mean on APC.
All right. Any pushback on that, the Northeast?
Yeah, I just have a question for Collateral. Are you saying that with even P2B, who spent his Christmas in the IDP, it didn't reflect in this?
Look at this guy. You never miss a trick, do you?
They reflected in Benue now.
No. Benue is not here now. Northeast now. He spent Christmas there.
He can't.
So you didn't include that.
No,
are you saying that effort is not significant?
That effort is not significant in the Northeast. I mean, it's significant enough to bump him from his traditional 0% or 1% in the core North. You see, he's getting respectable 2%, 5%. Even he got 5% in Bauchi.
You're not fair to this man. Do you know that this man spent Christmas? He didn't spend. He spent Christmas there.
But
I think it's just being cheeky now. Yeah, you being cheeky.
That's a 5%. That's a 5% effort. It is a night. He spent Christmas, so he gets 5% in Bauchi.
Kulota.
Yes, sir.
Sorry. I'm not talking about northwest. I'm talking about southwest. So I just want to make one point. According to your analysis, Atiku is literally taking second in southwest.
Yes, he is.
Okay, so I don't think I agree with that.
That's fine.
Atiku is Atiku is not going to edge out to be in the southwest. And I think
you know there's a strong backdrop of Muslims in the southwest. Yeah,
and they have a Muslim ticket. They have a Muslim ticket. A southwesterner that is a Muslim is better than a northerner that is a Muslim in the southwest. But then there's a factor you're not considering. You know, Obi was able to make a lot of inroads in the north, considering the effects of the Muslim ticket. But there's two things in play now in terms of sentiments. It's not just the Christian sentiments. Also, the power sheet sentiment is in play in the south. A lot of southerners believe this is the turn of the south. So a lot of southerners do not think power should move from a Fulani man to another Fulani man in the north. So that's going to come in play in the south against that.
When you say south, Southwest doesn't
Southwest
think.
inclusive.
So wait. So there's Southwest, there's South, there's Southeast.
Yeah.
Now we need to look at what motivates a lot of people to vote in each region. Which voters are more amenable to structure than not amenable to structure? Obi being an X factor, what is the motivation factor that will make people go and sit in the sun to go and vote for a single candidate? Because they not, I mean, if Labour Party had like Senate or other people, then it's an easy vote. You just vote, you vote a one-party vote. But you want people to go and sit in the sun now to go and pick and choose, like plain XO, that Labour here, APC there, PDP there. So those, a lot of realistic factor in terms of motivation to sit in the
But
rain.
I just wanted to ask, did you factor in the agitation for power to come back to the South?
Yeah, in the Southwest.
Yes.
Yes, I did.
With the scores article was getting in the Southwest. Did you factor that in? Because it looks as if what you factored in is that the OB is taking some of the PDP votes, and then it's just a chunk, and then the bigger chunk is left party.
OB cannot take APC votes in the Southwest. And again, me being
That's what I'm saying. You only factored that in, but did you also factor in the fact that
Uptown? That's a conversation for the back end. Do you have anything pointedly at this Southwest space?
Yes, I do.
Or rather, what did Northeast rather space? Yeah.
Okay, Northeast. No, I don't think I do.
All right, Brian.
Fairly okay.
You can still push him in the direction you want to push him, but I want us to get all the numbers in, and then we do the pushing after. So we go to the last phase.
Can I ask a question about the Southwest real quick?
Okay, very quick one, but we were at the Northeast, but a very brief one, then we do the last phase, and then
yes. I want to know who is the second in Lagos. Is it?
It was Peter Obi.
By what percentage?
Let me get you the figures.
It got 30% in Lagos.
And Atiku?
14%.
Okay, so that should be his best outing in Southwest.
That's his best showing. Yeah, that's his best showing in Southwest.
And that's understandable, is it not? I think that's understandable.
Yeah, that's
in fact, that reads near accuracy. 53% at Tinubu, 40% Atiku, 30% Obi, and 2%.
Yeah, I don't want to complain about that, but I said it that if there's everybody that will probably be taking second, but that number, I think is not get to that number.
I think we should give Tinubu 75% in Lagos.
No, a lot of people would, a lot of people would.
But I gave him 53%. Buhari got 53% in 2019.
I think it's
leave the numbers like that. It's okay.
It's been pejorative, Saki Father.
I like the way you are being mean to APC so that people.
People need to realize if they look at the 2019 versus 2023 and look at how red it is for APC, you will realize that I was very mean to APC. I cut out 40% in the Northwest. I cut it out by 40%, saying Buhari was here. This is where Tinubu is. He's losing average of 40% in the Northwest. He's losing average of 30% in the Northeast. So what more do you want me to do to
for you to give Obi 30% in Lagos? That's absolutely generous. That's over generous.
And even look at the Southwest. I didn't bump Tinubu up. It's only Ondo that it got bumped up. The rest it was just neutral. It was just staying neutral.
That Ondo, I didn't say anything about that. I'm just quiet. But you did well in Lagos. So but I believe Atiku 14% is too low for Atiku, 30% too high for Obi. So the number you gave Tinubu too low, but I like the way you leave it like that. Good.
He has been doing a very wonderful job. My brother, fire on. Much respect to you, please.
All right. Now, let's now go to the Southeast and set these Southeast figures against the somewhat controversial delivery from Emeka, who slaughtered who slaughtered Peter Obi completely in the Southeast. But hopefully, and probably Kulata does not concur. We kick it off with Peter Obi's own home state. What? Oh yes. Oh no. Sorry. When I saw 5%, I thought yes. So let me just do it as I was doing it already. So we kick it off with Peter Obi's own home state. So in Anambra State, Tinubu scores a derisory 5%. Atiku Abubakar more respectable with 25%, but the class captain Peter Obi with 65%, and Kwakwanso did not leave Kano with 0%. In Imo State, I hope Uzodinma factor comes into play.
Umiadi Apga gets 5%. I gave them respectable 5%.
Right. Yes. I've completely even skipped the others column. So 5% for the others.
Kulata, are you playing?
Why?
He will lose his.
That you can't see how you have tried to downplay this Peter Omade in Anambra State, Uptown.
He will lose his polling units.
He will lose his deposit away.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, those figures are not too far fetched. Anyway, anybody that thinks Peter Obi will overwhelm in Anambra is new to politics. But in Imo State, where Hope Uzodinma holds sway, 25% to Tinubu for reasons of party and his seniority within the party. Atiku Abubakar comes in with 28%, beating Tinubu somewhat. Peter Obi just under 50% of the votes. He scores 47%. Kwakwanso still in Kano with 0%, and the others are sitting next to Kwakwanso in Kano, 0%. Abia State, Tinubu scores 25%. Atiku Abubakar scores 26%. Peter Obi takes the cake with 49%. Kwakwanso non-apparent, 0%. Also not appearing the others, 0%. Ebonyi State, Tinubu scores 32%. Atiku Abubakar, it scores 18%. Peter Obi takes it still with 50%. Kwakwanso and others are not appearing. In Enugu State, Tinubu scores 15%. By the way, a lot of all these percentages not missing that threshold of 25%. But in Enugu State, Tinubu scores 15%. Atiku Abubakar scores 30%. Peter Obi scores 55%. Non-appearances for Kwakwanso and others. So there it is, the 6 geographical regions of Nigeria. So let me do the scrolling so that Kulata rather can give the justification. We take one interjection and then yes. So to you.
Yeah, can Kulata give his assumptions for?
Yeah, I will.
No, hold on. Let's do it in the sequence that we've done it. So go to the justification first.
So the analysis you can see in the southeast is Atiku that suffers a bloody bloodbath from Peter Obi. All the PDP votes from 2019 eroded, totally eroded. Now he's left with his, but he still gets his 25% because I mean the structure will still deliver 25%. By Borough still, they will still give him 25%. Tinubu, nothing really changed for him in the southeast. No love lost. He got his 25% in the states that he has some structure, like in Imo, like in Abia, like Senator Uzo Kalu will be able to give him his 25% based on the senatorial district. In Ebonyi, I expect him to do better than that 30%. That 30% is a conservative number. Because if you look at that 30%, that's roughly 204,000. And this man already has a 200,000 army to deliver for Tinubu. So that number could be theoretically double. So I won't be shocked if Tinubu almost beats Peter Obi in Ebonyi. But like I said, I'm being conservative with Tinubu, with APC, because of bad economy, because blah, blah, blah. I've already said it. So that's where we are. I haven't run through the states. Please, one man, can you scroll up and just look at all the red for APC, like how they've, on the right side, how they've lost votes.
In this column, in this section that I'm in.
Yeah, in this section, if you scroll up, because people are doubting, look at how Tinubu is losing votes that Buhari had. Just look at the reds. Look at the reds. It's only the southwest that's a little green, and you can see that is marginally green in most places. Anything below 5%, I called it neutral. We don't have to bother about it. But anything outside that margin of 5% is only Ondo and Ekiti. And because of the significant damage that PDP has been suffering. I mean, look at that Ekiti governor election. Look at how that went. Look at Aketi. Look at all that's going on in Ondo. So there's a massive improvement in Ondo, but when you keep going down, you can see Tinubu is trailing behind Buhari's numbers badly. It's not even tiny, badly. But it's a four-way race. People need to understand maths. A four-way race. Things change in a four-way race. It's not a two-way race. If this was a two-way race, there would have been an article landslide. But it's a four-way race. So if you scroll down.
Yes, but before I scroll down, hold on. Before I scroll down, let me just explain this section. At the header here, it tells us APC 2019. So it gives you then the figures in this first column for APC's performance in 2019. And then it's still with the header, it tells us versus 2023 performance. So in this column here, that is somewhat bluish purplish, that gives you the projections for 2023. So it's APC's figures in 2019 versus versus expectations for 2023. So this is how they performed in 2019. We take Kano as an instance. 77% they had in 2019. The projection is 33%, which is a 44% loss in Kano State, and that loss significantly to Kwakwanso. And then that cascades all the way through. So that's the reading. And then in this next space, the same set of principles, but our PDP instead of APC, they scored 23% in Kano 2019. The expectation is that they score 20% in this instance. They just a marginal loss of 3%. But then, of course, all of that, the Kwakwanso factor that comes into play there. So that's how that was done. So who wanted to come in at that space?
Yeah, can I just comment briefly on Southeast?
No,
right? I agree with this.
Hold on, Emeka. I think a voice wanted to come before you.
Yeah, can I come in, please?
Yeah, go on.
Thank you very much, Oman. Kolata, thank you for the work that you did there. But I think I'll quickly ask a question before I carry on. Kolata, so at the end of the day, who did you then come up to be the winner of the election?
No. This Oro now. This Oro. Don't worry. You have to finish the food
I know
before the
Progressive
meet.
could not sleep by now. Maybe you won't go sleep.
No.
It's a Friday.
Today is different. Today is different. So basically, what I want to say is this. For me personally, I'm going to say I think you put figures into consideration. You took the situation on ground based on economic conditions into consideration, but I don't think you played politics in your numbers. There was no politics involved in it.
I removed politics. I just
so I could see clearly that there was no politics involved.
Yeah.
So there was no politics involved.
No, as factual as possible, no politics.
So that was okay. Yeah, I understand that fact. I understand that part of it now. So there was no politics involved in it. So for me personally, I put politics in terms of if when it comes to election in Nigeria, I put politics above any other thing, and that is why I have always come to the conclusion that it's a 2-horse race. It was always a 2-horse race. It was never a 3 or 4-horse race. And outside of Kano, Kwakwanso will not get 10% in any state. Outside of the Southeast, Obi will not get more than 10% in any other state. That is my own position.
All right. So I'll take feedback. So that rounds off all the 6 geographical spaces. So
no, I wanted to say something.
Yeah. Hold on. Yes. So I'll come off it. I'll bring it back in a moment. So that rounds off all the 6 geographical spaces. So come in, Emeka, and then we have a little conversation around that, and then there's still more to come in the spreadsheet, and then we go on to see how the spreadsheet lands.
Great Kolata. Sorry, yeah. Great job, Kolata. Right, you know where I'm going at with the Southeast, right? I will go with your assumptions. Because I could see, like the last speaker said, you were you tried to be very objective. You try as much as possible to discount the votes for other political parties where it is so obvious that they've gained grounds. So I'll give you that. But the South is what you did. You didn't respect the structure APC has in Imo and Ebonyi State. You gave Obi 50% in Ebonyi State and 47% in Imo State. I think you overplayed Obi's ability in those states and truly discounted
I agree.
the structure in of APC in those states. Then for Anambra, Enugu, and Abia, I would leave it the way I would leave it with your assumptions. I would not want to critique it that way. I could see it moving in that factor, or but I will leave it. I'll respect your assumption. It's a wonderful job, but please, going by your own assumption and rationale, I think you need to still tweak Asiwaju's position in Imo and Ebonyi State based on the structure that they have, visible strong structure, and that 50% for Obi and 47% for Obi in Imo State and Ebonyi State. Please slash it down. I'm not saying you should take his name off that he's not going to win, but slash it down. Just remove and put it in Asiwaju. But the reality, when the election comes in play, the reality will reveal itself properly. But great job.
All right, we'll run through the panelists in terms of feedbacks on just those raw data, because that was raw data, and we still have a conclusion to come. So we'll run through the panelists to land on Saki Fada, and then having done that, then we'll bring the spreadsheet back, and then Kulata will talk us through how he concludes. But man of prestige, feedback on those raw figures. Unmute.
Okay, thank you, Kulata. Great job. I mean, I believe what you did, regardless of your political leniency, of course, you have your own political party, but regardless, this is an academic society, so we are all enjoying it, not like the previous one that just came, that was a mess. But anyway, thank you. I believe everything you said, okay? I enjoyed it. I have no query with everything you said. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So far, so good from our man of prestige. So from man of prestige, Solomon, feedback to Kulata those raw figures, and how he arrived at them.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, one man.
Good morning.
Yeah, Kulata did a very good job. He tried not that he tried, he did excellently well, and not putting some factors into consideration. This vote buying, because let's not deceive ourselves. Vote buying is going to be very massive. It's going to take place, and election interruption, right, by talk and all that, and it's coming around from every party: PDP, APC, Labour Party. Talks are going to these people. They are people for Labour Party. They have voluntary people that talks are up. No, I don't want to use the word talks. They have people that have already volunteered.
Talks,
people that have volunteered that they would disturb in polling units.
Where Labour Party talks? Where they?
No. See, there are guys. There are guys. You can't take it. Like even in River State, some senatorial districts would there are people there who would be standing in for Labour Party, and they would.
But here's one thing I want you guys to think about: if we put in politics in there, like vote buying and all that stuff, I don't think it's going to change anything that much directionally, because the parties with the strongest resources is APC and PDP. So let's see. Let's continue.
Yeah, no, I'm not. What I'm trying to say is, it is in a fair play, in a fair play situation. Like when the game is when you do not factor in all these things. You do not put in these factors into this data you just did now. And when it comes, every party are going to spend money. Labour Party, but I know that they don't have the money to do this thing, to follow up this vote buying. And for people's information, they should forget about that when they say yes, they will collect money, vote for. See, on that election day, these parties are going to mount people. Let me tell you, it's just like in school, in higher institution, SUG president, you come and talk. See, they would mount people that on how they are giving you money, you are going straight to go and vote. And it's not, they say the people, don't worry, on that day, you know how, let me not talk about it, Sha, but Kolata, you really did well, and thank you for the stuff. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So you're up next, Des. Feedback to Kolata. Just those raw data, which were painstakingly put together. He left emotions out of it and just went with the figures and what obtained in the here and now. So feedback, Desmond. You are breaking off. You are breaking off.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's a bit better. Carry on.
Okay. Well, I have to say thank you, Kolata, for bringing it out for us. But does it leave out emotion? I don't think so. And is it necessarily what is gonna play out? I honestly 100% don't think so. I don't agree with a lot of the data that he's putting out, and for him not to basically use the voter apathy for 5% or whatever, it's totally wrong. I think it's gonna go.
Wait. How many turnout? What turnout do you want?
I think turnout voter apathy is gonna get up to 20%. If I'm being honest.
So I don't understand. 20%, as in, are we gonna have a 20% turnout or
turnout more than what we had in 2019?
We had 35% in 2019.
I'm talking about adding 20% to it.
And we can add, it's a formula, we can put 20% and it turns to 60%.
It turns to 50 something else,
it still doesn't change the direction.
It's gonna change the direction massively.
You want me to plug it in and you see it?
Yeah, it will. No, not necessarily. You're plugging it in.
Sorry, it doesn't change.
If you don't have to plug it in, the whole PDP APC. If you have
as you pack it for B.
Yes, right? You have to pack it for B. Thank you.
Okay, we'll do it. We'll do that. No problem.
So if you do that, you see that.
And by the way, I have a LinkedIn who has done a different set of figures to learn. So this, like I said, you have my Instagram. Please send me stuff. It's the stuff you send in that we use for the sessions. So this is LinkedIn, who Instagrams me to say, it says, greetings, one man. I'm one of the guys that watch your show. Would you like me to also give my predictions of the 2023 Nigeria presidential election? I have a spreadsheet like that of Kolata. I'll be glad if given the opportunity. Please note that the projection is why Peter Obi will win. Thanks. So I asked him to send it in. So send it in, Lincoln. So balance is what we want here. But I carry on this.
Quick information, Des. I also have another projection with Obi winning later down in the show. So don't worry about it.
So I think mostly it's about this projection. If you say that you're not being fair to APC, I think you're being fair and not being fair, because if you're saying that the APC has done badly wrong and people are still voting for them in the margin of
Des, if I cut 40% from your votes in your biggest block.
No. You're saying you now said that you're not counting Buhari's votes.
Yeah, but that's what I'm asking you. Like,
Buhari's votes.
Listen, calm down.
That's what you
calm down. Right? Calm down. If Buhari is scoring 80% 4 years ago, and I'm giving Tinubu 30%, isn't that a 50%? Didn't I cut a significant chunk from those votes?
It's called a clean. You have to do it like a clean slate. Everybody has a clean slate. You're basically like removing. You're saying that you're removing a chunk.
But that's what he did now. He said Tinubu did not inherit Buhari's vote. That's what he did. He relied on the structure of the party.
It makes us feel that you're doing other people a favor for removing those.
So should I keep Buhari's vote and then you'll be happy?
What?
Should I keep
Kulata,
Buhari's 2019 votes in there?
Kulata, I think what you need to do, what you need to do is, I think you should just probably withdraw this spreadsheet and bring a new one that will
I
put
have.
Obi.
Don't worry. Enigmatic
Kulata,
will put Obi.
you
at
don't
the
have to
top.
please anybody. You don't have to
No,
please
don't
anybody.
Exactly.
worry.
You don't need to please anybody. Those who have different
No, let's so
opinion
that
on
they
their
can just be
spreadsheet should
happy.
bring
They can be
theirs.
happy for once because nothing will actually
Don't worry. They'll be
satisfy
happy. I
them.
promise you, Enigmatic.
No,
They'll be happy.
They
Kolata,
have
don't
already.
worry. You have done a good
That's what
job.
you need to do.
Those with differing opinion, bring your own
Emeka,
spreadsheet and come
they
and
are
present to
crybabies.
us.
They will cry regardless, unless they
If
win.
I bring out my spreadsheet,
One man, can we go to the next person? Kulata has done a good job. Okay,
Yes.
it's just an
Please,
opinion.
next person, I beg.
Yeah.
All right. So, some of your thoughts, Desmond, and then we're
Okay.
going to the next person.
My final thought, Kolata is very nice, and I encourage if anybody has other spreadsheet that says otherwise, they should bring it out and let's tackle it. Thank you.
All right, brilliantly put. Always brilliantly put by Desmond. So from this we go on to Playtown, to Uptown. So Uptown, feedback, the raw data, just devoid of emotion, irrespective of what Desmond said, and just facts as they present. Your feedback, Uptown.
One man. First of all, today is
You know, we hear a lot of background noise when people, we know you are eating. When Kulata was in the earlier session, he was whisking egg. And when that guy was, Meadowman, he was calling his dog. You know, we can pretty much know what you're
I
doing.
think the
Just from
mic is very sensitive.
from the background noise, we know what you're doing, but carry on. Yeah.
I mean, you are one man, you know a lot.
No,
But
it's
that's
my
by the way.
it's my headphone. It picks up every sound around your space, but carry on. Yeah. Feedback
Okay,
to Kulata.
that's cool. So first of all, I promise I'm gonna put out my own spreadsheet now. And 70% rating, so maybe in 2 days, and the bomb will drop. And yeah, so that's by the way. Kulata, again, like I commented last time, this is a fantastic job. I see the level of work you put into, and it begs me to ask you the question: did you take a short trip to Nigeria? Because where you were and where most people were in this platform 2 months ago, a month ago, it's far from where your spreadsheet is suggesting you are now. So I don't know if you took a trip to Nigeria without telling us, or maybe
No, at all.
The people are suffering. The people are suffering, Avi.
Yeah, but I have
now I
to
want
keep
to
the
no no
factor that the people are suffering.
it's I don't know, it suggests a much more connection with what's happening on ground than a lot of other people on the platform that is in my own opinion are completely disconnected with what's happening. But then so that's credit to you, whichever way you manage to link that up or you manage to get connected with what is happening. I don't know, but it's your spreadsheet suggests that. I mean, imagine I found it hard to dispute a lot of your facts. That's the truth. I found it hard to dispute. I mean, I have my spreadsheets which controverts a lot of things you did, but then it's probably the most objective work that have been done by uh, uh, someone that is not obedient. The most objective I've seen. And or apart from being objective, there is a lot that suggests that a lot of intellectual and unemotional efforts we are putting. And I know the level of effort it takes to do that. So again, Kulata, thank you very much. And thank you very much for the efforts you put into that. To end it, Obi, okay, there are one or two things. One, I've mentioned the first one. Atiku will lose to Obi in Southwest. Tinubu will take Southwest, but Atiku will lose to Obi. Second point to make: APC will do better than PDP in the southeast. If you have a wall, you can write it on the wall. APC will do better than PDP in the southeast. I'm talking about across average, the entire southeast. APC will do better than the PDP, and I have my reasons. Maybe when we discuss my own spreadsheet, I'll have to go into detail on that. What else to say about yeah, Obi will win. I think Obi will win Plateau. Contrary to what you said, and yeah.
Are you? Do you agree that Obi will win all the southeast, all the states in the southeast?
Obi will win all the states in southeast. Yes, I do.
Okay, but APC will do better than PDP.
APC will do better than PDP. I have my reasons, but I would rather discuss it when I bring up my spreadsheet.
Okay. Is it Onubu soup that you are eating?
No. It's
No.
Alpha.
I'm taking a snack.
Okay.
All right. Don't worry. You are tempting me. I almost want to, but my wife has warned me against all these midnight raids on the fridge.
Okay. You don't need to. Don't do that.
Yeah, no. You shouldn't really eat. Well, you are still young enough to get away with it, but you shouldn't really eat heavy stuff past 7.
Yes.
Yeah. Otherwise, it sits in your
night,
body for the
One man, all you need to do is do exercise, okay? You'll be fine.
Yeah. Eating in the
don't
night
worry.
is
I
not.
try and avoid that.
Eating in the night is not a healthy lifestyle. In as much as I do it a lot, I won't advise anybody to do it. Me, I'm an athletic person. I'm a footballer. I play football, and I'm a sporty person as well, and I work out. So maybe I might get away with it, but it's not a lifestyle I suggest to anybody. So that's by the way. But
all right.
Kulata, again, congrats. And when I bring my spreadsheet, I hope you'll be here as well to counter me all the way down.
Just make it on a Friday or weekend. I'll be here.
All right. Okay. We're going to clip what you just said now for when we come to the conclusion to see if you are still in that mind thought. But Ajane Koko comes in. He says, one man, you need to intermittently remind viewers to click on the like button. 233 people watching, 15 likes. So please help us out with the likes. These are just raw data. These are not opinion-led. So if you agree or not, these are raw figures based on antecedents and what is documented. So this is not even a prejudiced view. So don't let that prevent you from the like button. At least take it to half the viewership, the like button, or even everybody should click on the like. So thank you for that reminder, Ajanle Koko, as we continue the feedback and we take it in the direction of the progressive. So the progressive, Kulata presents. What says you?
Yeah, one more. Thank you very much. Like I said earlier, I think the factors. It was very conservative with his analysis, and I think the numbers were put together in a way that will make you arrive at the same destination, but just marginally. I think if he had come out to say one person is going to go get win on the landslide, then that could probably fall on his face at the end of the day, because the election, according to Kolata, it seems unpredictable. But I don't see it that way. I think the big boys will always be. They will still be the big boys. I think we are putting a lot of trust into Nigerians to do what is right. But history have always said that it's not the case. Vote buying was not taken into consideration, and political structures and politics was not taken into consideration. So all of those things are what I factor. If we are doing this number in the Western world, right? Fine, Kolata's figure will be like very solid, but we're not doing this figure in the Western world. We're doing it in the Nigerian space. So you cannot compare those two as the same, because at the end of the day, if you have at any time those politics on the ground, you will understand what the political structure is all about. And this is the reason why I personally say Kwankwaso strong in Kano, no doubt, but outside of Kano, I cannot see Kwankwaso getting 10% in any state.
What about Jigawa?
I'm telling you, any state outside of Kano, Kwankwaso would not get more than 10%. Any state.
Kulata, progressive. Let me second you on that. he's not going to do anything more than 10% outside Kano. Let me second you on that.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Outside of Kano, is not going to do more than 10% in any state. So, and I think the idea that you were even giving him some double-digit figure in some North Central states, that went too far. So, just like I still believe that the Obi outside of the South is, to be honest with you, I'm not going to support the idea that Obi will not win the Southeast. But I'm not saying he's going to win or he won't win. I don't just know what is going to happen in that space, and I don't want to second guess it. I don't want to second guess what is going to happen there because I'm not too sure. But outside of that Southeast, I don't think the Labour Party and Obi will get more than 10% in any other state as well. That is my own position. So I know a lot of people will say, "Oh, what about Lagos? What about this?" Look, if Tinubu comes out with those 50% in Lagos, 40 something percent in Atiku might as well be declared the president. That's it. Let's just in the Northwest. This is what we don't understand. What we forget to put into consideration. One man, the two largest voting region, the Southwest and the Northwest. Okay, Buhari comes from the Northwest. Tinubu comes from the Southwest. So you have to reverse the figure. If Tinubu is losing votes in the Northwest, which is, yes, reasonable, but then you have to reverse it in the Southwest to say, okay, this man comes from the Southwest, just as Buhari did extremely well in that Northwest, Tinubu is going to reverse it and do extremely well in the Southwest. So the numbers will be replicated reversibly. So whatever
sorry, let me interject. Sorry. The way Buhari was loved in the Northwest, is that how Tinubu is loved fanatically in the Southwest? Yes or no?
Have you seen people that met people that love Tinubu in the Southwest? Look, I'm telling you, you see when
I asked this question, the way it was a straight question, the way Buhari have a cult fanatical following in the Northwest, do Tinubu have a cult fanatical following in
Tinubu
the
have a
Southwest?
better structure in the Southwest than Buhari does in the Northwest. What are you talking about? Tinubu have a better structure politically than Buhari have. Somebody who
like
will
12 million
personally
votes.
control a
Like 12 million
region.
votes. Like 12 million votes. Because that's what
12
Buhari
million.
had.
No, the Northwest was not giving Buhari 12 million votes. Come on, some of those votes were coming from the Northeast as well.
Okay.
Because state like Borno, where Kashim Shettima comes from,
Then
was
the last
always
question
voting for Buhari as well.
before I back last question before I back down. What is when Tinubu teamed up with Buhari to deliver Southwest to him? How many votes did he add to Buhari's usual 11-12 million votes? How many votes did he add to it? For
I'm
Buhari
not
to
sure
win
about
in
the
2050? In
We
2050?
can, I think we can extract that, but I'll put an estimation on it. I think it's probably between 4 to 5 million votes. So if you want to say the votes of Tinubu's, or you want to put Tinubu's electoral value, then we'll give him 4 million votes.
No, but what you are getting wrong is this: the competitiveness of Buhari in Edo, in places like Edo. Don't forget that is part of Tinubu's structure, the APC. Competitiveness of Buhari in the north, in places like Kogi and Kwara. You don't forget those are part of Tinubu's structures as well. So you just limit it to the Southwest, but it goes even further than that. So all of those things are things that you have to put into consideration. The idea that is just, for me, I think if Tinubu is getting 50%, 53% in places like Oshun and Ogun, then they might as well declare
Mama, can
Atiku
we
the
move
president.
on? It seems like they're making their own narrative right now.
No, let me just throw an open question while we move on. An
We're going
open
to be here
question
the
to
whole
everybody
day.
on the platform.
Progressive
Everybody on the platform, please.
All right, hold on. Let Uptown throw that open question, and then I came round off, and then we go on to enigmatic. Uptown.
Yeah, and this is because I don't have it. I don't have two devices today. So, if anybody can check, how many votes Buhari won with in 2015 for me. So, anybody can check it. Yeah.
All right, I can do that. So back to you. Back to you. Akim.
Yeah, thank you very much. So as I was saying, for me, I still believe that the figure were very conservative. I'm still going to say it's a two-horse race. If Tinubu doesn't do well, then Atiku is going to win the election. The projection so far, the figure seems to be like the whole thing seems to be going in Tinubu's direction. But if he doesn't do well or do extremely well in the southwest, then I'm sorry to say Atiku will be the next president. That's it.
All right, the figures you were after uptown are 15,424,921. That's APC. 12,853,162. That's PDP. So roughly about that's about just on that. Let's just put it at 2 million. So that's the figure. So onwards we go and upwards we go, and onward and upwards to Enigmatic on D. So Enigmatic, the one thing that we cannot quibble is that Kolata did an excellent job, but an excellent job that is different from accuracy. What is your assessment, Enigmatic?
Yes. Yeah, you can't take the fact away that, of course, he did a very good job, a bit a conservative, analysis, and then he basically put out the figures in a more hypothetical manners. So whoever is not having a good day with this is it's not a good thing. It's unfortunate. So I will just go from the low to the high, right? I will go from Kwakwanso now. Kwakwanso, his best shot is in Kano State. If he's taking Kano or not, that's another question. But his best shot is going to be in Kano. My analysis would probably be somewhat similar to Progressive, because I believe he has broad knowledge of Nigeria political space. So outside of Kano State, Kwakwanso will be struggling like a fish out of water. So I don't see him making anything beyond 15%. I'll be more generous. That's in the north, but outside north, I don't think that anything less than 10%, especially in the southeast. I don't even think it will get 2% in most states in the southeast and southeast, southwest, by virtue of hardcore Muslims, and then some pocket of numbers of northerners. Probably it could go 5% in some states. So that's Kwakanso. And then coming to P2B, I've said it and I will keep saying it. Just like Kwakanso too, his best shot is going to be in the southeast, and then the southeast quite debatable in some states. Excuse me, like in Ebonyi State. Ebonyi State, I'll be very. Of course, he's not going to win. I want to be very generous to him. I'm giving him the whole of five states in southeast, but in Ebonyi State, APC will have a very good day in Ebonyi and then Imo State. If they're having maybe they are 25% in, I'm considering the political factors now, one or two political factors by way of negotiating 25%. But Peter Obi will take all the states in Southeast. So I don't see, and then I see Ashiwaju and then Atiku doing, Atiku will make his 25% too. So Atiku and Ashwari, they will drag who is the second or the third, but Obi will probably come top in the southeast. Outside of southeast, that's it for Obi. It's not making anything less than. I mean, it's not making anything further than that. Outside of southeast, is two major highlights would be, excuse me. His two major highlights will be in Edo State because of their support for him. Of course, everybody can see it. It's quite glaring. In Edo State and Lagos State, by virtue of the Igbo population and the community in Lagos State. But in Edo State, is he going to win it? Absolutely not. It's probably going to be it's coming third in Edo State. Edo State is going to be between PDP and APC, and I'll probably give it to either APC or either PDP or APC will probably take Edo State by maybe slight margin. So probably 2-3% or 5% maximum between the two of them, but Peter Obi will come third. Kwakwanso will go the last on the fourth. So in Lagos State, I said it earlier. I don't know what number Obi will be getting, but I know he's not going to get 30%. That's too generous. But I see him having a tussle for the second slot between Atiku, and that will be the best so far in Southwest. Atiku will be second in Southwest. Those states, Atiku will have most of his best shows in Osun State by virtue of the incumbent governor Adeleke, and I believe they have a yummy relationship. They've had a very good relationship for even before he became governor. So that will play out in Osun State, but Osun State will still go to APC. And then in what other state? That's it. That will probably be the best place for Atiku in the Southwest. So coming to South now. South is going to be APC, PDP. We've taken out Edo State out of South now. So when you're talking of River State, you already know how River State is going to play out. Whoever Wike is supporting between Atiku is out of the show for Wike. Between Obi and then Tinubu, we make the numbers in River State. But I'll be conservative in that. I wouldn't want to say such a candidate will probably maybe 40% or more than, or stop something like that. If APC will be having their highest numbers in the South, it's going to be in River State by virtue of Wike or whatever deals they're having. Then in Cross River State, they have an incumbent governor. I don't really know. It's not been tested, so I don't know what I would say, but I believe it could be PDP or APC, but I see it's probably going to be 50-50 APC and PDP.
Yeah, don't forget Governor Akpabio too. Sorry, that's Akwa Ibom. Sorry.
Yeah, Akwa Ibom is going for PDP. No contest for that. Akwa Ibom is going for PDP. APC will come second, probably a distant second. What Delta State, of course. Delta State is kind of there are crazy stuff going down in Delta State now. Regardless of that, Atiku will take Delta State. It might not really
the Okowa factor, Abi.
The Okowa factor and a natural PDP state. They've never voted any other party than PDP. But regardless of the situation going on between Okowa's camp and then Ibori's camp and all these anti-party issues, regardless of that, Atiku will take Delta State. It might not really be the margin.
Ibori will work for Atiku. Ibori is going to work for Atiku.
Okay, that's another factor. Yeah. But I think Ibori he has a good relationship with Atiku, right?
Yeah, it's going to work. Even Odwara now they had issues with Okowa, but they've settled now. So okay. Okowa, it's just this guy that just left PDP. The deputy governor to Omar Agege. It's Friday Osanebe now that is going to work for Asiwaju and Omar Agege. Then Ayiri, the likes of Ayiri and.
But what will happen in Delta State? Look, either they work for Atiku or not, Atiku will take Delta State. APC will come second. APC will probably make that 30%. I mean, more than 30%. I mean, more than 25%, maybe 30%, but at least not more than 30% at least. So that's it, right? In South. So I don't want to talk about the North because it's okay. Let me speak about North Central. I will start from the high to the low. The high, I will start from Kogi State. No doubt, the Kogi State is PDP, APC. APC will get that one. Kwara State, APC will get that one. PDP will be second. What again? Niger State, APC is taking that. Atiku is coming second. What other state? Nasarawa State. I will give Nasarawa to. It's going to be a dicey between PDP, APC. Whoever is taking Nasarawa State will be slim margin.
I gave it a tie between APC and PDP. It's too dicey.
Yeah, it's very dicey. And then Adamawa State, forget about that. APC will try their best, but Atiku is taking Adamawa State. Taraba State, PDP is taking Taraba State. Where again? Plateau State. I believe I want to say Obedience, they think they will take Plateau State. It's not going to happen. Lalong is the governor, and he has the structure. if you check the numbers that he actually won the second term, it's not really a wide margin, right? But by virtue of the fact of this factor that is the incumbent governor is going to the Senate, is controlling the structure and the DG of a national campaign, he will pull all the strings and he will deliver Plateau State. It may probably be a very slim margin, but Atiku is going to come second. In Benue State, Atiku is flipping Benue State, regardless of what Otom does, probably trying to work against Atiku or not. PDP is taking Benue State. So second is going to be APC. It may not be a wide margin, but it may not really be a wide margin, but not really a bad margin for them. And I think they have a strong gubernatorial candidate in Benue State. So that would be the best of North Central. I do not see anything for Obi and Obedient in the whole of Northwest, Northeast, or that core North. So their best shot could have been North Central, but it's not even strong in that neighborhood. So, and I've said it again, outside of Southeast, his best two shots would be Edo State and Lagos State, and he still lost those two states. So basically, that's it. Kulada did a good job. He stifled some numbers. He amplified some numbers for Obedient. And then that the best Obi will do is to show that at least he can hold on to his state. And like we've always said, after this election, if he can stay in a political party without jumping again, let's see what he can do after 2023 election. That's it.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Always well put by Enigmatic. So brilliant, well put. So let's go on from Enigmatic. We've saved the best for last. Saki Fada. So Saki Fada returned from Nigeria only to quickly give a verdict on Pokolata's presentation. So Saki Fada, you're a figures man as well. So with anticipation, we're wanting to hear your feedback. And by the way, this is the first phase of it. We'll unfurl the second phase of it, which lands us at a conclusion. But that's just the raw data that lands us at that conclusion. But on the journey to that conclusion, the raw data has presented your feedback. Saki Fada.
Yeah, thank you, Woman. Can you hear me?
Perfectly. Carry on.
Yeah, it appears I'm having some network issues. It appears it's coming and going certain times, Yeah, thank you, Woman. It has been a very wonderful session, Kulata, I want to commend you. It is not easy. It is a bold attempt towards like trying to make your predictions. It's a bold attempt. You did very well, spend quite much time in trying to come out with this very publication, sort of. Yeah, that's good, But in the light of the publication, you made a very important statement that really got my attention when you said that it is difficult to say something about Obi because it appears that his support base is more of amorphous in the sense that it is very difficult to really understand where that very amorphous crowd is going to lead into, So that very statement is very, very important, to note. Like I've always said, this election is filled with a lot of uncertainties, and day by day it is becoming very difficult. Last week I think you presented the same projection, and then this week you can see that there are rooms for amendments and changes and updates. So it is difficult to actually, like I've always maintained, to actually say this person is going to win or that person is going to win or this other person is not going to win. I heard what Enigmatic said, arguing about a plateau that Lalong is the incumbent. So it is very difficult for anybody to win in that space, especially the Obi, whatever. So if that argument is true, I think we can also push the same argument to states like Abia State and say that the governor of the Abia State is an incumbent governor and is running for election to the Senate. Therefore, it is impossible for Obi to win in Abia State. So let's limit the rate at which we attribute certain traditional variables, to this very election. This election is one of its kind since 1999 to today. This election is a different election that might be analyzed using certain new variables, that may have not been in play in elections we used to have in Nigeria. So let's not just come and say things with our full chests. I listened with every sense of humility to the analysis presented by this new guy. I don't know his name. Is he Emeka?
Emeka.
Yeah. And when he called the name of Abia State Governor, I was doubting that
Is Igbo
Yeah,
credentials. We are going to do a DNA test on Emeka on this platform. We are doing a DNA test on him.
When he pronounced the name, I was just laughing because I can see the tonality is not Igbo in tonality. Anybody can answer any name and come here and say this is my
Saki Father, can you give me a second if you don't mind, please?
Yeah, continue.
Okay. Whoever is on the platform and who speaks Yoruba very well, they will see that one man, when he pronounces some Yoruba names sometimes, you will understand that sometimes you don't have to question people's origin because of politics or because So, but when you pronounce some names sometimes, because they'll be trying to question this, they did that to Solomon. I believe that's not right. That's not right.
No. Don't get me wrong. I'm just trying.
If they do it abroad, they will call them racist, or racist.
No.
Like that.
Thank you very much for interjecting on that. I think it's a very stupid
Oh
assumption.
no!
I'll call it the way.
No.
You see, this Emeka has a problem.
Hold on, everybody. I'm going to bring Emeka back, but I'll invite you to withdraw that comment. Emeka, I'll need you to
keep him aside.
Oh, can you?
I'm not withdrawing it. It's stupid. I'm not withdrawing it.
All right, thank you.
I think.
Okay, so you're leaving us for today. You can come back next time, but we don't have. I told you we had one rule. At the moment you came in here, I told you we had one rule.
One man, consider him and
no, I'm going to bring him back one more time. If he doesn't apologize, then he'll leave for today. So I need an apology from you,
just for the civility of the space. Just for the civility.
Hold on.
No, woman, you are free to. When it's just like me questioning. It's like me questioning who born you. You understand? And Egmatic.
All right. I'm going
to.
to.
A lot of people have been questioned on the platform.
No.
Let's continue.
I must say, I'm not being fussy or anything. But if we don't keep the language elegant, then it will just become like a nonsensical space. So we must keep the language. I must insist on that. I cannot abide for. I just cannot abide foul language. I cannot. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being a bit whatever. But
one man consider.
No. It's
I like
just
consider.
No. It's fine.
No, please, we are begging.
No need for that. I've not kicked him out. I've just stepped him down to pull him off. But I carry on Sakifada. But Sakifada, don't question anybody's paternity.
No. I wanted to land before he started interjecting. I don't want people to take that far. I was just trying to be witty in my statement, sort of, I was just trying to, of course, I believe that Enigmatic understands that I was just trying to be witty. I was, the reason I just made that statement is to to like try to evaluate the extent to which I have been able to estimate his own analysis in that southeastern space, when he said that P2B is going to come third in Anambra State, from his analysis. He said that P2B is going to come third in Anambra State. And some other person, even Enigmatic, asked him, and he went further to say, P2B is not going to win any state in the southeast, So I was just trying to be witty to actually tell you the extent to which I've been able to assess that very opinion, So, but then maybe he's taking it too far and trying to
Saki Father,
understand it
that's
beyond
not,
certain
sorry
level.
for interjecting again. That's not actually to you, but to, because look, we are adults here, right? And this actually happens almost every time when people do not sync, their opinion do not sync with obedience here. We have a lot of Yoruba people over here who have come to say in Yoruba land or in Lagos State that these are the numbers. We don't try to question the level of their Yoruba
No,
paternity.
like,
It's,
I think it.
Every
So
time.
please, can I
oh,
speak?
no.
Please, let me speak. Let me
Let's
speak
just
on
get back.
this.
Let's get
Let
back
me
to it.
speak on this. Let me speak on this.
No.
It is very insulting. I think I consider it,
Let me invite you not to speak on it, not to stifle your voice, but it's going to open a portal that we don't want to go through. So apologies to all offended parties. We've known Saki Father here, man and boy, and it is not his language to be offensive. So if it came across a certain way, then let's just move on. But Emeka, I acknowledge your sentiments. I'm not disregarding it, but I want to keep it upstream. So go back to Kulata's. Yeah.
Can I say something?
Yeah, like I said,
think
No, I don't want to open up that space now. Let Saki Father just.
Since this is a topic of originality, I think is high time that people that are known in this platform, for us to actually not come and start lying to ourselves here.
Let's drop this personal stuff.
Let's get back to Saki Father. When we are doing that DNA test, you'll be the first, Desmond. Because
And I don't boy claiming
you are Edo one day, you are Igbo the next, you are Yoruba the next. So you are the first on the
even
DNA.
bearing Igbo surname.
Look at that.
At times I feel like Des is this kind of guy that maybe they gave birth to him and keep him in the house and he grew up in his mother's place, that kind of thing.
All right. Back to you, Saki Father. Just get it back to the spreadsheet. Yeah.
Like I said, Kulata did. He exerted a lot of efforts in trying to put that together. It's not easy to see that analysis. Even if some of us might not agree in certain part of the projections. It is a projection, and it is hypothetical situation. So hypothetical in the sense that it has not been subjected to any empirical verifications. So let's just approach it that way. But then he did a very good job in his analysis. He tried. It's not easy. I commend him for that. That is very cerebral. Yeah, on the part of Emeka, if my statements conjures up certain emotions in you, I beg to withdraw it, and I'm very sorry about it. Yeah, but at the same time, you shouldn't.
Don't put a proviso now. Just leave it at
no,
that.
no,
Sorry
like,
about it.
No, I'm trying to say he shouldn't take certain things to
Yeah, because this was the same thing that happened in the other platform, right? And I tried to stay cool. Coming over here with the view said that people are more matured, and you're bringing it up again. And even when I have said it, that I didn't sit, that stuff didn't sit well with me, you still brought it up again because you just feel you want to ridicule my assessment. You could bring up your own facts, you could bring up your own opinion, you could bring up your own interjection, but don't question where I am from.
No,
It's insulting. Don't question it.
All right, fair
If you don't
comments.
like my assessment,
All
just
right,
like we
fair
are all
comment
giving
now.
kudos to Kulata, you can come up and interject.
Emeka, man, what do you want out of this? He said the offense was caused. He's sorry. So what more do you want out of it?
But you said I should apologize to someone who insulted me.
Because
you told and you dropped me, but you didn't drop him. You dropped me and you even told me to apologize to him.
Hold on, Emeka. What was the first thing I said to you when you first came on this platform?
No, wait, woman. If I tell you, woman, listen to me, woman. This is very painful. This is very painful. My mother was insulted. My mother's private part was insulted.
Oh, goodness me.
You understand? My mother's private part that gave birth to me was insulted. So this is bringing back traumatic pain. So don't tell me to apologize to him. Don't tell me.
Okay. Emeka, sorry. Saki father, don't do it again.
All right. Can we leave it there? No. Let Kulata have the final word. We go back to the spreadsheet. So Kulata, that was
Emeka, sorry too from me. Sorry.
Yeah. Nobody is disregarding your emotion, your feelings. By the way, but
Solomon has been on the platform for a long time. He's had the heat more than Emeka that just came the other day.
Yes, people are different. Let's just move on. Let's learn to.
Yes, now people are different. Me, I don't. Especially, it comes from Des, especially, and I know that he's an Edo man, and you don't have the right to question me. So I just laugh over it.
By all, it's always not.
All right.
Out of it.
All right. So that was the feedback. What do you make of it, Kulata? Before we move on to the other.
No, I mean, when I started, I said, Batified won't like this. Obedient won't like this. Nobody will like it because it is what it is. It is what it is. And I mean, honestly speaking, if I want to factor in politics or factor the Nigerian reality, it will skew more in favor of Tinubu. But I want to be fair, and I want to say Tinubu is not Buhari, and these are the reasons why it's not Buhari, and these are the reasons I'm cutting his votes. But at the same time, math is arithmetic. 4-way versus 2-way. If it was a 2-way, Tinubu will be in trouble. But it's a 4-way race, so it's still competitive. It doesn't mean he's won it or anything, but it just says it's a competitive race, and people need to acknowledge that. If I were obedient, you can see that there is not incontrovertible that Obi has no standing in the core north, none, and those are where the votes are. So you have to really think, how is it possible for the man to win the election if you don't have any standing where the votes are? And you can also see his rallies. So Obi could be a very weak candidate, but at the same time, maybe some of these emotions may carry him through. The projections for Obi are more towards the positive side, more optimistic than pessimistic. If anything, I think I was the most optimistic for Obi than slightly Atiku more than anybody. So we can go on with.
I admit you were Kulata. Credit to you.
All right, brilliant. So a credit from Uptown. So a credit from Uptown. So I will scroll down then to the next phase, and in this phase, Kulata, you take the lead on this. So here it is. Here is where it all concludes. So
so it lands on what everybody knows, but I don't know why they're not acknowledging, is a pure race between APC and PDP, and Tinubu is leading Atiku by this projection. It's a projection, guys. It's not a poll, just a guesstimate. Maybe put some intelligence in there just to land somewhere. But Tinubu is leading Atiku with 1.6 million. And Obi is coming third with 7.3 million. If he makes those votes, Obi is a power block. Followed by Kwakwanso coming fourth at 4.8 million. Then Showore, Adewale, and Cool and the gang are 360,000. So this is where that lands. But now, we now need to look at, let's look at regions. So in the regional analysis, the Northwest, Kwakwanso is first, Tinubu is second, then Atiku comes third. No surprise. But in reality, Tinubu may actually come first if the APC structure, if they put in the APC structure in there. Like I said, I was brutal with Tinubu numbers because if I was cutting your candidate's number by 40%, you guys will scream. But a lot of the Tinubu supporters, they took it, they took it in the stomach. But in spite of me cutting his numbers by 40% in a strong area and cutting his number everywhere else, like 25% in the Northeast, and barely moving his numbers in his own region, you can see it's still coming up. So if you look at, I now did head to head to look at Tinubu versus Atiku, head to head number. You can see that the tightest race for end to head, if you want to talk about one area, is what's it called? Where it's tightest, battleground. The North Central is the clear battleground because there's only a difference of 16,949 votes that Tinubu is using to lead Atiku in the North Central. So the North Central is a battleground. What gives Tinubu the winning numbers based on this projection is clearly his base, the Southwest, because Tinubu is beating Atiku silly in the Southwest with like 2.1 million votes. A lot of that can be attributed directly to Lagos, even though I cut him short in Lagos. So if in reality, if Tinubu does 60 to 70% in Lagos, then you can easily see these numbers going close to 2.53 million if Tinubu does like 60% in Lagos. And if he also does way well in the North. So this election potentially can be a blowout election.
Now, are we looking at a landslide victory for Tinubu by the...
It's possible. It's very possible, and it's likely because his base, even though I cut him short in the North, his base has not run away from him. Buhari has not run away from him. They're campaigning with him. They're going along with him. But I said on purpose that, I mean, a normal human being should not reward APC. That's why I cut them. Like, you are not taking Buhari's numbers. So I cut him. So these numbers you're seeing here is the most conservative numbers I can come up with based on different scenarios. Like, this is the most conservative.
All right, let's take it step by step, and then we'll invite people to form conclusions. So in the first, let me just say, yes, in the first row after the tabulation of the regional numbers, in the first row, you draw conclusions. So Tinubu, the totality of his votes, the complete amount of votes he gets, 13,247,707. Atiku Abubakar, a decent enough of a beating for him not to stand a chance in court, 11,617,909. Peter Obi, showing that it's not the anticipation of most pundits, but the figures tell you differently. A very handsome 7,323,239. And Kwakwanso, essentially Kano plus Jara, 4,836,097. And then the others, they gather the remnants. So those are the tabulations, or those are the total rather of the figures coming out of the tabulation of the regional space. So underneath that, it says difference between candidates. So Atiku, so talk us through this. So talk us through this.
So Tinubu beats Atiku by 1.6 million votes. Tinubu beats Peter Obi by roughly 6 million votes. Tinubu beats Kwakwanso by 8.4 million votes. Tinubu beats Yowore.
Just for the fun of it. It gets good.
Okay, Yowore beats Tinubu by 12.8 million, 12.9 million.
Yeah. Don't worry, we'll catch you later.
So Obi does. So now in a situation where Obi and Kwakwanso were discussing, I feel if Obi outperforms, because this is a scenario where Obi is outperforming, I feel Obi should have been the president between both of them. Because what I'm doing here, if it's correct, Obi is a stronger candidate than Kwakwanso. So because Obi beats him with a roughly 2.5 million votes, based on this.
All right, brilliant.
So Kulata, okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
okay. Kulata, I think my only comment with this is, when did we get here? allocating 7 point something million votes to an OB.
What
That
do you mean?
is, I mean, how did we get to allocating 7 million? That's a lot.
Hey, but between his base is the southeast, and plus then he's doing well. He's coming in the south. Obi is coming second. If you see my blue grid,
Mm.
the Atiku wins the south. Obi comes second in the south. Is the first runner up, and in the southeast, Obi wins the southeast, and so and he comes third in the southwest. He also comes third in the north central. So that puts him in the position where he's at. Kwakanso is only able to register in that grade twice, coming first in the northwest and coming the second runner up, being third in the northeast. Otherwise, is nowhere.
But Kulata,
So
you factored in the fact that Obi does not have any governor, no
yeah,
senator,
I mean that's
no
what I'm
house of
saying.
rep, no
But
local
this is
government,
the
no
best.
councillor.
I know
But these
it
are
will still, it will still lose now, so it doesn't matter. All of these
but
things, they don't add anything to anything
this
now.
is the best case scenario because Obi is someone that can do this well or can do pathetically poor. It depends. But I'm giving this is the best case for him. The
Kolata, I
best.
think you are
The best case
you were
scenario.
very, very unfair to Ashiwaju. Very unfair, right? The numbers you gave to him seems to be very unfair. I think you took out numbers that should be given to him, and you gave it to Labour Party. That's very, and the person who just spoke now was, I think he a mouth, a jaw open, and was surprised how come. We all know that this man is running for 2027, and he's trying to get his report card. 7 million is not justifiable.
Which is fair enough.
I mean, judging.
I will
Yeah.
say one thing. The only state I feel I removed, the only state that I think some votes belong to Ashiwaju that I gave will be is perhaps Ebonyi. Ebonyi State. I think I was unfair to Tinubu. I should have given some Kwakwanso vote to Tinubu.
Yeah, Ebonyi and Imo State, right? Those two
Yeah,
states.
can I say something about Plateau State, please?
Like I said, in Ebonyi State, PDP is not, the governor has removed their names from the list. Their names is not there. So the performance there will be very, very poor. In Ebonyi State, in Imo State too, the governor there is going all out. So Ashwaju would really do well there. Please allocate him the appropriate votes and remove it from Obi,
He said
please.
now allocate him.
Allocate him the proper vote that
Allocate
is due.
vote to him.
Yeah, remove it from Obi. He cannot get those kind of.
Okay,
Remove
okay,
it quick. I
let's
beg. That man
hold on,
cannot get
hold
it.
on. So in Ebonyi,
Yeah,
Ashiwaju 32%.
he will win the state. He will win
Atiku-
Ebonyi State. He's going to win Ebonyi State. The
No, I'm not
governor
going to go
there.
that far.
I know you didn't put politics. I respect you for that, right? You try to be very objective. But the
Even
reality of
with
things,
politics, Ashwaju will not win Ebonyi State.
he will win Ebonyi State.
He's
The
not going to
governor,
win.
the governor has dealt
I say he's not going to
blow.
win Ebonyi, bro.
He will win Ebonyi State. He will win it.
Is
He will
that
win.
Emeka?
He
Is
will
that
win Ebonyi
Emeka?
State. Yes,
Emeka?
it is me. He
Ben,
will win
think-
Ebonyi. In short, I have more doubts in Imo State,
I
right?
think
that APC has previously won, but in Ebonyi State he will win it.
Emeka, I want to second you. I think he's going to win Ebonyi State. I think he's going to win Ebonyi State.
Why?
Why? Good question.
The main reason is the
Hold on.
governor.
Let Uptown take that on. Uptown, why?
I mean, do you know how strong Umar is in Ebonyi State? He has all the structures. You get what I'm saying? So, I think Aswaju will probably get 60-65% in Ebonyi State. Obi will probably get that.
Now, are you being pejorative? Is that sarcasm? Are you
It's
being
not
sarcastic?
sarcasm. It's not sarcasm. It's
I am
not.
throwing my weight behind Emeka.
Not about the even why he during the APC primary, right? He ran as a presidential candidate and lost. But again, his brother ran. He gave his brother his slot in the senatorial candidate. The brother won. After he lost, he came back and cancelled that senatorial primaries. To show you how powerful he is, he cancelled it and did another one. That in other places they will take him to court. The
party chieftain will say no. The primaries has heard. They will even though if it is his brother, let him go and negotiate with his brother. But they will take it to court. He had another primaries again, and just to put his name, and he won with landslide. What again he has done? Let me please. What again he now did? He went as well. He has dismantled the PDP structure in Ebonyi State, to the point, I don't know if you guys know Sam Egu very well, the former governor in 1999, governor of Ebonyi State. He removed his name to show you how powerful he is. I am saying it, and I will say it again. For Igbo State, I might have doubt, but for Ebonyi State, he's going to win it.
Emeka, wait. Let me give you a simpler explanation. In the vote tally that I gave him 32%, that vote tally is 204,499. We know
it's too small. Calcutta is too small.
Now,
it's too small.
I know. I'm going to explain why it's small. The fact that we know is the Ebonyi State governor has 200,000 agents. He already is hired 200,000 agents. That's the number you guys are saying here. That if all those 200,000 agents vote for him, he gets 32%. Those 200,000 agents will get more people. So yes, Tinubu can win Ebonyi, but I want to intentionally give him a ceiling of 45% in respect.
But you'll be fair. You went to give it to Labour Party, which is not fair to Asiwaju now. You gave it to a Labour Party that had no structure.
Look, I already agreed. I've been unfair to Asiwaju in many places.
Kulata, just help us and change it. Change it.
No, the argument is not compelling enough to change it now. Is it?
No, I'm conservative on APC, so it doesn't matter if I change it or not. It doesn't really change much because it's
that's fine. I'm not saying, but I'm just saying you were unfair to him in a party where the structure is very strong in APC. The governor has demonstrated it.
Emeka,
it's not fair to him. It's not fair.
Emeka is still coming on top. That's the point.
No, I agree, but it doesn't follow the statement that man will not get any. He will not win any state in Southeast. It's not fair to Asiwaju. You understand? Yes, he might not win. I might have doubt in Imo State, but you put in Obi. I can understand your assumption, and I'm not arguing you on that, right? But you belittle. You also didn't even factor Abga. You didn't factor Abga into this in the Southeast region, right?
True, Kulata, you didn't factor Abga.
So, I gave Abga 5% in Anambra.
Anambra. Okay, what about Abia? Abia is also strong in Abia. You didn't factor in that. But you know, maybe because you looked and you probably were thinking that the Igbos are homogeneous with their votes.
Emeka, this is just more or less like.
I agree. I understand that, and I'm not trying to query him on it. I'm not querying him on it. I'm not querying him on it. But the reality will show, will truly reflect how unserious Labour Party and Obi is.
To add to what Emeka said here, if we look at the antecedents of the Igbo voters, you will see that they are not homogeneous. So, Kulata, I think you should look into that Southeast as well again. Like this Abga now.
You guys,
you should factor in
expect people to be fighting over Northwest, not even Southeast. The votes in the Southeast are not that much. If I move numbers around, it's not going to make that much.
But you have to give Tinubu what he deserves in Southeast now. You can't just.
You have to play to show his spread, to show his strength. That man is a powerful man. To show his strength, give it to him.
What I think Kulata, in fact, what I know Kulata is doing is that he has left out all of the arguments. He has tried to prune it down just to its core essence, so that as near enough as possible, what obtains on this, because it's not taking in all these unquantifiables like the people will shock you and all of this sort of. So just based on what is known and what is factual, and he has been, wherever there is doubt, he has cut it out to boil it down just to the very core of it. And this is just most likely what will happen in the election, is what we're saying.
One man.
Directionally, this is what
I feel what Kulata I feel what Emeka is saying is that you didn't consider all those senatorial and all those things he broke down. If you consider all those things, if you consider it, you find out that Ebonyi and Imo is Asiwaju, It's just as in
He
Imo
overplayed
and Ebonyi is
Obi's. He
as well. Just
overplayed
as in
Obi's hands in Southeast.
Kulata,
I understand. He
One
overplayed
man,
that hands in
Kulata,
Southeast.
hold on.
Maybe
Can another people
due
interject,
to
please?
the noise that is going on social media, he overplayed Obi's hands in Southeast, and that is why Obi on this projection is
And
looking
Mecca
like
seems to be
7.5
monopolizing the
million.
whole space.
I'm not.
Can you
Please,
give the
sir.
can you
Please,
Kulata, can you give all the
please,
whole
sir.
state of the
I'm begging you,
southeast
sir.
to
Please
no,
stop this talking point.
then we'll be happy. Just give it to him. So Mecca will be happy, please.
Let's not go into that space
They are
again.
just,
But
they are just having conversation now. They are having conversation.
I think Emeka understands what Kulata is
Kulata.
but Emeka feels that he should just have gone all out.
No,
Kulata,
Exactly. I know Kolata doesn't want to annoy some people, right? He maybe he's a nice guy. Me, I'm not that nice. I'll factor in the politics properly. He's a nice guy. Give it to him. He did an excellent job. He overplayed Obi's hands in Southeast. What he's trying to say, he's trying to overestimate Obi, that Obi will do well. A lot of people keep saying it, but I'm calling it out now. And if I'm in any doubt, I think Ashwaju won't win Imo State, but Ebonyi State.
Let me tell you something.
No. He will win Ebonyi State. Anybody, you can hate me. I don't care. But Labour Party and Obi.
Emeka, we love you. We love you, my guy. We love you.
Chill. But now, I just want to say this, and it's very funny, right? I think Obedient will appreciate Kulata and Fatai and Enigmatic on this platform now. At least we care about your feelings. This guy doesn't care at all. He's just giving you guys water, regardless of how. But guy, just chill out, right? It's just an hypothetical analysis.
But we don't finish analysis.
Kulata, you know your analysis. I told you I have a problem with it. Why?
Analysis paralysis, as we would always say.
Analysis. This guy don't just send all this opinion. They cry like
I don't care about them. They are very. Let me out of respect for this platform. I don't care about them.
Can I interject, please?
Hold on, Emeka is a warmonger. Let's hear from Solomon. Solomon, let's hear from you.
Yeah, the only thing that would make everything Emeka is saying about Southeast is not really a fact. Let me be honest with you. And the only reason that can make it happen is when the Simon Ekpa space is being, as in when he plays out his role, like he has already said that the
Simon Ekpa will drop a nuclear bomb.
Water is the code. Autopilot level. That is what is going to make.
And Solomon, Simon Ekpa is working for APC, so he's going to.
It's a lie. Simon Ekpa is not working for anybody. To be honest,
Simon Ekpa is working for APC.
Who said?
He's an APC guy. He's going to boost their vote in Southeast.
So Solomon, I beg, make I ask
IPOB will vote for APC.
Yeah.
Make I ask one question. That Solomon Ekpa stuff, is it actually real, or is just?
It's real. You see, it's real. Like as it stands, he's even I think he's the commander of the ESN as it stands like this, because he's the one that organizes their fundraising.
What happened to him?
Underestimate this guy.
It dropped and then came back. Come back.
So there's a possibility that this guy will still. But what you still disrupt the election in Southeast? Is that what you are saying?
Of course, but people are the government, the state government, the state governors, and the federal government are underestimating this guy.
But why are they not taking it serious? Is it not? It shouldn't be. It should be an existential threat or a security threat now. They should be taking that situation very seriously than what they are doing.
It's not really threatening. Wait, let me tell you something. There, what he wants to do or what they are organizing is in form of civil disobedience. That on the election day, people will not go out. It's not like he's coming out. They are coming out to come and kick. They are coming to like they want to observe that civil disobedience, that people will not come out and vote. And when the Southeast, there is no votes that they've realized from there, then they would, because he's talking about referendum. It might look childish or something like that. We feel it should not be something to be considered. But I think the action they are taking is going to really result to something in this election.
One man, can I come into the conversation, please?
Yeah, come in. But to the conversation, though, but come in, yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Kolata, and thank you everybody that has been speaking since. Yeah. Kolata, you really did well. I'm not disappointed, but my position still stands. You are too generous to the Peter Obi side.
Yes.
Yes, I don't know where 7 million votes is coming from.
I swear to God, I don't know too. A
I
party
can
with
never
that
factor.
structure.
I can never factor that in any way. In any way, assistant with my position. If Peter Obi get 3 million votes, he should be doing his Christmas early from this month. But you really did well. I think you did. You doesn't factor many factors into this analysis, which is very good. Vote buying is not there. Structure from structureless party is you don't factor that in play. You don't factor people holding office now in these two big parties that they will deliver a massive vote for their candidates. You didn't factor that into consideration at all. And many factors, but in a broad sense, we can say I can give it to you. But these 7 million votes, I don't know, maybe it's coming from Monte Kilimanjaro or from I don't know. I don't know where the vote is coming from. But you really did well. But in the southwest, you are not being fair to Asiwaju. Obi being 30% in Lagos, I don't know where the 30% is coming from. I can never factor that. Where did that 30% is coming from? I don't know where it's coming from. He should be winning landslide in the southeast. PDP, you can still give them 25%. I know they're going to stifle APC votes in the southeast, but you can't categorically take southeast APCs in southeast at all out. Maybe Asiwaju will still get maybe 25%, maybe in 2 or 3 states in the southeast. But in the southwest, you don't really, you are not being fair to Asiwaju. Giving Obi some vote in Ondo, my own close state. My mom was in Ondo before they split Ekiti from Ondo. From Ekiti.
Solomon now, I said Solomon, Thomas, 9% in Ondo, 9.
And what of you could give him something 9 in Ondo? Where is the 9 coming from? He will not get anything in Ondo. Anything.
Solomon shall not happy now.
No, enigmatic. I don't know.
9%
I think I agree with Thomas.
9% is of course. I said it was kind of too.
Okay, what about born again Christian SU that don't like Muslim tickets?
Forget about Muslim tickets. That has been thrown in the bin.
You can't say forget about it now. 9%.
No, you can't. Kolata, don't factor that in the southwest.
True.
I know we don't care about religion in the southwest.
Yeah, 9%
we don't care.
Thomas, it's okay.
We don't care.
I think this is Thomas that is speaking, right? Okay, I think one thing, please, Kolata, don't be upset with my comment. I hope it's not rubbing you off the wrong way.
I'm not a sensitive guy, so
okay, sorry. Because I must 100% be objective that this job you did, I will not see myself doing it much better than you did. Let's be very honest on this, right? What I also said, I'm more particular about the Southeast. Why? Because I have looked at that place, right? You didn't factor in the quality of the senatorial candidates that are currently campaigning in the Southeast.
At the same time,
no, I'm not criticizing you. I'm not criticizing you.
No, wait. Why are you guys belittling the point that this is the first Southeast candidate since the Fourth Republic?
The man does not have structure there. He doesn't. That's what we are saying.
Obi does not even have a councillor in Southeast.
Who is actively campaigning in
Emeka, what you are getting wrong? Let me tell you. I know Southeast, right?
Whether you know it or not, let's excuse that part.
Chill out. Let me tell you something. In this election, right, in the Southeast, there are some natural factors, right, that you consider in politics that will not work in Southeast. Structure will not work in Southeast.
Structure has always been working in Southeast.
Hold on now, influences or stuff like that. It won't work for Obi. They will cross out those, and they will vote for Obi overwhelmingly. Forget all those things you are saying. Okay.
Okay,
Forget it.
I let's see how it goes. But again, who
Obi
is
will take
actively
Southeast. Forget it.
who is actively campaigning for Labour Party in the Southeast? What is the quality?
Southeast people are campaigning
The
for
only
Obi.
person that I can see, the only person that I see in the Southeast for Labour Party is the person running for Abia State Governor. But and again, that guy lost to the primaries in PDP in 2019. In
True.
2019, he lost again. He couldn't win
You're talking
primaries
about
in
Alex
PDP and
Oti, right?
All right,
APC.
we're not done
No,
with
Talking about
Alex
Kulata.
Alex
ran
Oti.
under APCU.
He
Alex ran
every
One
under
man, can you
campaign,
give
APCU.
other
he
people
just
time to
run a
speak?
APC.
Only
He ran
Emeka
a
is speaking
PDP.
here.
God Almighty, one at a time. Emeka, please.
Alex Oti, Alex Oti.
Emeka,
Give some other
please.
people time.
You have to allow other voices,
No, they
Emeka.
don't want me to speak.
No,
Obedience don't want me to speak
my
because I'm breaking
God.
their hearts. Obedience, Obedience don't want me to speak. I'm
No. Everybody, please. Emeka, I do like you, but you have to cooperate with this space. Get to know the space so you know how we function. It's conversational, not confrontational. That is how we flow. Conversational, not confrontational. So if a voice wants to call me, yield the space, let them have that say. You can counter back, but please now help me. So Emeka, please. But
One man, let me speak,
I
please.
haven't finished. They just cut me off. Let me
yes.
finish my.
sorry,
Back
don't
to
be
you, Thomas.
angry. No vex.
No,
Yeah, I'm not
just
happy.
tone it
I'm
down.
not. I'm not
Tone it down. Yeah.
Yeah. Kulata did a great job. I can, but earlier on he has said it. It doesn't factor in emotional people. It doesn't factor even the G5. He throw them in the bin. It doesn't factor all those ones. It really factor the data and the previous election. But in my opinion, is the number is too bogus for Labour Party. I don't know where the vote is coming from. When you talk of PDP and APC, I can still concur with any number you give them because they are on ground. They have the structure. Aside from Obi is running a single race. Can you just point to a big political juggernaut in the southeast that is following this guy?
Yes, I can point one.
Solomon, who are you going to point with? Kenneth Okonkwo?
No, your
Kenneth
former governor,
Okonkwo is
Ezife.
Ezife does not have any value.
What are you saying?
So,
Ezife that was going to court for Mazina Bekayo and the people that believe in IPOB.
Eze,
He has no
just
value
messing
now.
with you.
You are talking
just
about a
messing with
lawsuit.
Emeka.
Yes.
You are talking with a law. You are talking about a lawsuit. It doesn't have any value. That's what we are
I want
saying.
to say something. Let me just
Okay,
make you understand in this
Can I
case.
please finish? Please. Can I please finish? Please. Please.
Okay. Take us there.
Let him finish.
Yeah. So, can you point to a big political juggernaut from the southeast that is following this guy? It's just a lone ranger and is banking on the youth movement. People we will shock you. The tsunami, landslide, all these things don't work in Nigeria politics. I'm a political. I'm not a novice in politics. All these big rhetoric names, it doesn't work in our election. So that's what I want to say. One man, let's move on.
All right, brilliant. Let me use this window to acknowledge Oladepo's super chat. So Oladepo's super chat to say, it says, if Tinubu win any state in the southeast, nobody should take southeasterners serious in Nigeria anymore. So aghast were people the idea of as much as a lot of people feel that Tinubu may well be the front runner, I don't think anybody is permutating that he will take anything from the southeast. If he gets away with this 25%, that's to his credit.
One man, you are pushing me aside now. I said he's going to win now. He will win 2 states.
You that's you are a lone ranger.
Don't push me aside. Yes, let me be the He will win 2 states in the southeast. Matter of fact, I've already given him a Ebonyi State. Then I'm just looking at Imo State, but I've given him a Ebonyi State. He will win 2
I thought
states.
you gave him 6 states. Why are you changing your mind? What's going on?
I didn't give him 6 states. I gave PDP 3 states and I gave APC 2 states.
Okay.
I didn't give him 3 states. I didn't give him 6 states. Southeast is 5 states. Where is the 6th one coming from?
Okay, maybe
Why you be
I made
biased
a
to me,
mistake
man
about what I
of
said,
prestige?
but
Why
Yeah,
you be
so
if I
right
speak,
now,
you will try to interject. You will not let me continue. Name the
You
name
that
name
try
the
to monopolize the
structure.
whole space.
I'm not monopolizing anywhere. Name the big political name the big political
man of praise.
This
all
is too
right.
combative, man.
No, it's too much. Emeka, It's too much. Emeka, please let me tell you something, please. You know,
So sorry,
personally,
Emeka. Hold on, before you say that. Sorry, Emeka.
okay.
I have to say this. I need you to ratchet it down, please. Just ratchet it down. I'm not going to say it again. It's conversational, not confrontational. So just
But I'm
ratchet
not
it
the one.
down.
When I speak, someone
No,
interjects me.
Emeka, hold on, please.
The energy.
I
We
am
love
There are
speaking.
rules
the.
for
Someone for man of
interjection.
prestige. I think you are being unfair to me now because man of prestige has been taunting me. I will speak. He will come in. I will speak. He will come in. They have a mission.
It's
They have a
allowed now.
mission.
It's allowed. It's allowed.
I
All
think
right.
you are being unfair to me. You don't call other people who are taunting me. You don't call them out. I'll call them out. Call man of prestige.
You are
Emeka,
too.
hold on. Emeka, hold on, please.
You hold on as well. You are too forceful. Is the thing.
Yeah, it might be the tone of my voice. It might be the tone of my voice. It might be
Hold
my
on.
energy. But call other.
No. It's getting somewhat overwhelming, and I will not
Energy
allow this.
God. My gosh.
Everybody settle down. Everybody settle down. Let me go to the super chat, and then I'll go back to Kulata to round off the grades. But please ratchet it down. Just ratchet it down. So Joel of Nashville comes in. Thomas, you have no idea about 2023. So that's that same phase still. They will shock you. The tsunami. So the tsunami. No, I'm not going to read that one. But thank you, Joel of Nashville. So there it is. Let's just get back to the grid. And
One
please,
more.
guys,
One more.
yeah.
One more. Can I comment?
Is that Saki Father?
Yeah, can I just comment?
Oh yeah. Let's hear from you.
Sorry.
Yeah. Let's hear from you, Saki.
Sorry, Emeka. It appears you are new on this platform, and I think you are trying to muzzle.
I am not muzzling anybody. The people who are here, the people who are here. I am new here, but the people who are here.
No, let me finish.
Sorry. Yeah.
You are being belligerent, truculent, and combative.
Saki Elede.
That is the way I have to describe it.
We'll bring Latin out in a minute.
I am telling you, allow people to talk. This platform has always been conversational. You know, you can't just come here to dominate anybody. People have been giving you space to talk. You don't allow people to talk. It's not good. We are here to learn. Nobody is a bastion of knowledge, and nobody is an arbiter of knowledge. We are all here to learn. People are sharing ideas. You know, there are things you know, and every other person don't know. If you come here, you contribute what you know. People will also contribute their own. But here you are just talking.
All right. No, Emeka is free to. Emeka is free to talk. No, I don't. Okay, go on.
Yes.
But please, I want us to move away from that space very quickly.
We are moving away, one man.
Because because this has been trailed so much, a lot of people will watch it back still, and I don't want it to be untidy because this is an important piece that we're doing here. I don't want it to be untidy and rowdy, and then we look somewhat silly.
No, I don't even if I don't have any issues, but I'm basically trying to. You saw my test earlier in the day, right? So you understand my position, and I'm speaking to Emeka now. Emeka, I know you have the energy, right? Except probably you are a spokesperson for a certain political party. This platform, we have orders and we have rules. Over here, if you know who is the Jewel of Nashville, San Diego, Uptown, all of us, right? We go back and forth in an interactive manner. But please, you've had your welcoming session on this platform on Tuesday. We already understand where you belong, right? But please do not be cantankerous on this platform. Let's have a civil conversation. I've been speaking for you. I'm on your side now, right? But I believe you just, except probably you're on a mission on this platform for a certain.
No. You know what's going on. Enigmatic. I think sadly, and Emeka, correct me if I'm wrong, but these are historical situations that have come from outside of this platform into it. So
Exactly, correct. That is just it.
Yeah, these are
Exactly.
these are yeah. Hold on, hold on.
It
Can
came from
you?
somewhere else.
Oh
Then some
no,
people in.
no,
Let,
no.
let one man talk. Let one man talk.
You let me talk as well, please. So these are things that's been happening on various other platforms, and we have just catching the back end of it. But this is a safe space for everybody. So we have rules here, but which we enforce. And if anybody has ever wondered why we have these rules, this is why. But let's get back to the grid and let Kulata have the floor to talk us through what is left of it. So
I have to leave
Kulata,
now, one man. Let me say good night.
One man.
yeah.
Okay, before I leave. Hop down before I leave, please let me. So I wish everybody well. It's been a very good session today. We've had a new member on in the panel now, and I think we just have to understand the fact that we have to accept uh, the ideas of each and everyone's politics, right? Let's let's understand that we belong to different aisle on the political spectrum, and then let's give this platform is we have Saki Fada, we have a lot of elderly people on this platform, and even when we disagree, we shouldn't be of course
Disagreeable. Yes.
disagreeable. 25th
Yes.
of February is the day. Every political party stakeholders, they want to win this election for their candidates. Let's be guided. We are all working for the same Nigeria. I have lived in the southeast, right? I've lived in the north. I've lived in south. I've lived everywhere. Let's understand the fact that this is one Nigeria. Emeka, we are all friends. If you don't know, we are all friends and family on this platform. No, whatever energy you are coming from from another place, tapping down. We love you. I've already advocated for you just to know that I want you on this platform and everybody wants you on this platform. But we are all family, we are all members, and I wish you all the best. Good night, everyone.
All right, brilliant. I'll speak to you later, Enigmatic. So thank you, Enigmatic. So that's
One,
Enigmatic
one
on.
man, let me add one thing, please, before
Yeah,
you
go on.
continue.
Yeah.
All right. First of all, Emeka, I'm supporting Emeka. Yeah, like I said before, Tinubu will win Ebonyi. Tinubu will win Imo State because of the quality of the candidates there. They're going to deliver the votes for him. So, Southeast has never voted as one block historically. They've always split their votes. So this is what we have to know. So, I support Emeka, and nobody should attack him. Having said that, please, one man, before you continue, let Des and Emeka do their bets, please. Let's not forget, there's a bet that came from yesterday. So let them do the bets before we continue.
No, Emeka is under instruction from Mrs. Emeka not to.
Oh,
She has
he
brought
said
out
that.
she brought out the Bible and told him that, look, we are a Christian, no betting for you.
Is that true,
Yeah,
Emeka?
no, that's what they said yesterday. That that Mrs. Emeka said no.
Oh,
Mm.
wow, that's disappointing. Okay.
You want to talk? Are you in a position to be making that comment uptown? Look at you
One man, one man.
Oka is a troublemaker.
You ran to the village. You ran to the village after you, and then no connection. Look at this guy.
That go bugo.
One man, I don't want to talk. I'm quiet.
One man, I've been expecting this bet. Don't tell me we're not going to do this bet.
One man, can I say one thing?
Yeah, go on.
I want somebody to bet. Bring something plausible. Let's bet. I'm gonna bet. I don't know. I'm curious. Let anybody bring something I can bet on. I'm curious. It doesn't matter. Bring it out.
Somebody should bet with him. Somebody should bet with him that Obi will win Sokoto.
No. Bring it. It doesn't matter. I'm not talking about general election. Just bring state or whatever. Area.
We will not win the president. If we not win the presidential election, it's been on the platform for 2 months. Nobody's taking it up.
But one man, please.
I say bring state or whatever.
One man on the serious notes. I don't see how somebody can come to the platform and say Obi will not win Southeast and then say he won't bet. I mean, I didn't eat since yesterday. I was holding my breath for this bet to happen, only for you guys to say it's not going to happen. Like, it doesn't make sense. And I've thrown my weight behind Emeka. Come on, guys. Come on. This better.
You are throwing your weight behind him only because you want to empty the content of his
No,
wallet.
One man, who
slightly,
want to
no
bet me on
slightly
River
more.
State?
Eh?
No
Anybody here?
slightly more. What's up?
Anybody want to bet me on River State? Cash up right now. River State.
Don't worry.
Obi will not win the. Obi will not win the. Or will not win the presidential election February 25th.
I'm talking about River State. Forget about that. Who want to bet me on River State? That'll be River State.
No. Jafar has been telling us off about all the betting. He says it's on Simley. So we go with Jafar. And let's go with Joel of Nashville's a super chat. He says, "Thank you, enigmatic. I say waiting past you. I say waiting past you." So yes, so whatever that language means is what it means. So thank you for that. But let's get back to the grid. I'm quite keen for us to come to a conclusion. So Kolata, the next grid up is regional totals. So regional totals, and then you've in the column marked in colored light brown. So you've got the northwest, the southwest, the north central, the south, the northeast. So the 6 geopolitical zones, and then you've tabularized a grid with the name. So talk us through what's going on here.
Yeah, I mean, it's simple grid just to see who comes first, who comes second, and third in each region. So Kwakwanso, I mean, I was generous with Kwakwanso too. As Obi people will say, I mean, as you guys will complain about Obi, I was generous with Kwakwanso. So Kwakwanso, no doubt, comes first in the northwest, followed by Tinubu and then Atiku. Obi doesn't really register in the northwest. Southwest, of course, Tinubu gangbusters numbers, close to 4 million votes. Atiku comes second, a distant second. Obi is quite close to Atiku. They're not that far behind.
Is that because of Lagos?
It's just that 30% Lagos votes that I gave him, and I downplayed Atiku because Lagos PDP too is dead. So Southwest numbers may be higher than this, but I don't know. My people in the Southwest may not just show up to vote because we can be very funny like that. So North Central is where it's just evenly distributed between Tinubu and Atiku. It's just too close. And then Tinubu still takes it marginally. If Tinubu does well in Kwara and Kogi and Niger, which I suspect is do better than I project.
Let's see what you gave him in Kwara again, because
because Kwara is a Yoruba state, but I just downplayed him. I gave him 48% in Kwara.
Yeah, 48%. No, that seems reasonable. I have to say that seems reasonable. But yeah, carry on.
I think he may still hit 50. He has the potential. If he can make 50 or 52 in Oshun, there's no way he's not going to be able to make that. You remember, Kwara is also a Muslim-dominated space, and we're talking about a Muslim ticket. So it should be he should be able to make slightly over 50% in there. But PDP too is strong in Kwara. They're not dead. So so that kind of shows us like what the regional totals are. Then I now did a head-to-head between Tinubu and Atiku. Look at how they're performing against each other. So in the Northwest, like I factor that Atiku will do better than do roughly. You see, I did not depress Atiku's votes from the last elections. I gave him roughly the kind of votes he got in the last election. I was really, really mean on APC because I devastated APC's numbers from Buhari's numbers so bad. But you can see that even with that, Tinubu is still going to lead Atiku with 200,000 votes because I gave Kwakwanso a lot of Tinubu votes. Southwest kind of like shows where the election is being won for Tinubu. If Tinubu is winning, the numbers are coming from the Southwest first, followed by the Northwest second, because the Northwest is still going to get divided. North Central is a draw. They're going to battle to a draw. It may go either way between Tinubu and Atiku. South, this is where Atiku just tears Tinubu apart, like 700,000 votes. And then the Northeast, this is where you need to know why Tinubu picked Shetima. Tinubu beats Atiku in the Northeast based on the number of votes, not number of states, but number of votes, because the votes that will be coming from Borno and Yobe is going to dominate the shared votes that in the areas Atiku will win. So that's why Tinubu can go and choose Shetima so it doesn't give Atiku a breathing room anywhere in the north. So it's competitive every single region in the north. Then, of course, finally the southeast. Atiku beating Tinubu by 287,000 votes. But with all these Ebonyi numbers that people are anticipating, who knows? If Obi is weak, Atiku will do better. And then the margin will tighten. But if Tinubu does better and Atiku does better, it evens out. It doesn't really matter. It will even out. So now another grid. I wanted to show, assuming Atiku and Obi ran together versus Tinubu, they're gonna beat APC silly by like 5.6 million votes. Like assuming there was that Atiku and Obi, they joint ticket, because you can see that it's only the southwest that Tinubu is able to beat them. They beat him in every other region if Atiku and Obi were on the same ticket. So if something happens and they combine, well, without Kwakwanso, Tinubu is in trouble. Then I now did another grade to say that, okay, if Tinubu and Kwakwanso combine together, and Atiku and Obi combine together, who is going to win? Atiku and Obi, they edge out Tinubu and Kwakwanso by 850,000 votes. So an Atiku Obi will have been a formidable ticket. PDP should have won this election, assuming, based on my projection, my conservative projections, if Atiku was running without dividing all his votes, he has a very, very strong chance of winning this election. And this kind of shows that. And then finally, I did like a Obi. There's this Obi corner. I'm tracking Obi's votes. Like, he's going to get 2.3 million votes in the southeast. Then he's going to get like close to 5 million votes outside. Outside of the southeast. You just want to see how he performs outside of his core base in the southeast. Then the very last poll, like, what is the case for Obi winning this election? And I think this is the case everybody wants to, all the obedience want to listen to. So Obi can win this election because we have 93 million voters and 75% of them are youths. So Obi is going to win all the youth votes, and that is 70 million votes. Tinubu is going to get like 5,000 votes. Kwakwanso will get 10 million. Atiku will get 30 million. And in that scenario, Obi is the winner of the election. So
are you trying to be cute? Tinubu gets 5,000 votes.
This is I'm in the mind of a rabid obedience.
No, all right. They will
Why-
shock
why-
you.
why- why
This
do
is
you- why do
Did he say
you-
5,000 or 5 million? I think it
5,000.
means 5 million.
Did
No,
you see the smiley?
5,000.
Did you see the smiley face on the video?
Yes, this is. They will shock you. They will shock you.
They will shock you.
Did you
The
say
people are
5,000 or
suffering.
5 million, Kulata?
5,000. That 5,000.
I gave Tinubu 5,000 votes.
I don't
Kolata,
understand. What are you
you are
saying?
just too nice. At this point, you are being too over nice.
This is Bulababu votes. This is Obi getting
Okay,
himself
that's God's
5%.
vote.
Kulata, can
God's
you be
vote.
serious and stop joking, please?
But yeah, you have, because many of them will not sleep tonight. You have to be serious and tell them the truth so that they can know how to buy medicine for themselves. Stop giving them hope when there is no hope. They are not going to win the election. Let them know the truth.
One man, this guy
Emeka,
is
calm
throwing the
down
shade
now.
again.
Calm down now.
Emeka, no be
Calm
war
down.
now.
You
It's
see,
not.
this guy is
I
throwing
don't
the
know.
Calm
shade.
You
down
didn't
now.
do anything to Emeka somewhere.
He has no chill. Emeka, you have no
So
chill.
when we come at you, don't cry.
I think this is a war. You're declaring war like Obi.
All right. Let's hear from Fatai, who joins us. So, Fatai, I think you've taken off your helmet to join us because, of course, so for Fatai, there it is. Kulata presents.
So can you make this Obi winning bigger so obedience can be?
Yes.
So they can.
Should we make it bigger than it is? It is what it is. So,
Kulata, did you check the spread from your analysis? Did you check the spread?
If Obi wins, if all the youths are 75% of the voters, and Obi is going to win all the youths, do we need spread? We don't need spread now. Obi don't win election with that.
No, I'm talking about your analysis.
Can I say something?
Oh yeah. I did the spread.
No. Let's hear from Fatai. Let's hear from Fatai.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Fatai. What took you so long?
Actually, I was a little bit careful about coming in. Actually, I was expecting it to be explosive, and I don't want to be in the midst of it. They said what is good for the goose is good for the gander. But because we are here the other time, we were punching Peter Obi for going categorical that foreign reserve is the only thing, it's true. There's so many factors. So in that regard also, I want to say that like Emeka's, I was really looking forward to Emeka's projection. I thought it would be more data based, but the only data in that analysis
You
is
mean
just
Emeka's analysis?
yeah,
Emeka's.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah,
Did
yeah,
you
yeah.
did you see that, by the way, Kulata? Oh, okay, I sent it to you previously. Anyway, carry on, Fatai.
So the only numbers there is basically looking at the 2015 and 2020, and then make a categorical conclusion out of that. Actually, Tinubu, Tinubu says Emilokon, but Emilokon didn't start with Tinubu. 2015 election was the real Emilokon. You know, the only reason, I mean, in 2019 when Peter, and my point is this: you can't really base that what you see that number of 2015 and 2019. You can't calculate Peter Obi's value. As a matter of fact, you will give Peter Obi credit for the 2019 number. Atiku and Buhari are two northerners. Nobody cares about them in the south except some alliance. So if PDP is holding down 80%. Basically, on the average, it was all 80% there. That's a tremendous number. What's his name? In 2015, Jonathan. Jonathan is from the south. Some people even say he's from this that is split between south and southeast. I don't know that story too much. So everybody went for it's our own child. So and he's the head. He's not vice. Jonathan was not vice president. So that's like comparing apple to orange. Peter Obi is not the head of the ticket of PDP. Peter Obi is not good. So if PDP did 80% in the east on the average in the southeast, you have to give Peter Obi some credit because I don't see any other because the southeast never trusted a northern giving them vice president with the promise that the next time you are going to from the Ekweme situation. Many people still believe that the coup after Ekweme, Shagari, whatever, was to prevent Southeast from becoming president. So if Atiku says Peter Obi is going to be vice president, nobody cares because the Southeast believes that okay, you are just Peter Obi, you are fooling yourself. When the time comes, they're not going to give you. So, but despite that, for PDP to hold down 80% on the average, you can't totally divorce Peter Obi from that. And also, it's a non sequitur to say, well, what if Jonathan did 90%, Peter Obi did 80% in the South. That means Peter Obi don't have electoral value. I don't know. Jonathan was president, the head. Peter Obi was vice president. When Buhari made 50 something percent in Lagos, it's not because of Oshibanjo, it's because of Tinubu. In Nigeria, the VP ticket, they call it spare tire. Nobody cares who you made VP. If you have muscle, you're not going to be VP, you're going to be the head. So when
Fatai, quick interjection though. Shetima is an exception to that.
Shetima, you don't know, well,
in
the reason
states. In 2 states.
But we don't know yet now. He's talking about the one
we'll
we know yet. What we
we'll
know
find
yet.
out. Yeah, I think that's why I'm saying
So I
let's
think he's
watch
talking
that
about
space.
what we know yet. What's on ground.
Yeah, I said we should watch that space. I think he's a powerful guy.
Yeah, I know. No, I don't discount Shetima Tinubu's calculation to pick Shetima. I am saying that Shetima is not going to be the deciding factor. It's just to nudge Atiku. APC has tremendous ground in the southeast now. They have gained so much ground. They need to keep it. Atiku push back on them in the last election. Now, without any northern at all, Tinubu is from the southern. So they have to calculate. We can't let Atiku run roughshod over us, and that's to put a break. They're not going to APC is not, with no ground there. If it doesn't have any ground to protect in the southeast, it's not going to just take Shetima and say Shetima, you're going to deliver for us 80%, 90%. But they already have a ground. They need to protect it, and that's why Shetima comes in. They need to protect it against that because if you look at I did Anyway, that's the point. My point about the Emeka space is like we criticize Peter Obi for going so categorical, we're so pissed off. But I think it's fair. What is good for the goose is good for them. There's multiple variables in that space to just make a categorical statement that Peter Obi did not have electoral value in 2019. As a matter of fact, perhaps you would want to credit Peter Obi with PDP's showing in 2019 in the Southwest. Because when you owe 70% is the mark, you say greater than 70. When you make 70% anyway, it means you control the place. So if you're making 80%, you can't win from by a northerner who Southeasterner don't care about, and then he still hold down his party with 80%. That's a tremendous amount of vote. You know, the Jonathan factor the Jonathan factor was a Milocon factor. No, the South when allowed they did not want they wouldn't take it for the power to be shifted to the. I mean, it was like a rubbing the South on the face. Jonathan is already doing 1 year as a president. Let him do the one another whatever. And you know, and my point is that place is very complete. Even if you think about it, Lagos, you know, ACN had what is this guy? Nuhu, is it Nuhu Rubadu as his candidate? But Tinubu made a deal with Jonathan. It was more of a south. It's about turns. No, it's a southern thing than individual. It's not even about Jonathan. It was the South stood the ground for Jonathan. So that's so heavy than to now say if there is a depreciation in the time of Peter in 2019, therefore it means Peter Obi does not have electoral value. I just felt it's too categorical. And also then the second point that Peter Obi is not going to win any state in the southeast. I mean, personally, I always maintain that Peter Obi's vote, you can't really, there's no, what do we use to calculate Peter Obi's vote? It's very difficult. Peter Obi might end up with 0 votes, he might end up with 10 million votes, he might end up with 5 million votes. There is no variable with which you can confidently calculate Peter Obi's vote. Now, even Soludo Soludo had an interview on channels television, which like I think 2 days ago. Even Soludo considered that Peter Obi might win Anambra because for Peter Obi not to win Anambra and maybe 2 or 3 states in the south is in the minimum, it must mean that Peter Obi is a very bad deal maker. Peter Obi needs only to go to his people and make a deal. You know, if Peter Obi comes out of Southeast with zero value, it's going to affect political fortune of the Southeasterner because we are talking about people spending billions and billions. Nobody is going to give a Southeasterner a ticket when they know even a Southeasterner with national reach could not even win the Southeast. Why would you want to give a Southerner? So all of these things are going to be very good, are going to factor in. Except if Peter Obi is not going to be able to make a deal. Like for example, now in Anambra State, there is this when Peter Obi was governor, he put okay from the time of Governor Umba, I think Umba Deniju or something like that. I think he started this oil exploration situation, Orient Petroleum or something like that. And so they were putting some money into that project, like a regular sum of money. When Peter Obi came in, Peter Obi just jumped that amount. Now there is a power tussle in the southwest on who is going to control Orient. I think it's probably I think it's the one big thing that caused the fight between Peter Obi and Obiano. You know, I think there is a division between the big boys, Peter Obi's camp and I don't know whatever other camp, who is going to control. But I think they believe that Peter Obi, if he becomes president, he wants to privatize it using Fidelity Bank. So there's a lot of discussion. For me personally, I will find it interesting what plays out in Anambra because of that. Because Anambra now is a oil exploring state. Even Anambra Soludo recently received its own 30% derivation. And you know, anywhere there is oil, there's a lot of problem. So there's going to be a lot of problem there. So nobody knows how it's going to go. But I think it's too categorical to say Peter Obi will not win any state in the East. If somebody comes and says Tinubu, you know, like sometimes obedience will come and say Peter Obi will win Lagos. I go crazy. Like, are you joking me? So, and in the same respect, it's too categorical to say Peter Obi will not win any vote. He will not win any state. It's possible. I'm not saying it's not possible. It's possible. But for that to happen, Peter Obi has to be like one of the worst deal maker God ever created. because it's your people. It's your people. You can go back to your people and talk to your people. Your people will rally around you, one way or the other. You might not get 90%, but you will limp above the timeline, above the.
For, Fatai, let me just add to what you just said real quick. Sorry. So somebody that says he's a political analyst to compare when a candidate is running for VP and when he's running for presidency
That's the point I was making.
does it murders the whole phrase political analyst. It murders it because I mean, if you leave, if even Kwankwaso on channels when he was asked to be VP to Obi, and then that it was going to, he said it's not necessarily going to boost Obi's chances the way you guys think. That my supporters that are going to vote for me as president does not necessarily mean they will vote for me if I become vice presidential candidate. They
That's
won't vote for
exactly,
me. That they will
exactly,
go for
exactly,
Atiku. That they will go for the
exactly.
next top ticket in the region or close to the region or whatever. So, bottom tickets are
So when you
almost
finish speaking, can I?
not.
Is it fair if I can
Yeah,
make
sure, sure,
comment?
sure, sure.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
coming.
yeah. Carry on, Uptown.
So,
Yeah.
bottom tickets is never a way to. If Shetima run for presidency today, that's when you will know his presidential value.
It's not. It's not that it's never a
And
will, but it's not a very
no, no,
good
no,
way.
no. He
It's
has a
not.
distance, but it's not a way to measure the political capital of an individual fully. You get what I'm saying?
No, no,
So
no. That's the
when
point I was
someone
making.
when someone is running for, let me give you another example. Let me give you another example. If uh um what's it called okay, the way this guy is now, Osimbanjo, or let me even leave Osimbanjo self. Obi now, when you ran for vice presidency in 2019, I didn't go to stand in that queue to get my PVC, even though I was obedient since 2011. I was obedient as of 2019. I was pushing Obi. I knew I was not going to vote. Why? Because I don't see that article that is part of that ticket have annulled this for me. For me, I was like, if they win, no problem, but not I'm not interested. Which is the general this thing with even the young people that is moving around Obi now. Didn't they see Obi in 2019? Did you see them flocking around there like B the way they're doing now? Because even on that 2019, if you go to YouTube, if you go to Obi and Osibanjo's VP debate, which is one of the most viewed videos on channels, you find out that if you out of the 1,000 and something comments there, almost 80% of that comment is saying, this guy would have voted if only this guy was running for president. If only this guy was running for president. So people were not interested. They knew they liked him, but he's going for VP, and we know what VP is in Nigeria. Nobody was interested. Nothing was. I was in the southeast then. I was in Anambra. Nobody had any enthusiasm. Nobody had. In fact, people were like, the article is not going to.
But how can you be obedient since 2019? What
2011.
do you say?
2011.
How can you be obedient since 2011?
How can I be obedient in 2011?
Yes.
I've been obedient since 2011. Not necessarily that I'm
How?
bearing the
How?
name because there's no name like obedient in 2011. But in context of being obedient, the characteristics of being obedient, that's going to be supporter. It going to be not just a
That's all right.
supporter, but somebody that follows him literally. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean by obedient. And not like I was
Uptown,
answering
you
the
have
name.
personal relationship with Obi. Stop
Sorry?
saying all these things.
I have a feeling that is the case. I feel you
Yeah,
know
he
him
has
personally.
personal.
I feel there's a connection there somewhere.
Yeah, you should stop
Is
saying
it
all this.
No,
is it
no, no.
fair? Is it fair now if I can come in?
There's also like 2 or 3 people I follow like that, so it's not necessary. But you can come.
All right, thank you very much. I think you guys you've spoken very well. I listened attentively. Now, with what you guys have said, you are making a mockery of the structures in PDP, right? This is a man who was in PDP. He left PDP, and many of you here, I have listened to you speak. You are very, very astute with politics, and nobody is discounting political structure. If Obi had left PDP for Abga, I would have respected him more and I would have not made my assertion.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with the number you put up.
That's nothing. This
Please,
is just your emotion. We're not talking about your
please,
emotion.
guys,
With the
I'm
number on
begging
ground,
you.
that's
I'm
what's going on.
begging you. Before you now say that I'm my energy, I kept quiet. Before you say my energy, please, can you guys just do that for me? Thank you. You can only tell me, I think one man can tell me it's done and I will stop. Please
No,
no
no, no.
interjection.
No, we
Carry
can
on. No, no,
interject
All
no.
now.
right.
We can.
They can interject, but
No,
carry on,
no,
carry
but the
on.
more people, they can come in and I will be quiet. So if Obi had moved to Abga, right, I would have said, okay, the likelihood of him winning a few states in the southeast is possible, but he will still lose the election because Abga does not have the widespread. As I speak to you guys, Labour Party is still struggling. I think the deadline is today. Labour Party is still struggling to upload the names of polling unit agents. As at 3 days ago, they said, oh, we've had all the numbers, over 180,000 of them. We have them now, but we are struggling because INEC server is slow. It shows the disorganization of that party. That's why I say the party is a mushroom party. Not only that, how many, who are the people around you? I have looked at it. I have assessed the strength.
Okay,
Ashia
can I?
Yusufu.
You've been answering this question, asking this question. Can I now answer you? Because in the
Hold
last
on, you will
hour.
answer me. You answer me.
Oh,
And you will call a name.
No, hold on. Come in
Okay.
uptown. Come in uptown.
yeah. In the last hour, because I wanted you to bet, I wanted to fall for the bait and bet with Des. That's why I was throwing my weight behind you. But let me tell you the truth, my guy. Every assertion you made murdered political analyst upon the tree in the altar of in fact he murdered it, like he butchered it like a meat, and I was just laughing all throughout, my guy, too, with all due respect to you. um um when you say the structures, that's what you talked about right now, right? The structures on ground. You said who is supporting Obi. Are you aware? First of all, are you aware of the PDP structures in Anambra? The names behind the PDP structures in Anambra?
I'm very, very aware of it.
Can you give me some of the names?
I'm very, very aware of it. Continue.
Some of the names we are discussing.
You
This is
didn't
just
go
an
answer my
introduction.
question and you're asking me a question again. Continue.
What question do you want to? Sorry, remind me the question. Sorry, I'll
Continue.
answer you. Just remind me your question.
Continue.
I'll answer you.
Continue.
My guy, remind me your question now. We're not
Continue now.
My goodness me, what's going on?
Continue. I did my assessment. You weren't listening. You said you were laughing, but continue.
You're too emotional. Just remind me your question, my guy.
Continue, or you stop speaking. Let me continue. Continue.
Just my guy, continue what you're saying. You are just too emotional.
All
Are you
right.
done?
All right.
Is it
Okay.
done?
So
All right. Let me. One man.
no. You're both done. I want to.
One man. You don't give me fair chance here. Oh.
No. I don't.
I'll be honest. You don't.
No. I do.
Fatai, I allowed Fatai to speak. He spoke. He spoke well. This other man came. He spoke. He said I made
You know
laughable
what,
assessment.
Emeka?
You are not being fair to me. It's fine. You are not being fair to me on this
No.
case. Because I want to buttress to him why I think Obi is so weak in the southeast that he won't win any states.
Yes,
I have
but
quoted it in my analysis initially, and I want to protest to him that he
hold
will
on.
never win one state.
Can you hold on? You want to do that, but that's not where I want to point the conversation. I want to point the conversation somewhere else, and it only really works if the space allows me to coordinate the session. It doesn't work any other way unless one person coordinates it. And I want to coordinate it in the direction of, I want to coordinate it back to Kulata's spreadsheet. And I want to invite people to, I want to grade it. I want it graded because there might be an adaptation of that spreadsheet as a position of this platform. But that's not going to be my decision. That's going to be the decision of the platform. So Kulata has presented. So I'm going to invite the platform to grade it on a 100% percentage. So we'll kick it off with Uptown. So Uptown, we've had a long and involved discussion around Kulata's spreadsheet. So give a very, very micro narrative, and then give it a percentage. Give it a percentage out of 100. So then we want to make the decision on how much we're going to adopt it as a working doc, because we need it as a working document towards the elections to come. So that's going to be what we're going to be working with, removing from here, putting back, but we don't want to vary it too sharply. So the platform to adopt it as a position or not. So give us a little spiel, and then give us a grade, and then tell us if you feel we should adopt it or not. And whilst you're still there, Uptown, a chap on Instagram is working on permutations that land to be on the seat. But I will probably hook you up with him so that you can merge your findings together and then present it on the platform. But Kulata's presentation, just have close to authentic is it, and then what would you score it, and then should we adopt it, but not long and lengthy, just condense it in a summary. Uptown, Europe first.
One man, very
Yeah.
good, very
Yeah.
good, very good. Trust me. Very close, very close to the to reality. The closest I've seen, coming from with nowhere, and yeah, I mean very close. Obi is going to take Southeast, very close. Obi, Rivers is in play. Edo is in play somehow. Benue is in play. Somehow FCT is in play. He's quite grounded. I think apart from a few qualms I have, I personally think Atiku will come third in Southwest. Obi is going to come second in Southwest. Those are my qualms I have with it, and I don't have a lot of qualms with Kulata's this thing. And out of 10, I'll give Kulata. I'll give to only because I'm gonna bring my spreadsheet as well. I'll give Kulata 7. And again, should we adopt it? Yes, I think I agree we should adopt it.
As a working document. So this is the document we'll be working with towards the elections. All right, brilliant.
It deserves it here.
All right, brilliant. So that same question to Saki Fada. Saki Fada, you've not left out, have you? You say, the rowdiness always gives Saki Fada a headache. So Saki Fada, okay, I think Saki Fada is shielding at the moment. So it's shielding at the moment. So from Saki Fada, just as I put it to Uptown, Emeka, Europe next.
Yeah, I'll give it to 75%. But before it should be adopted, I think Kolata should remove the vote from P2P, from Imo State and Ebonyi State, and give it to Asiwaju. I still stand that APC will win those states. Then maybe as events begins to come up, we'll probably see that and maybe for River State, when the G5 adopt their presidential candidate, which I think should be Asiwaju, and they can take it out. I think they gave it to Obi, take it out completely from Obi and give it to Asiwaju completely. Then also the Kano, Katsina, and Kaduna. I know he gave Katsina to Atiku, and Kwankwaso, Kano, and Kaduna. So he, as events unfold, he can then begin to allocate those votes to Asiwaju completely. And then as more events will unfold closer, maybe till February 24th, then it will begin to become clear to many people that Obi is so very weak, and then he can take out those votes completely from the Southeast. He will deduce it properly and discount it properly, effectively, and then share them appropriately, maybe amongst Asiwaju, Atiku, and then also bring in the respectful candidates in NABGA to give him a few votes, because the guy would get something, right? So though you didn't allow me to speak more about how weak Obi is in the Southeast, but it's fine. I want
No,
want to
you can say it, but please condense it. So a sonnet, not a prose. You know,
yeah. So
I'm loath to be stifling anybody's voice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
but
what I
yeah,
wanted
yeah.
to actually say, let me condense it quickly. Soludo is going to become, he's currently not the national leader for APGA. They just made him the national leader for APGA. He's going to be the national leader for the Southeast. He will never do anything to ensure Obi shines. That is his viewpoint. He had a tongue-in-cheek statement yesterday when he was saying Obi might. He would not anything to make Obi shine in Anambra State is not something Soludo will want to support. Other governors are currently running. 3 governors are running as senatorial candidates, and they are fighting for their election to go to the Senate. They will do as much as possible to vote for their party. That's what a lot of us are missing out here. Then we're also missing out the quality of the candidates in a more structured party and giving it, overestimating the candidacy of a useless party. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So thank you. So
Wow,
just
useless party, Oshe.
well, you know, that's his own subjective view. That is entitled to. So that didn't cross the mark. So up next, man of prestige. Previously, about San Diego, now man of prestige. So
thank you, my brother. One man, can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly. So just to build it up, Kulata's delivery, just a very short commentary on that, and then give it a percentage score, either on it up to 10 or 100, and then really to it, should we adopt it as a working document for the platform? So sorry, did Emeka say we should adopt it or not? Emeka, did you say we should adopt it or not?
I said before we adopt, right? He should for Imo and Ebonyi, he should allocate the votes based on the structure of the party, right? And to give it them, we cannot adopt. I'm not saying he should completely say Obi won't win those states. He has his reasons. I respect those reasons, but allocate votes. That the structure of APC in Imo State and Ebonyi State is strong, especially in Ebonyi State. It is very, very strong. So allocate some tangible votes to Ashwaju to show and what the effort he has made, that his party has made, then we can adopt the working sheet. And going forward, as event unfolds, we begin to remove votes from those who do not deserve it and give it to those who deserve it.
All right, brilliant.
Sorry, Emeka, do you agree that Obi will win Benue and Abuja? Because it looks like you're not raising objection on that.
I didn't raise the objection between. I agree with his assumption in Benue and Abuja, right? Abuja is a little bit like Lagos State, right? And is a civil servant state. So I agree Obi would do a good job there. Yeah, I think he would do a good job.
Structure will not work in Benue. The structure that will work in Southeast will not work in Benue.
Already the PDP governor there, his body language is going towards Obi. He has said it that he loves Obi. You understand? He has shown where his allegiance is. So he will not fight. Hold on, sir. He will not fight. He will not fight any opposition, right? Though he's going for the Senate, he might want to protect his own candidacy, and he's not supporting Atiku, right? He's not supporting his party presidential candidate. So he will not oppose to that. He will only fight for himself and leave that to what the masses will determine. That's what we are also missing out of the platform, that the governors as well as strong candidates would fight tooth and nail. We forgot about the rigging factor, and we said a mushroom party without structure that does not have complete polling unit agents that will be missing. When the election, when they will be counting
one more last question. It's not going to be long.
Mike.
Is a yes or
it's
no
my
question?
turn, please.
A yes or no question, please, man of prestige. Yes or no question.
Emeka doesn't do yes or no now, you know that.
No, I'm just urging him to do it this time, please.
No, I have said it. You understand? You want to put me in a corner. I have said I've given you rationales, right? The Benue State governor.
I'm not asking about Benue again, Emeka. I'm not asking about Benue. I've heard what you said about Benue. I'm just saying that in Abuja, we know how strong PDP structure is there with the senator there that has been there since 1999 or so. So, how do you think Obi is going to win?
I'll be very honest with you. I'll be very honest with you.
other than the southeast, I was thinking maybe weekend I will go and do the southwest, south, right? Other than the southeast that I have done myself, I've not done others. I could look at it and say, okay, I will give a guess. That's why I'm still so strong and adamant on the southeast. I will look at other places. For Abuja, I will want to also look at the caliber of the candidates that are there and the structures that are there, the party. I will evaluate it myself and put it to test and say, okay, if truly a mushroom party like Labour Party is strong enough to gather enough votes. But for now, I agree with Kolata.
All right, back to
Okay,
you,
thank you.
All right, back to you, man of Prestige.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, before I begin, and I'm not a man of who speak for a long time, but I'm just gonna contest my statement. But before I commence, there's one thing I want to say. I mean, we've been on this platform, for a while. I mean, and I probably came in last year, and there's some people who was there 3 years ago, like Ajali Coco, Lezada Gomez. So even somebody who just came yesterday, we shouldn't let the person dominate the space because he doesn't pay more tax. He hasn't even paid any tax. We've been paying more tax than the person do. What I mean by tax, I don't mean monetary like super chat, but we've been paying more tax than the person that just came yesterday or the other day. So you shouldn't be getting that privilege more than any other person. We should have an equal right. Moreover, he's a newcomer. He shouldn't be getting, he shouldn't be getting more fair share than we do. So that's not fair enough. But anyway, having said that, there's no party that's a useless party. So that's a wrong statement to say this party is useless or whatever word the person used. So having said that, let me go to my commentary. Kulata, I like your project. I like your analysis. It's very good. Your objective in your own, prism, which is good. I mean, this is not going to determine the election because nobody here in this space is in Nigeria except Eze. So he has a little bit of knowledge. That notwithstanding, for the Southeast, Obi is going to win the 5 states in the Southeast, and Obi is going to win 5, definitely 5 out of 6 in the South. In the North Central, Obi is going to win 3, definitely 3 states over there, or even 4. Definitely, he's going to win the Abuja. In the Northwest, I think Obi is going to come second behind Shiwaju, definitely. And Obi is going to get his 25%, definitely in Kaduna.
In the Northwest, man of Prestige.
Yes.
Okay,
Why?
good.
What's the problem?
Can we just let him
Right
my own opinion,
right
Eze.
Okay.
Yeah, this is my own opinion. It's just like Kulata did this, Kulata is not, I mean, Kulata is not God. It's just his opinion. But anyway, so that's the only area I have issue with Kulata. I'm not going to say Kulata change it. This is just an academic exercise. So I'm not going to say you have to change this place. No, that's not my place. But it's very interesting. I like what Kulata did, okay? Definitely adopt it, okay? We can analyze it. So it's just an academic exercise. So for a score, I would give you 70 to 80%. So, I mean, no problem about that. Thank you, Wama.
All right, brilliant. Always brilliant by Man of Prestige. Man of Prestige. So from Man of Prestige, we go on to Eze. So Eze, the question, your response.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Good morning, Wama. Yeah, in this stuff that Kulata did, he tried. And let me be honest here. Obi is going to win Southeast, the whole of Southeast, 60%. Like, yeah, to sum it up for all Southeast, or let me just break it down. In each state, he's going to get at least nothing less than, should I say, 50% in each Southeast state. In each Southeast state, the least he might get is 40%. Yeah. PDP is going to get that 25% from every state in Southeast. Anybody that wants to doubt this thing should keep doubting. APC will do well in Ebonyi State, and it's not because Imo State is even a state that their governor is in APC, but he will do well in Imo State, but even in state like Abia State, he will do well. It's just Anambra. If Enugu, maybe he might even get up to 15% in Enugu. That is APC. Tinubu, he might get up to 15% in Enugu. But PDP will get at 25% or more than safe from every state in the Southeast. Then in South, people saying Obi is going to clear the whole of South. I don't say they are dreaming, because Obi is not going to clear every state in South. Like in Calabar, Cross River, Obi will get votes there, but he's not taking everything there. PDP will still have a very strong hold in Cross River. APC too will do well in Cross River. In Akwa Ibom is for PDP, Labour Party. Obi's wife is from Akwa Ibom, I think. Then in Bayelsa people are going to vote for PDP. They will vote for APC. They will vote for APC in Bayelsa. And the Labour Party will still have votes there. Labour Party might even get up to 25% in Bayelsa, but they are not going to clear the way people. Then in Delta State, Labour Party will still try. They will try in Delta State, but it's between APC and PDP. PDP are the owners of Delta State. Then Rivers, see what Wike is doing. If Wike should go, of which he's going to join the Asiwaju group, because there is a statement he made in one of his this thing. So in irrigation, what they call it, when he was doing this his project, he said they will support a man of integrity. I want to let the obedience know that a man of integrity is not talking about Obi. He's talking about a man that when they seal contract or seal make a deal, he will reach to the end of the deal. Is Asiwaju is talking of. People like
But Solomon, have you also seen the statements where he said you won't support Muslim ticket? Have you seen that video?
Don't go by that video, my brother.
So Solomon, are you
I mean,
speaking
you're
about
going
Rivers
by a
State?
video now. Me, I'm going by a video too. We're
Just a
all going
question.
by
Are
a
you
statement.
speaking about Rivers State?
Yes.
Okay, now just a quick insight, right? The special assistant to Wike on social media just endorsed Asiwaju yesterday. I don't know if you're aware. Please,
See,
just
River
go and
State,
check.
apart from the people, the other people, and even like Wike's place is Ikwere, and Ikwere has 13 wards. I keep saying it. Once Wike is going to work with, Wike is a politician. Forget about he gave P2B logistics because it's just a way of helping him and not making him feel like he's neglecting his movement and all that. But he's going to work with Asiwaju. Somebody like Aseri Dokubo self is Asiwaju guy. Aseri Dokubo is an Asiwaju guy. He believes so much in Asiwaju. So, and there are other people like that. You see, in South people are bring money. I see South people like one of the especially what they call this oil producing states in South. I know all of them are oil producing states, but those major areas that the oils are, they are very, I don't want to call them lazy people, but they believe in bring money share. So that thing, you can never take it away from them. That bring money share kind of life. So Obi is going to get a very good number of votes. He's going to have a good percentage, more than 25% in Rivers. In Edo, I don't know how this Edo is now, but the main Edo people are saying that Obi cannot win PDP and Asiwaju in that place. But I know with what I've seen, Obi is really trying in Edo State. To be honest with you, let's not take it out from him. He's going to get more than 25%. Then coming down to the north, to the southwest, PDP would have good vote there. Those people are not mugus. They are not people that they know they are left from their right, or they are right from their left. So Atiku will have good votes. Obi is going to have good votes. Tinubu will be the highest in the south, where based on homeboy things. And North Central is going to be highly what they call this thing, Tinubu, places like Kogi.
Contested.
Yeah. Tinubu will be number one in that North Central, followed by Atiku, then Obi. Yeah, just take it like Plateau State. People were just coming here to say things about Plateau State. I watched this accident that happened after that Atiku's rally, and the casualties there, and even some people died. So this guy had to IU, and I think Atiku, they went down to Plateau State to just went to see the former governor Jonah Jang, and the guy was very, very touched. He was very impressed by the way, he's in Wike's faction. He's part of Wike's group. So he was impressed for Atiku to come, for IU to come, and they gave them money at about 30 million naira to take care of those people who are taking care of those people who sustained injury in that accident and the hospital bills and everything. He was impressed and he has assured this guy, let's not take out these brokers, what they call them. These guys are call out votes. We should not take their effort from them. Those are the structures. They will mobilize people and people believe in them. There are people who confide in them. Forget about this one. It's only majorly this obese movie, apart from Southeast and places like Edo, is only in these cities here, like Abuja, Lagos. It's just people that just feel like I don't know, they just want to, they're just feeling angry, or they're just being agitated and all that. That people that they make things look as if maybe the election will not be as it used to be. But don't take it out. Obi is still trying. Obi is really, really trying. So that's for North Central. Northwest, I don't know who is saying Atiku will be, Obi will be second. Obi. I'm even pitying Obi self in that Northwest. Sorry to say. He's going to try. But see, in each state in Northwest, the highest I feel he might even get is 15% or even 10%. He's not getting up to 25% in any state in Northwest. Same as Northeast too. Obi can't even get. He will not get anything in Northeast. He might try in Taraba very well. They might end up in 20%, but he's not getting up to 25% in any state in Northeast. Talk more of Northwest. Yeah, one man in the FCT. Yeah, if they succeed to remove this guy, of which I was talking to somebody who has been in Abuja before me, and I was like, I watched an interview where this lady, is it Kenigbe something, whatever, she's under Labour Party. She was just saying that they are going to make sure that Philip something, that is his name, that is the PDP guy in this Senate that somebody was talking about here. And my neighbor told me that, see, that the guy is an obedience, but he said that no matter what obedience Labour Party try, they can never take it out from this guy, take him out of that office, because the guy is a big philanthropist in Abuja here and in his senatorial district. So people saying that he's going to that the Labour Party will try in Abuja. They will really try. But you don't need to come and give them the whole of Abuja. It's not possible. Yeah, well, that is my own analysis. Then coming to what they call it, this to give my own full percentage for the stuff. I would say it's 60. Why? Because Kolata did not. He just did fair play here in a way, and he did not factor in the other devices like election, vote buying, Togri, and other vices that influences election. Yeah, thank you.
All right, brilliant. And should we adopt it as a working document for the platform? So, by adopting it, I mean we are taking it as a position that the platform aligns with. And as we move closer to the elections, we'll be adjusting it here and there, but it will be the basis by which we land at the election. So we adopt it as a working document for the platform?
I don't think we should for now, because he did not factor in the 5G support and all that. So let's just wait. We see even if we know that somebody how they would, like, we've been permutating on how they would who they will support and who they will not support. But let's just wait and see who they will support and other because people are the people are decamping. People like in Bauchi now, the stable, his Kwankwaso guy.
There was quite a chunk of defection to
PDP.
To Kwakwanso in Bauchi. From PDP to Kwakwanso.
There are still people that they camped from Kwakwanso to PDP yesterday. Yeah, people are decamping and all these things. These are the things you need to wait and see. people might even decamp to Labour Party, but I know that is not possible. It's just the way they call the mushroom party. Nobody's going to decamp to Labour Party. It's just people that they would be when people's house, like what they say, empathy. They will be out of they want to this guy is. They will just feel so they want to sympathize with him and vote for him, that kind of thing. So let's not just work with this thing, boy. Kolata really did a very good job. Let's wait and see.
All right, so we wait and see. So we go on to Thomas to see what P. Diddy sunshades is got on. It's not even sunshades, so it's just what's wrong today? Where's that big smile you usually give us, Thomas? Long day, Abi.
There's long day, so much back and forth. At the junction, I was so angry with what transpired, but I was so angry, one man. I will not let.
What angered you? What angered you?
The comment from Blackie's father to Emeka. I was so angry. I will not lie to you. I was so angry. They have settled it.
Yeah, okay.
They have settled it and apologized. And if we don't mind, nobody should bring that kind of statement on this platform anymore. It's very annoying. I was crazy with myself. That's why I didn't say anything true. I just kept quiet, because if I speak that time, I will say something that is not good. I just calm myself down. If they apologize, just move on. Back to the politics of it. I read a tweet yesterday. I will read it again. That is what brought me to mind. That what will bring me to my conclusion. On Twitter's page, this is Obedience. They are in their own caucus. I will say the name, Empress Dumudu, if I could pronounce it very well. The right wrote on their page, he said, please mobilize your group to go for the campaign group. And the Hausa man in the same camp, Abdullahi Umar Zama, he answered the guy that said, go and mobilize. He said, how will you want me to mobilize my people? Am I going to carry them on my head? So that is what we call structure right there. The Labour Party is lacking that. Though we can't take that away in any way. We can't take that away. And they don't have the spread. I can say that. I say it often on this platform. They are structural parties. A will be doing something else, B will be doing something else. They bring out manifesto, some people bring it down, somebody will bring another one. They are not just comported, they can't compose themselves very well. And I can't fault them, because it's just mushroom party. Labour Party is nothing in our election in Nigeria. You don't even have one councillor throughout the 36 states. So that is the problem of these happening, and that's what will bring me to my analysis on these spreadsheets.
Before you go to your analysis, Thomas, there is this clip that virtually must be at least 20 people that have sent it to me on Instagram. I've not really had, I like to leave these things until we get to the platform. But let me bring it up now. Perhaps a lot of you would have seen it, but let's see what he has to say. So, listen to this.
From Plateau State, what is really happening here? What is really happening? Obi and Dakun from Plateau State. What is really happening here?
What is really happening is that the person in charge of the support group's money has refused to release it to the support group to mobilize people. And as we're talking today is Thursday. Tomorrow our principal is supposed to be in town and there's no money to mobilize anybody. So I don't know. And so far in Plateau State, the support groups have been the one that have elevated the Labour Party name. So I don't know why they are taking support group for granted and they have turned them to trash and beggars in the front of Labour Party's office.
Madam, I'm so sorry. We don't believe in mere rumor. Can you be able to brief us on how much was it sent? Do you have any insight about the money being sent?
An idea of how much that was sent. I don't really have an idea. If it's that one, I don't. But I know that money has been released. That one is for sure.
So, madam, this These all people here gathered, and I've seen a whole crowd with some people inside. Are you telling me that they are part of the support group, or they are just mere people that come for you?
We have almost 300 support groups in Plateau State. The ones I can remember that were registered is 200 and something, which I have heard that some were still registered, but I don't have the documents for now. So everybody here is support groups. We have almost 300 support coordinators in this Plateau State.
So you are telling me the whole of these numbers are coordinators that come for their money?
Yes.
And they didn't have the money?
They haven't. Not a kobo, a dime has been given to anybody here.
Wow, this is interesting.
And today is Thursday. Tomorrow we are supposed to mobilize.
So what are you trying to tell the people in Abuja about this? Do you have any word for them?
Tell them that we don't have leaders in Plateau State. That's just the plain truth. Because all of them are corrupt, and all they do is they we have for Obi. People are now misusing it and taking us for granted. They will give money, and then the same people will pocket it in their money and expect us to do it out of our own money, which we have been doing for long. For this time around, we said no. They will release it whether they like it or not. If they don't, we will not mobilize people to that stadium.
Honorable Victor is one of the chairman, or he's the chairman of board of trustees. Did you go to his house and complain about this?
Of course, and then he sent us away. The way he even spoke to us, it was rudely, as if we are animals. That is going to cause force men on us to send us away. That is either we call the DJ of the money to come, he's not going to give us the money. So we don't know how we are going to mobilize. So in case there was no people in stadium tomorrow, it means that they are the ones that caused it. It's not us.
Thank you
because
very
we have
much.
tried our best.
Thank you so much.
All right, so there it is. I'm not sure. Were you one of the people that sent me that clip? But a lot of people sent it. But what are they inviting us to make of it? What are we making of that?
Waman, can you?
Sorry, Wamba, why did you save this for last? Oh my goodness! Wow.
Yes,
wow.
I didn't even. What is it?
But they send one man. The senders of the clip. What are they inviting us to say about it?
That's what.
You say you know the give shishi, man.
Yes.
You say you know the give shishi.
What do you mean by shishi?
What do you mean by shishi? What is she saying there? Why are you talking like this?
All right, let's hear from Thomas.
Oh, guys, that is what my preaching on those platforms every time about Labour Party.
Sorry, did you send that to me?
No, I didn't. But okay. I saw it on. I saw it. Yeah. That is my preaching every time on those platforms. I said it countless of times. Governor Peter Obi as I forgot this guy that I normally call Governor Peter Obi. I think Adewale, Governor Peter Obi, is not really a bad candidate, and I will not even object to Peter Obi's presidency because it's still from the south. Because I want the presidency to come to the south, but Labour Party is the main problem. Governor Peter Obi we really battle with. And you can see the correlation of the tweet I read to you earlier on to this video you just showed us. Everything matched together. You are telling people to go and mobilize. Are they going to use their money? Listen to that lady. The lady said we have been using our money to mobilize. This is the time you should give us money. Politics is not about vote buying only. You have to mobilize people. You have to rent buses. You have to cater for their food, even to buy water at the campaign ground. You have to spend money. This politics of we are not paying shishi, it can never work in Nigeria. It has never worked and it will never work. I don't even think it will work in my own lifetime. You still have to use money is needed. It's very important in election. So that's the problem Labour Party will be facing. Will Labour Party come to my whole local government, local government, and tell people to go and mobilize and not giving them money? And people that are people who want to use their own hard-earned money to food for your own for your own politics ambition. No, you have to use money. You have to spend money. Politics is money all over the world, not even in Nigeria. People spend money. You need money for mobilization. So that's what brought me to collateral spreadsheet, giving Governor Peter Obi 7+ million votes. I don't see where the vote is coming from. I don't see it, because if they don't have the spread, they even find it difficult to mobilize. They even find it difficult to upload their party members on the INEC portal. So where is this vote coming from? Is this vote coming from? I don't know. I'm not a political novice. I know politics very well, like the palm of my hand. So Kolata is too very is very generous on Governor Peter Obi. It's too generous. I don't know where the vote is coming from. Given the percentage, I will give him give and take. I'll give him 80%, and I will second or third or fourth the motion that we should adopt it. Then later on, we can adjust it as events unfold. Thank you, Wama.
Oh, all right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So from you, we go on to Uptown. So Uptown, you're up next.
Oh, one man. What are we analyzing? Sorry, I got cut out.
I haven't said anything, one man.
Who hasn't said anything?
Des.
No, I'm coming to you still, and then
Uptown have said something on.
Des, you can go. Des.
All right. I beg your pardon. So let me come to you then. You know when people drop on and off the screen, then it jumbles up the space. So say you're up next, then Des.
Yeah. It feels like I haven't said anything like forever since they started this show, and I feel like I haven't even said anything for the past.
You're feeling marginalized. You're from the southeast now. You should be used to that feeling. Are you marginalized?
I felt marginalized for the past 3 days, and that is not good. I feel like if you go and watch your shows for the past 3 days, you will notice something that we've not been following, the way we used to follow this platform. If someone speak and the other person, speaks, it goes round. You will notice that it doesn't even go around anymore. Maybe if we have a 5-hour show, Emeka takes like 2-3 hours out of it, and the rest of us shares it.
You are looking for trouble. Why are you calling Emeka?
No, I don't. Let me just finish.
That used to be the complaint about Ajanle Koko. Now it's Emeka.
Let me. I mean, you can go and watch your shows, and you see what I mean. And it's becoming very toxic. And I'm not a guy that goes well with toxic environment. I like to joke a lot. I like to laugh. So when it becomes toxic, you might not really be seeing me here very much. I'm just saying it on my own way, you get. So with that being said, let me dive into the conversation.
So sorry, when you say toxic, what do you mean? Because yes, it did spiral a little bit, but we caught it before it spiraled out of control. We have had that in the past. When we have to bed somebody in, it usually when we have to settle them in,
it's almost like everybody is fighting, and because of one man, and it's like there's no settlement in anything. It's no settlement at all. It becomes very toxic. I don't just want to. It's just like enigmatic, and I will quarrel. That's not us. That's just us. Trying to be political and talk. No, there's no anger. There's no love lost. But I'm seeing the love lost. With the whole for the past 3 days, I'm seeing some kind of love lost in the platform, and it's not good. Oh man, I can feel it. So I just
all right. I'll watch back to see if I spot what you're saying. But carry on.
But yeah, today, starting with what King Emeka brought up, the fake analysis he brought up about APC getting 190 something thousand or whatever, which is wrong. APC actually got 261,000. That's 2015. 2019 APC got about 400 and something, 488 to be precise. So his data, I don't know how he did his math. His data he brought out was wrong. Just putting it out there. Um, let's get to Colata's spreadsheet. So all well and good with Colata's spreadsheet, but like I have one fault with Colata's spreadsheet, and you would agree with me too if I explain myself. So, which I will always boil it down to voter apathy, which we said that we brought out 5%, right? So that 5%, I've never really agreed that P2B is gonna win. Is gonna get the spread. I've never said that before. All I've said in this platform, this is gonna be an election. There's not gonna be a clear winner. But Colata simply shows there's gonna be a clear winner. And with that being said, the voter apathy that you guys included 5% on, right? I'm gonna say this: if you're including 5% on voter apathy, what are you're not necessarily gonna
Yes.
spread
Is it apathy or turnout? Because you're I
voter
think
turnout. No,
eh?
voter turnout becomes because of voter apathy, voter turnout increases, right? So now,
No, apathy makes people not show up actually.
Correct.
yeah,
It's the opposite.
Apathy
the other way,
is a
the other
negative
way
turnout.
around. Like
Yeah, lack of interest in political activities.
Yeah.
sorry, I mean people engaging more in politics and trying to vote. Um,
Higher turnout, you mean?
yeah, voter turnout.
Yeah, but
So
we can bump up the turnout if you want.
yeah,
But
no,
it's,
no, no.
it's,
I'm
it's
not
not
saying
going to change
pump it
anything.
up, Colata. Let me finish. Don't pump it up. I'm saying voter turnout. If we say is 5%, right? That 5% shouldn't be spread evenly to the whole.
Fine. I can
True,
fix.
true, true, true.
Yeah, I can. Which side do you think will get more turnout?
So if you're saying voter turnout, the reason why
I'm
voter
not going to do it state by state. I have a day job. But if you
Colata,
say region by region, no, let's talk.
oh,
So
Colata,
region by wait, let's talk.
yeah.
So if you say region by region, if we say which region do you think will have the highest turnout?
Which region will have the highest turnout in this election is going to be the southeast.
And if we say average 40%, will Southeast be like 50%?
No, no, I don't get what you're saying.
Okay, let's say I give Southwest 40%. I give South, they have no skin in the game, 35%. Then I give Southeast 50%, right?
Um, I'm not even necessarily saying the percentage of whichever region. I'm
No,
saying
it's turnout. At the end of the day, it's
no,
turnout.
I'm saying that you're saying 5% voter
Yes,
turnout.
can I ask you a question? Is it fair?
Sure.
All right. You said the highest turnout in the south is the way for voters will be in the south is
Yeah.
okay. I do not agree with you anyway. But you have IPOB threatening that there will be no election, making several threats. Don't you think this will
This won't be the
contribute
first time.
to people? Don't you think this will contribute to people not wanting to turn out because they might be afraid for their security? And again, those who are sympathetic to IPOB would not want to go out to vote because they do not believe in the election. Two. Now, three, the Southeast has the lowest registered voters and currently the lowest turnout for people who have collected the PVC. So how would they be the highest in the country?
I'm measuring it in the sense of voter turnout of the past election of the southeast. I'm not
The
necessarily
Southeast has always been the least.
listening. Can we have a conversation? If let's assume that let's assume that 30% or 40% of the southeasterners of the whole, southeastern um people that is eligible to vote that has their PVC. Let's assume that 30% or 40% voted 2019. And I'm saying if 30% or 40% voted 2019, about 60 to 70% is gonna vote in 2023. That is where I'm putting it at. Are you getting me? I'm not saying that 60 or 70% might be more than Lagos State or South, or wherever. I'm not saying that. Are you getting me?
This is basically voter percentage. Yes, the
Yes.
Okay,
percentage of
I
voters.
get where you are driving to, but I want you to be more clear, right? Because when you say the Southeast will get the major turnout, voters turnout in the country, right? Even though they have the lower registered number of voters, as well as the region that the list that have collected the vote, their PVC rather in the country so far.
But let's.
And again,
I think Emeka, we
You
understood what he meant.
already get what I mean.
We understood that he mean percentage-wise compared to the
It's
previous
just
time.
turnout
We
has
understand
nothing
what
to
he
do
meant.
with number of registered voters.
So,
Turnout
no, I
has
want to
nothing
be
to do with
clear.
voters.
No be fight. I want to be clear when he's saying that. Is it because when you use percentage, you are making a comparison. The
All
moment you insert percentage, what are you comparing it to? Is it for previous election or for other regions? That's what I want to be clear. The moment you insert percentage, it's relative to something.
But
What is it relative to?
you're cleared now, Emeka, right? I'm talking about percentage, and you're cleared, right?
Percentage means relative. So what are you relating that percentage
I've
to?
already explained myself. I'm
No,
having.
sorry, maybe I didn't catch you.
Sorry.
Are you relating it to
Let me
previous
just.
election, or are you relating it to other
Previous election. Let's
regions?
move on. It's to previous election. Let's move on.
All right. Carry on, this.
So, Colata, that is basically where I found fault in your analysis because of the 5% of voter turnout that you spreaded evenly to other candidates. I don't think that is how
So
it works.
okay, so
So
on the micro level, obedience will have more turnout.
yes, on that 7 million, I think, like I've always said, I don't have a problem with the whole, the percentage you gave will be in some states. I don't have a problem with that. But the only thing I say is that he might not actually have the spread, but in this election, I feel strongly that Obi is gonna has the popular votes, in this election, and that is gonna boil it down to not having a clear winner. You get,
All right.
but
Well, sorry, another question is, what do you mean by popular vote?
Sorry. Let him just carry on because we're coming to the tail end now. We hear from Fatai next, and then Kulata sums up.
Yeah.
Sorry, carry on, this.
So, Colata, apart from that, I'll give your spreadsheet. I'll say 7.5. It's really good, and I think we should adopt it. Yeah. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. Thank you, Des. So thank you, Des. So let me acknowledge Dick Paul's super chat. He says, Thomas, you don't know anything about politics, but there it is, right there. Not the first time that you've been accused of that, Thomas, but I'm sure you have a different view.
That's the obedience right there.
But he doesn't sound like an obedient now. He does.
No, I know them now. I saw the comments. I just laughed. Yeah, that's the obedience right there. Nobody know the politics. They are the one that know the politics. 2023, this election will show them. Thank you.
All right, Brian. So by their deeds you shall know them. So up next is Fatai. So Fatai, I'll take your response to the questions that I've been asking. But I want you to also talk us through the things you've been sending in. So I'll pop them on the screen, and then you tell us what we're looking at. So you've been sending in this screenshot. So talk us through. Hold on, let me. Okay. So yeah. So talk us through. So what are we looking at here?
Okay, this is the 2019 Buhari's votes, the map of the percentages of Buhari's vote. First thing I want to make here is like I think it gives me an opportunity to clarify like some comments I made the last time of the spreadsheet. So I mean, it's just well, I said that time I said I will not give it more than 50%. It's not personal. It's just like I don't know, maybe the way I was trained. I thought that there were multiple variables that were controlled to arrive at the spreadsheet. Like to have a good degree of confidence in a in an analysis, you can't control for too many factors. Like we are controlling for Buhari's 12 million votes. We are controlling for suppression of Tinubu's vote. We are controlling for bumping of Obi's vote. I mean, so many control. I mean, there will not be a way
It's
to.
not, no, you're getting it wrong. It's not a control, it's intentional suppression of Tinubu's votes.
That is what like
Wait, wait,
control
wait,
experiment.
wait. It's intentional suppression of Tinubu's votes to show the direction of the election by pure maths. That's all. But there's no way Tinubu is going to get Buhari level votes, though. But that's another argument. But for you to know who the clear leader is in the election, you need to like, what's the worst case scenario for this guy, and he's still topping them in the worst case scenario. I think that's the analysis.
No, no, I don't disagree. But my point is like that is more subjective situation than like analytical. Like if I believe I want to assume that Tinubu is not going to get a lot of votes. I want to like suppress his vote. I'm saying like I can't make a critique. I can't make a critique of the data set because it's like it's only like a religion. I believe like if Tinubu not winning is based on like a statistical variable or mathematical variable, yes, but not mathematical variable that I want to let them to know like in the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario is not big. My point is the like when I gave the number, it's not about like I said, it's not about the effort or anything like that. It's just the way I mean, I can't do a mathematical interpretation. For instance, another thing I want to make is look with regard to that. Like for instance, if you look at this, first look at this. When you see 20%, 20%, 20% is like 20% or something. Is like the kind of vote that Buhari is getting in northeast, in southeast. So a Tinubu is not going to spend billions, hundreds of millions in the north to get the kind of treatment Buhari will get in the north, in the southeast. So in terms of politics, if you control a region,
But
your control of it.
so here's where you need to put the math in. Is 4 ways. It's no longer 2 ways.
Well, my point is this: it's even if it's 4 ways,
It
parties
matters a lot.
control.
If it's 4 ways,
I
it
know
matters a lot.
parties control states and regions and everything like that, and to
But that is not
control it.
analytical anymore. That is feelings.
No, 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 it's not feeling like it's here. When Buhari wins Borno here, we are
Yeah,
talking about
but
90%.
this same thing you have in there is on the spreadsheet. That's where we're going to the right to see how much we're suppressing those votes. This exact map is just there as a column. Because if it's a 4-way race, it's a different thing if it's 2-way race. Buhari can go gangbusters one way, Atiku can go gangbusters another way. But if you now have two actors, depending on where you find yourself in the country, they have the potential of stealing some of those votes, then it becomes different.
Okay, like in 2015, we had a scenario, even though it was not 4-way race, it was at least 3-way race with Ribadu. So it's not
Ribadu
me.
only
We
won
have
one state.
okay. Ribadu is going to get more votes than Kwankwaso. It's not going to factor. Like CPC expansion in the north, CPC expanded despite Ribadu being there in the 2015. So you either matter or you don't matter. Nobody is spending money for where they are going to get, like if there is any likelihood, it's only about 20%. Like that's what Tinubu is going to the southeast and tell them, well, you're not going to get more than a slice of bread or whatever. He's not going to spend all of his money in the southeast. because if he gets 20%, he will feel okay. Like, you're not going to spend your energy by that. Your APC is not in control of any state. If there is a dangling between 20%, 30% around there in the north, if you control it, you control it. If you don't control it, you don't control it. It doesn't matter 18 parties. It doesn't matter. By the way, it's not even conclusive that Kwankwaso is going to be a factor at all. Kwankwaso, I think, is going to fold. Kwankwaso is a factor in Kano. Even that is like Shekarau. Shekarau had a Senate ticket with Kwankwaso. He left to go to PDP where he has no ticket. What will make a big name like Shekarau abandon a Senate seat for nothing, for perhaps maybe monetary contract or whatever? So that's to tell you this. That for me, that
But
more
what
tells me.
what material difference will that make? It only makes Tinubu's margins wider. The
No, it
general
means
direction of election is known. So if this guy folds up or if it doesn't outperform, the direction is still the direction.
I'm not arguing about the direction. I'm saying like as a data set, like one man is inviting a degree to assign a degree of confidence. I'm saying as a person, like going back to what I said the last time. The reason I said that is not like it's not a derogation. I'm saying that
No. I
things.
don't know why you're referring to derogation. At the end of the day, we want to know who is going to win.
I know. I'm not arguing. I'm arguing about the data set. If I'm going to assign a data, like this is also this is going to be my what like to one man's question. My position also is like I can access this data. Therefore, I'm not going. It's I one way. It could be okay. It could be right. It could be not right. Right. Whatever. But I can assign a value to
Is
it.
there a
I will not. Not
scenario
more
that
than
Tinubu will
50%.
not win this election? Let me ask you that.
Is there a scenario that Tinubu will not win the election?
Yeah, based on more factual data, reality, based on what we're experiencing now.
Well, if I
Do
take
you want me to bring up a different graph? You
yeah,
sent
yeah, yeah.
you said which one do you want me to bring up? Which one of the ones you sent in did you want me?
2015 and 2019.
Which
One after the other. 2015 first. 2015 first.
all right. Carry on now. Bring it up in there.
So if you look at let me even on in on this point about Buhari's 12 million votes. In 1999, okay, brother, can you please 1999 first? 1999 first.
Hold on. Let me just okay. 1999. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah. So if you look at this map, northwest, there was no Buhari on the ticket. There is Olufalaye, and Olufalaye won northwest. Like even he won Katsina with very deep votes. That this deep blue, I think it's over 70 or 80%. And then he won when Buhari came in 2003. He only consolidated and won all these. He closed the rank of all the northeast, northwest, and northeast. So it's very. I mean, even in the mainstream media, they say Buhari's 12 million votes, but it's too simplistic to say it's Buhari's 1 million votes. The only thing we have noticed about Buhari is that in 1999, that was APP. Buhari, of course, was a main person in APP, but the more Buhari make a coalition, the more you make a coalition, the more the more spread is achieving. So it went from APP to ANPP. These were still conservative parties. He left them and created CP. The real big break for Buhari came when he joined CPC because CPC is a liberal party, it's a welfare party. So by that then he won the whole of northwest, northeast, and north central. One man, can you show 2015? That's it. So,
well, where are you going to though? Because I still don't get
I'm saying the variable that the variable that you put that you're controlling for doesn't make
it's intentional to suppress.
12 million
I feel
12 million vote is not Buhari's vote. This is deep. This is
that's
because
just
of
the
CPC.
if you say 12 million votes, everybody understands what everybody's
No,
saying.
no, but no. Like I don't understand it because the 12 million vote has less to do with Buhari than the ideology. Progressivism is what brought those. The North is like a Rankadede kind of situation. The more progressive Buhari got, look, look how much PDP lost all control. The more progressive, the more coalition he made. Then the only thing that I see is that when Atiku in 2019, Atiku pushed back, Buhari still maintained all these votes, but they were not as deep blue as this. So the 12 million vote cannot be taken out of and assigned to Kwankwaso and Atiku. Kwankwaso and Atiku don't have ideological relationship.
No. You're misquoting. If you go to the spreadsheet, it shows who is losing votes to who by state.
So who is losing votes?
It's spread all over. It depends on the state.
Like in the northwest.
In the northwest, largely in the northwest, Tinubu is losing votes to Kwakwanso in the northwest.
That's what I mean. Like for me, I don't think it's that's why it's very subjective, and I can't look. The way I'm going is that
if Kwakwanso does well in the northwest,
Kwakwanso is going to fold up. It's not going anywhere.
That's still an assumption. If Kwakwanso does well in the northwest, the bucket of votes Kwakwanso will be getting will be a lot of the people that voted for Buhari. The remnants may still be sufficient enough for Tinubu to win, and that's it.
My assumption is based on
one man. If you scroll up, it's on the right. All is on the right. The 2019-2023 extrapolated comparison.
Okay.
The assumption is based on like a big.
Am I there?
No. Up.
Oh, sorry.
Okay,
Yeah.
then on the right.
Look, you know, English is my second language, so the
20. So that's what I'm saying. Rather than looking at map, this is 2019-2023 difference, and I'm saying all scenarios looking bad for Tinubu is not maintaining that Buhari lead. This is the guy taking his vote. And for Atiku, this is who may be taking Atiku's votes. If it's red, that means it's reduction in votes. If it's green, it's gain some votes. So if Kwakwanso does well, that's a big if. If it does well, it will take those votes mostly from the Buhari margin, because look at what Buhari was getting. 80%, high 70%, 70%, like wild numbers. So that's a two-way race. In a four-way race, if Kwakwanso takes, if it does well, it's only logical that it will be taken out of this big bulk, because I'm controlling Atiku as not changing much. So this is more like a pessimistic view of a Tinubu performance versus everybody else.
Yeah, okay, maybe
it's pretty clear. That's why I'm not trying to understand, because it was clear by my explanation what I'm doing exactly.
No, I'm not saying it's not clear. I'm not saying I don't understand it. I'm saying I can't, I can't say.
If you say you can't emphasize Tinubu losing this kind of votes, I will understand, because I think it will outperform what I've given here. But I don't want to do it based on my feeling that it's going to outperform. I just want to do it based on where is this guy if Kwakwanso is doing so well, and then Peter Obitu is doing well. Where are they?
Yeah, no, but if you don't want, it's not feeling to say whether, because it's an ideology to assume that Tinubu will do it. Like when you posit that position like about the economy, okay, that's a variable that I can understand.
There's economy.
Okay, I can understand that.
There's tribalism.
There's Muslim ticket too.
Yeah, I can understand that.
There's all those things you need to factor. Because Tinubu is no Buhari. Tinubu is no Buhari. Let's not kid ourselves.
This is the point I'm making. Buhari's 12 million votes has very little to do with Buhari. Maximum is 5 to 6 million that Buhari is contributing. Even Olufalaye got 11 million votes and is largely from northwest. So it's overhyped to say the 12 million vote is Buhari's vote. The 12 million vote is progressive vote. The more progressive Buhari got, the more alliances he made. That is why the votes were coming this year, was achieving this spread. It has nothing to do with Buhari. Now, if the economy or Tinubu ideology does not align, okay, that's a variable to be worked with. But Tinubu is not Buhari. Of course, Tinubu is not Buhari. that's what I'm making. Like anyway, that's my on 1 month question. That's my own take. Like it's difficult for me to assign a degree of confidence.
I'm sorry, Fatah, you have to consider as well that he's a southerner running against a northerner. You have
I
to consider
know,
that too.
I know, and that is why
There's so many factors that says Tinubu is not going to get the kind of performance Buhari got.
anyway. So my own point of view is just like it's very difficult to assign a degree of confidence. That's the point I was making.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So that was it. That has been the presentation then. So that is it. The spreadsheet lived up to the billing by my reckoning, and I suspect by yours as well. It was a lot more intense. That I thought it was a bit more cerebral in the manner that it ended, but a lot of intensity. But nevertheless, we've arrived at a point. So we arrive at a point, and then we give the final word to the man of the moment. So Kulata. So that was the presentation. Just give us the final thoughts, and then we'll call it a night.
My final thoughts is I think Tinubu will outperform this pessimistic view of things because there are many areas I think he has a lot of room. There's a lot of room in Lagos. There's a lot of room in Kaduna, especially. There's a lot of room too in Katsina if Buhari still has any say in the matter. If we start factoring politics and structure and all, there's still a lot of room for another maybe 1 to 1.5 million votes in favor of Tinubu and negative. I don't know if you share around do the analysis. So this is a safe space to start and start projecting further as more information gets. Like if G5 happens, if you stay the north still very, very solid for him, perhaps you can extrapolate some data there. But I try to be more restrained in doing this kind of projections, even even at work. But it's just to show it's a directional spreadsheet. It's not a definite spreadsheet. It's just a direction. It tells you who is the leading candidate. It doesn't tell you this is the winner. It's just who is the leading candidate. And when you factor all this, as negative as we are with this guy, he's still the leading candidate. So that must tell you something that they will be barely able to catch up. And another thing this tells me, like the best case scenario for a Kwakwanso or a Peter Obi is simply not good enough, and it will never be good enough in these elections. It has to be another election cycle. Those two candidates are done. They're done. And Atiku is theoretically not a dead guy. He's not a dead candidate, but he can't beat Tinubu. We know that because of the political factors. Because now, if we bring in the political factors, the structure, the G5, the G62, then it still favors the same guy that we called the leading candidate. So I want to safely say, as far as I understand, as long as no earthquake or catastrophe happens, Bola Tinubu is most likely going to win that election. As long as that's how I'm going to leave that.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So brilliant, well put. So we are going to adopt this spreadsheet as a working document, but it's a living and a breathing document, by the way. When I say a working document, that's what I mean. Because we've looked through all numbers. We've even had satellite presentations from a maker who presented a narrative. So we have pulled from all that is available to arrive at a point. And the argument has been that compelling that it's not an argument that we're going to abandon as a platform. So we are adopting this as a working document. So as factors come in to sway the document one way or the other, we'll factor it in and we'll update it. But and the only reason why we are adopting it as a working document for the platform is because Kulata has pruned off all the emotional elements, and he has been anything of doubt he has abandoned completely, just to make it as raw and as organic as it can be. And that is why the numbers are so condensed. And that is why a lot of people contended so much that this should be here and that should be there. So that tells you then that it's a boiled down data to its core essence. So a boiled down data to its core essence. If you actually have to look at it in the reality of now, Tinubu probably wins by even a wider and a more compelling margin, which Kulata might know, but he has not factored into this. Like for instance, Lagos State 50-something%. By hook or crook, by foul or fair, Tinubu is going to take that space by a good 65 and into the 70%. Oh, they will shock you. They will shock you. Oh, you will see. You don't know. People are suffering. Yes, all of that. Nobody's. All factors considered, because this is his one moment in time, and it's not going to let it go. So it's going to take Lagos overwhelmingly. And because of those figures from Lagos alone, it tells you that Kulata has removed emotion and sentimentality from it. And having done that, he has then even gone aggressively against norm and what is known to just narrow it to core essence. So it's a core essence document, and it's an organic document which is fluid and subject to being malleable and being. So we'll move it around and all of that, but certainly this will be the template with which we will go towards the elections. But I think that's temporarily, of course, because we're still waiting for the presentation from Uptown and other persons. Let me not call them characters, because these are my people. If there was another platform, I call them elements. But on this platform, no, they are
elements. Mama, you be wahala person. You be wahala person.
No. I'm only saying I'm still waiting for. Because even in the course of this streaming, people have been sending in messages that, oh, I've got a spreadsheet, have a look at this, have a look at that. So we'll pull all of them together. And if some of them are arguing in a particular direction, then we'll pull all of that argument together and have that argument converge so that they present one document rather than one argument presenting different data. So we'll pull all of those arguments together so that they agree and then present it. So yes, we will be a data-led sort of a space for the next month until we'll arrive at that destination. To see somebody place either their hand on the Quran or their hand on a Bible. So those are the two options. So thank you very much, Kulata, who has had a long day, by the way. That's why there was a delay in him coming. I was even starting to panic that if this guy doesn't turn up, how do I get to explain all of this mathematics that is above my pay grade? But he turned up and put up an excellent performance. So there it was. We promised and we delivered, as we always do. So promise and deliver, speak and do, as they say in South Central Ajegule. So that has been the session. I get to go to bed. So I get to bed and you get to go about your day. So guys, we reconvene tomorrow to pick up the remnants of this and other even more compelling Nigerian matters, as we always do. So in the absence of Ajale Koko, Kulata has had the final word. So gentlemen, with your permission, I fall out. So, and peace. Thank you very much, Kulata. That was excellent. Well done.
Thank you, one man. Nnamdi Kanu. Where's Nnamdi Kanu? I'm just having those feelings for this guy lately. I don't know. That guy needs to be released. Thank you.
No. They'll release him in March. It's parked to one side. Nobody wants to see him around. The Southeasterners don't want to see him around because they don't want him dabaruing the Obi chances. And Buhari doesn't want to disrupt his election. And Tinubu doesn't. Nobody wants to see him around, so they just keep him there until after the elections.
I'm feeling for him, one man. I'm just feeling for him lately. I don't know why.
One man, he's a nuisance. He has always been, and I don't have any emotions towards that. So he should just
one man, you're even more terrible than me.
No, the space doesn't need Nnamdi Kanu noise at the moment. Not his people, not other people, not the place we find it. let DSS just we'll be sending in pizzas in their DSS custody so that it's well looked after. But no, now they can come out and match.
See the way with this your closing remark, the way you are giving obedience, jabbing, calling them elements and characters.
No.
But if I say my own, you
normal
rebuke me.
name, no normal name.
No. I wasn't calling you element, or I was.
No, I said you were calling obedience elements.
No,
you understand?
I wasn't even calling them elements. I was referencing to another interaction that I had on another platform. I think it's an inside joke, so the people who know, they know. So the people who know. So guys, we meet tomorrow, and peace.